So what we're going to be doing, guys and girls, we're going to be opening up a booster box of Ikoria, take number 2. I'm going to try to do this. So let me see before. So remember these Cracker Jack boxes? Remember these prizes inside? We're just doing this for luck, by the way. We're going to open up a booster box of Ikoria. And if that's coming in full focus, focus in, focus, focus. Okay, so that is basically the Godzilla. It's a promo that came in M20. Let me use my control here, see if it focuses. Little Ginger Brute. Yeah, Ginger Brute showing up, so everything else will. All right, so little Ginger Brute. He's good for something. Anyway, so this is the promo that comes with some of the boxes. Very limited, but this is what comes with some of the boxes. We're going to do a little Cracker Jack inside. Let me make sure everything's running because I'm doing this live and it's also on Twitch and it's also on YouTube and it's also somewhere else. So sit back for a second. Let me make sure everything is A-OK. Let me see if everything's running just fine. All right, so that seems to be fine on that end. Let's try out the other end. So I'll be right back, but we're going to be opening up a booster box of this, of Ikoria. And so I just want to make sure everything's just grand. Okay, and it kind of seems that way. So let's see here. We're good on all platforms. Yeah, so if you're just staring at a screen right now, like I said, we'll be opening up a booster box of Ikoria. It might be on a slight delay there. Okay. But we're going to do that. And we're good everywhere else, it seems. So, yeah. Okay. So just give me 1 second. And then we'll jump right into everything. But yeah, so this is the promo right here. If you're looking at it, the top of the box, this is what comes with it. And again, we'll be slicing open this box, and we'll be jumping right into it to Ikoria. Let's see if we actually pull anything really good here. And so let me see. It's hard when you're doing everything all at once. Let me see. Let's get there. All right. But what we're going to be doing, okay, so we're in. All right, so we're good everywhere. You're probably on a 5-second delay. So if you're seeing this box right here, this little guy right here, that's the promo that you get with. Here's a Cracker Jack box. So that's for good luck. Remember those prizes inside? If we get a good pull, yeah, if we get a good one, we are going to be showing, hey, the Joker. We'll show the Joker face. Put a smile on that face. Right? It's just a pop, realistically. It's the 1989 Batman, the Joker. So if you're ever wondering. And then if we get a really sick pull, we'll just put this guy in the frame. Right, meow. Yeah, he's Doc Holliday. Yeah, he's Doc Holliday. He's the let me push it out a little further. Yeah, he's the guy that was, there he is. By the way, his number's 855. So yeah, if we do that, we'll be doing that as well. So let me go ahead and drop that. So anyway, with everything said, yeah, let's jump right into the box opening. I hope you guys are having a really good day here. So be jumping in there. Second, really quick. Okay. And there we are. So we're going to be opening up a box. So hopefully luck is on our side. Will it be the Joker or will it be Doc Holliday? Well, there he is. I hope everybody can hear me. I don't know if you can. Let me see if I can. Everything can be heard. I hope everybody can hear me. Yep, so it can. All right, so we're going to grab the slicers. We're going to cut this open. Just so with Ikoria, I know M21's coming up. Have you guys seen this sick combo? that's coming up with Ikoria. People are like, how dare you violate with scissors? But Ikoria, so we noticed in our gameplay, we took our Gruul deck, by the way. We got up to rank 840. Yeah, did that on live on Twitch. So you can go ahead and view me on Twitch. And there's a guy right here, if you're trying to see it a little bit more, kind of right here, Godzilla, King of the Monsters. So his ability is, he's got Trample. Lethal damage dealt to creatures you control is determined by their power rather than their toughness. So damage dealt to creatures you control is determined by their power by their power rather than their toughness. So that's kind of the whole thing that everybody was like flipping out about when it first came out. There's the back of the card, it's pretty mint condition, so it still stayed mint. So go ahead and check that one out right there and see how everything is. And then, yeah, so we're going to be opening up these packs. As you saw, Baby God. Well, he's not Baby Godzilla. He's a big Godzilla, right? He's Godzilla, King of the Monsters. Whoa. If my camera can get that in, well, we'll do that. Right? Alrighty. Yep. There you go. Alright, so he's the King of the Monsters, and let's see what monsters we get opening this booster box up. Again, doing it live. You can follow me on Twitch. I do give away some MTG Arena codes. I think I'm going to be doing that on Friday. I haven't quite determined what day am I going to do that. And the reason why I tell people to subscribe on YouTube, if you like gameplay, and also follow me on Twitch. My Twitch should be in the description on the YouTube channel. You should be able to find that there. And I'm having trouble with this corner. We just open. This is live, so this is what happens when you're, when you're doing stuff live. All right. So let's just see. That can be done right there. All right. All right, so we're going to go ahead and open up our first box. I'm trying to let everything get in right here. And it's done live, so there is going to be a 5-second delay, and I can't control that. That's just, ooh, here's a box topper, by the way. Yep, so you get a box topper and also the promo with these types of booster boxes. So if you bought these from a WPN store when they had the sale on, now they don't, you would have got a Baby Godzilla, or Baby Godzilla. You would have got the Godzilla King. That's what you would have got. The King, he's got Trample, baby. And lethal damage to creatures you control is determined by their power rather than their toughness. Isn't that how it usually goes anyway? Is dealt by their power? Yeah, that's how it usually goes. So I don't know. Here's our box topper. We'll open up that later. Let's dive in and go to the booster packs again. My Ginger Brute is my control. You're like, what is that? It's so that I can see that everything's shooting in really sharply. I have like a lot of light just shooting down in my face. I'm probably going to get a suntan. All right, so we're going to go. Oops, we're going to go and take a nosedive. No, we're going to go right here. And we are going to open up our first Ikoria box. Let's get some jokers here. Let's get some joker. Let's get some joker action in here. Come on. Let's get some good pulls. All right, let's put a smile on that face. All right, so pack number 1. We're just going to open this one up right here. Kind of by the pull tab, just kind of open that up. Understand, guys, we are live. So this is a live stream. And I'm on 3 different platforms at the same time. My poor computer is just going to be like, what are you doing to me? Here, let me just pull this from... There we go. Okay, so our first pack right here. I'll go through some of the cards on the first go, but let's see if we can kind of loosen things up here. Let me see if I can bring that over there. Okay, so in our first pack right here, I don't know if you can see it. There's our control. Okay. It's checkpoint officer. He's just that annoying target creature. Yeah. Another one is ambush. Tap up the 2 target creatures. You know this in the cycling deck, right? That's what you know it for. You know this in the cycle deck. That's what you know it for. Okay. Prickly Marmoset. So basically, whenever you cycle a card, it gains +2 and 0 until end of turn. Very annoying and limited in those lurrus cycle decks. We have right here is what is this? Fortilid? Yeah. And it says it enters the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters. You can remove 2, and basically target player searches a library for a basic land card, puts that on the battlefield tap. So that's what you see on MTG Arena, right? You see a lot of these being played sometimes in the decks. Oh, Serrated Scorpion. We all know this from the Rakdos deck. Yeah, whenever it dies, it deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life. All right, and here's the 4/4 that nobody, or 3/4 that really nobody plays with ever. When it enters the battlefield, target human you control gets +2/+2. So there's that. Here's heightened reflexes. Target creature gets +1/+0 and put a first strike counter on it. Yep. So again, for the first pack, I'll kind of go through these, and then we'll get a little faster here. Whenever Dart enters the battlefield, you draw a card, sacrifice it. Target opponent doesn't untap. Target creature doesn't untap during its next untap step. So you never really see that being played. We do see this played, Convolute. It's a 3 mana counter target spell unless its controller pays 4. Yeah, you kind of see this in limited when you play in drafts. Put a +1/+1 counter and a lifelink on a target creature. Put it this way: you put a counter on a creature, it gets +1/+1 and lifelink, and it's Unexpected Fangs. Our first uncommon is Charge of Forever Beast. As an additional cost to cast this spell, reveal a creature card from your hand. Then it deals damage to the target creature or planeswalker equal to the revealed creature's power. So if you have like a 4/4 creature in your hand and you reveal this, something takes 4 damage. So pretty good and limited. Doesn't see too much standard play. So we're going to put this in the uncommon slot. Dire Tactics. Oh yeah, Mardu Knights loves to run this. Because realistically, so exile target creature. If you don't control a human, you lose life equal to the creature's toughness. This is the reason why that Serpent in the mono green deck is doing so well in Mythic ranking, is because all the removal that Rakdos and Mardu Knights has is pretty much like Dire Tactics and stuff like that. So it's multicolored, and that Serpent has protection from multicolored, so that's the reason why. All right, and then our last uncommon is a 7-dropper, and it says, whenever this creature mutates, tap up to X creatures, where X is the number of times the creature has mutated. Can you see that part right there? Can you see that part right there? Then the creatures don't untap during the next controller's untap phase, and you can mutate it for 6. So, pretty cool. I did this in a Discord challenge. That was kind of cool. And our first rare, well, it's that guy that's annoying to a lot of people. Focus. Let's use Ginger Brute as our control. Focus. Okay. Yeah, so it enters the battlefield. You choose odd or even, and then it gains protection from either odd or even. So you can give protection from 4, like 2 mana or 4 mana. Okay. So that's our first rare. We do get a swamp and a bent. I don't know if you can see that. It's a bent human soldier. So he's already wounded before he even came out of the box. So there's our token. All right, so let's put our land right there. Let's put our uncommons right here. There's really no method to my madness right now. There's absolutely no method. It's just pure, we're just doing it for whatever reasons. So feel free to subscribe again to the YouTube channel. And also, you can see some gameplay. We go Mythic again with our... I kind of do a series. We kind of go Mythic with our Gruul deck. Alright, so I'm only going to do like one more pack of commons. Okay, so here's this thing. It's just a 4/2 creature. That's all you need to know for 3 mana. Okay, let's move on. There's that one tapper. I don't have to go through that again. We've already done that. Oh, Thieving Otter. Whenever Otter deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. Pretty good common. Actually, if this card came out maybe... Oh, I don't know. 10 years ago, I think this would be an uncommon spot. Even maybe a rare. This thing's the Honey Mammoth. You guys all saw this in limited play. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. Right here is durable. Yeah, so basically when it... you can pay 5, and then return this from your graveyard to your hand. Don't know why you'd want to do that, but who knows. Here's this thing right here. When it came out, it was like, this serves no purpose, and we still say the same thing. When it enters the battlefield, put 3+1/+1 counters on it. No, actually, I disagree with that because the Ozolith decks sometimes run this. Oh, my favorite limited one, the Vulpikeet. So, its mutate is 3, but whenever this creature mutates, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So it's just nice to grab like a 2/2 creature, mutate this, it'll turn into a 2/3 flyer, and then it turns into a 3/4 flyer. So pretty good. All right, here's the thing that you see also being ran in the top 100 MTG Mythic top 100 decks. This is the deck. This is the card that you're seeing. So you're looking at this on the surface. It's a 4-dropper for 3. It's a 3/4. Can you see that right there? It's a 3/4. It's a 4-dropper. But whenever this creature mutates, you search your library for a basic land card and put it on the battlefield tapped. But its mutate cost is 3. So what they do is they turn their Arbor Grazer or their Gilded Goose into a 3/4 flyer, and they ramp up their mana. That's what they do. All right, this is just the guy that's, again, we're in the light right here. Gloom Pingalin. It's just a 1/5 for 3 mana. Nothing really fancy there. All right, looks like we got a foil there, so I want to kind of cover that up. All right, here's the dude that nobody plays with. Thumpeting Gnar. Yeah, so whenever this creature mutates, put it up there, create a 3/3 green creature token. This mutates 5. So, yeah, not the... Here's that one annoying cycler in the lurrus decks. Whenever you cycle a card, you may pay 2. When you do, it deals 2 damage to target creature, and you gain 2 life. So it's a 3/2 for a 2-dropper. It's in that lurrus deck. All right, there's the Ivy Elemental. It's basically you pay, 1 green and X, and it gets X +1/+1 counter. So we're moving on from that one. Ooh, we got a first land. Our Temur land. Son of a Fires of Intervention. No problem, Raphael. Yeah, thanks for telling me you couldn't hear it, because I would have never caught that. I had to reset everything, and yeah, trying to reset everything, it takes time. But yeah, we got... Yeah, our second rare is the Jizaki comes into play. Yeah, so that's definitely... we're going to put that in the rare spot. And then, we got a foil Adaptive Shimmer. Yeah. And enters the battlefield, you get 3+1/+1s. Yeah, I know. We did a whole Fires of Intervention thing. And then here's some land that nobody cares about. I mean, you're not going to care about this, right? Comes into play, gain 1 life, blah, 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 blah. They're going to reprint, by the way, in M21, they're reprinting the Scry lands. So who's going to care about these ones, right? And we have another bent token. All of our tokens have been bent so far. Yeah, all bent tokens. All right. Thank you, UPS, for that one. It's just fitting that I pull this. We did a whole Jizaki series, or excuse me, a whole hunting for Fires of Intervention. Let's see if this can come in. Dang it. So we have to use Gingerbrute as our little control. Where's Gingerbrute at? I don't have him. Where's that Ginger? Anyway, he's my control. But anyway, it's really funny that we pulled this, and we were hunting for fires before it got banned. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. All right, so we're just going to slide up in there into pack number 3. And I think that deserved a Joker face, right? Put a smile on that face. Yeah, guys, these are just things that you can kind of get right there, right? So there's the Joker. All right. So we're going to move on to pack Umo number 3. And we'll kind of speed through this right here. We'll kind of pull these tabs open. We'll kind of rifle through this. Again, you might be on a 5-second delay. You probably are. So our first common, is a Glimmerbell. And we need the control here. So where's my little Ginger Brute control? Where'd I put the Ginger Brute? Oh, I put them right here. So Ginger Brute is my control. If things get out of focus, Ginger Brute will help bring things back. He's my control. Okay. Hey, serve something. All right, so Glimmerbell. I don't know if this... It just doesn't want to be picked up. So Glimmerbell, if you can't see it, which you can't because I can't. Oops. Let's see here. Let's see if it'll be picked up. Come on, Glimmer. Come on, Glimmerbell. Anyway, for some odd reason, Glimmerbell just wants to hide. But, yeah. So, with this one, it's... There you go. There you go, Glimmer. Okay. So, let me just put some more stabilization on this. Okay. So, Glimmerbell, you can untap him. So, he's good for mutating and then attacking, then untapping. That's what he's good for. Pretty much. So, Glimmerbell falls into this. Okay, so this is Cathartic Reunion. It's been reprinted so many different times. As additional cost to cast a spell, you draw 2 cards, then you discard 2 cards, and you draw 3. So it's kind of like put crap into your graveyard and draw 3 cards. That's pretty much what it is. Okay, right here is the Garrison Cat. Whenever it dies, you create a 1/1 white human soldier token. Yeah, we're just going to move on from that. Keep safe. I hope everybody is keeping safe. Counter target spell that targets a permanent you control. Then you just do this thing. You draw a card. All right. Here's this annoying thing that we see in Radkos. It's called Dead Weight. You just enchant creature, gets -2/-2. It's kind of like a weird version of Unholy Strength. Okay. This guy right here is Sudden Spinnerets. Yeah, so basically target creature is +1/+3. Then until end of turn, you put a reach counter on it and then untap it. So pretty good and limited. This doesn't see constructed play at all. And then here's the mutate guy that we saw again. So we're just kind of move through him. Here's the guy that we saw again, the 1/5, just whatever. Oops. And then let's see here. Let me make more stability here for a second. When you do things live, guys, it's a lot different, right? All right, so right here is a bird. If it comes into focus here, this little alternate art of the bird, but I hope. Okay, there you go. It's a heron. It's an elemental bird. It's flying. Whenever this creature mutates, draw a card. It's a 3/4 for 5. So let me back this up just a little bit. Okay. So that's kind of our first alternate art. Our first uncommon is this dude right here. Let's see if this comes into play. Let's see if this comes... Let's see if I'm angling this right here. See if it comes in. All right. You can come in anytime now. But anyway, he's a 4/3, and creatures you control with trample have this creature assigns combat damage as though if it weren't blocked. So again, something you see unlimited. Okay, so we'll put that in the uncommon slot. And then right here is this thing. Whenever it attacks, so this is a exuberant wolf bear. Whenever wolf bear attacks, you may change the base and toughness of target human you control to exuberance, power, and toughness until end of turn. The 4-dropper. Here's a great uncommon. It's used in limited. It's a 2/3. It mutates for 3. If you can kind of see that, mutates for 4. My bad. And then when you do mutate it, when the creature mutates, put 2+1/+1 counters on it. So it's pretty cool. It's called a glowstone recluse. And our next land, our next rare is a triome land. Yeah, we're pulling those things like crazy. So this is the white, black, and green. Whenever it's battlefield tapped, you can cycle it. So we've gone back to back with that. And then we get a foil triome land. Holy crap. We've had back-to-back packs with foils. So, yeah. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, and then there's a common. Yeah, so that was a pretty crazy pack. That deserves the that was pretty sick. That was pretty sick. That deserves the Joker. Put a smile on that face. By the way, if you're wondering what the heck are you doing, those are just Funko figures, by the way. That's just Funko is the brand. Okay, so we're going to open up this other pack. Let's go through it a little faster. And realistically, what you guys are not seeing is that I have a bunch of cords everywhere. And I'm trying not to hit those cords as I'm opening up the packs. That's what you're not seeing. This is what happens when you go live, guys. When you go live, yeah, this is kind of what happens to you. So you're on a delay. I believe you're on a 1, 2, 3, 4 second delay. Okay. First pack. Focus. Okay. Is Phosphil Ambush. Tap up the 2 target creatures. Those creatures don't untap during their next untap step and cycle. So again, you saw this in the Lurrus deck. Nobody plays with this. You just saw it in the Lurrus deck for the 1 cycle. Okay, that's where you saw it at. You're like, I remember that card, but I don't. Because nobody plays with it, they just cycle it. Here's this bad boy again. Whenever you cycle a card, this little prick gets +2/+0 till end of turn. I lost to this card in Limited. Literally. It stopped me from 7 wins. The thing's annoying. Here's this guy that I absolutely love in draft. A target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Put a flying counter on it. Love that guy. Right here, you're like, this looks familiar, but nobody plays with it again. You're absolutely correct. It's used in the Lurrus cycling deck. Until end of turn, target creature gets a 4/4. It becomes a 4/4 creature, and then you cycle 1. So it's used for cycling ability. We've already saw that one. Let's move past that. Here's one we didn't do. This spell has flash as long as you control permanent with flash. Okay. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a creature, destroy target creature. It's for 1 mana. So it sounds like a lot, but it's for 1. Here's Anticipate. This has been reprinted several times over. This dates back to Deep Magic the Gathering history. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your hand, and the rest at the bottom of your library. So it's kind of like a brainstorm for an additional 1 colorless. Fire Prophecy. It just deals 3 damage to target creature. You put a card from your hand onto the battle, or excuse me, put a card from your hand from the bottom of your library. If you do, draw a card. This thing again. We've pulled this now twice for or 3 times in our uncommon spot. We pulled a foil. This is our second uncommon. Come on. My favorite guy right here. Whenever a creature mutates, gets +1/+1, and it got flying. Okay, we're moving on from that. Moving on from that pile. A target creature fights another target creature. It costs 5. So, yeah. Clash of the Titans. This guy right here, he's a Hornbash Mentor. When it enters the battlefield, put a trample counter on target non-human creature you control. Trample is going to be pretty big. You're from M21 creatures. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with trample. Yeah. So he's uncommon. And here's our other uncommon. It spells with flash costs 1 less to cast and can't be countered. This is actually a really good card. It's like a staple in the new Flash decks. And our rare. Wow. Zirda, Doom of Depths. So let me come up here for this one. It's a companion. Your starting deck contains only with even converted mana costs. And then when it enters the battlefield, each player puts the top 4 cards of the library into the graveyard. Then you put a creature card with an even converted mana cost from among those onto the battlefield. So there you go. So literally, there's that. And then our tokens are bent. All of our tokens are bent. Every single token is bent. What's up with that? Come on. At least our rares aren't bent. Let me move these commons over. These little peasants. Let me move these guys over. All right. We can put those somewhere else. All right. These booster packs, throw them. Who cares? All right, so let's rip through some more packs right here. Oh, guys, I hope you're doing good. There's a lot of things going on in the world, right? A lot. More than just physical, right? All right, so this guy right here, he's just a 5/5 haster for 6, cycle 2. So, yeah. Oh, pretty good. Blade Banish. Exile target creatures with power 4 or greater. I think this could see some budget sideboard. What do you think about that? Budget sideboard? Blade Banish? What do you guys think? I don't know. All right, we already saw that one. Forbidden Friendship. Yep, create a 1/1 red dinosaur creature token with haste and a 1/1 white creature token. How come the white soldier tokens never have haste? Never wonder that? They're like, nah. Ooh, Almighty Bushwag. It's got trample. You pay 4, it gets +3/+3. I'm going to move that over to, I like Almighty Bushwag. We're going to move that over there. This dude right here, we've already seen him, so who cares? This one right here is kind of annoying. It's played on a lot of sideboards. It deals 1 damage to each creature an opponent controls. It's like, hey, red deck wins. Do you really want to play? Huh? You want to play with Blazing Volley? All right, this person right here, he's a 4-dropper. Never liked him in the game. He enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human creature soldier token. Yep, I never really played with him in draft. This is just a 3/1, 2-dropper. Guys, there was a card called Savannah Lions back in, revised unlimited. Anyway, it was a 2/1 for a 1-drop, and everybody freaked out. It was a $5 card back in the 90s. $5 in the 90s. Imagine what that would be worth in today's currency. Now we're pulling them like commons. Back then, a 3/1 was pretty huge. This dude right here, he's got Vigilance. He's a 2/4, and yeah, he's a Mosscoat Goriak. Uncommon. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's blocking, instead put 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and you can cycle it. Is everything kind of coming in okay for you guys? I know I know it's the camera. It's naturally a camera's going to be blurry initially, but here's a crystal, and it's a temur crystal, and it's yeah. So you can cycle it for 2. All right, and that is an uncommon. So we'll put that there. And this thing right here deals 4 damage to target creature. Excess damage dealt to that creature's controller instead. So it's for 3. It's a flame spill. A rare. Wow. Really good pack. Apex of Death. So let's just go over this. So he's got Companion. So you see his mana cost. Okay, I wanted to get close, but not that close. Okay. So right here, it says if you cast a spell for its mutate cost, put it over or under target human creature control. Okay. So it has Death Touch and Lifelink. Whenever this creature mutates, return any number of target creature cards with power 10 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So just kind of think about that for a second. Yeah. So Cavalier Thorns your stuff into your graveyard and then just get them back. So far, our rares have been really good. And the only token that's not bent so far is a shark token. Okay. We're going to move on. To pack number 4. And guys, I got wires coming from all over the place. So I'm trying not to bump the wires, and I'm trying to open up the pack at the same time. You're like, why is he being so delicate? All right, here's this thing right here. Gust of wind. We need that because it's getting hot. Where I live, it's like over 90 degrees right now. This spell's cost 2 less to cast if you control a creature with flying. Return target non-land permanent you didn't control to its owner's hand. Draw a card. Basically, it's like Brazen Borrower with the adventure cost. Gust of wind. All right, let's move on. Okay, right here, versus to Gorilla. It enters the battlefield. You get something of your choice. You get a trample or you get a menace counter on it. Right. This guy right here, we've already seen that dude, so let's move on. Impulse. Adventurous Impulse. You look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest at the bottom in any order. So, Temur Clover plays this deck. We'll say Clover Adventure plays this deck. Kind of move that over there. It's a good uncommon. This dude sees a lot of play in Radkos. Whisper Squad. Shh. Search your library for a card named Whisper Squad. So this. Put it onto the battlefield tapped. Then shuffle your library. Right here is Corpse Churn. You put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. Then you may return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt by creatures you can control by opponents this turn. So it's like a bad fog. And here's this guy. We don't need to go over that one. All right. Choose one. Destroy target artifact, or it deals 4 damage to target creature with flying. You cycle for 2. Pretty versatile card. All right. Next up on the drawing board is a Hampering Snarl. Creatures your opponents control get -2/-0 until end turn. Then you cycle for 2. Yeah, the card that I dislike because it counters like our questing beast and stuff. Counter target spell. Cycle 2. Simic Flash. It's a good card though. Menace. Each creature you control with Menace can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. So, yeah, that's fun. Ivy Elemental. We've already seen that one. Ooh, Classification. So, that's our next rare. Enters the battlefield. So, let's review this. It's a 7-dropper. And then you enchant creature. And then when it enters the battlefield, tap enchant creature. And it gets +20/+20. Then we get a land, and then we get a token, a dinosaur token. So, yeah, nobody really cares about that. All right, so we're going to move on here, keep on moving on. So far, the pack these packs haven't been that bad. Let's speed it up here. Go into another pack right meow. There's literally a wire. Can you see that little wire actually that just moved? Yeah, see how I'm trying to open up my packs? That's the problem. Ugh. I'm wired up to all this stuff. Okay, right here, focus in, Blade Banish. Yep, we've already seen that one. We don't need to see that. This right here is annoying. Whenever it enters the battlefield, you tap an enchant creature. Enchant creature doesn't untap during its next untap step. This little dude is in the Lurrus cycle deck. Whenever you cycle another card, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Cycle 1. That's the reason why it's in the Lurrus cycle deck. Alright, they always print one of these, and I'm sure we'll see something like this in M20. It can't be blocked except by more than 1 creature. There's always 1 in the format. It's like a 4-3 or a 4-4. They always do that, so it's a thing. This is dead weight, and we already saw that, so let's move on. This thing right here, it's Pathfinder. Whenever it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and then put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. This guy right here, he's pretty good and limited. So he's a Cloud Piercer, and the reason why is because this dude's got reach. And so you can mutate him for 4, and whenever this creature mutates, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. All right. Coordinated Charge. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end turn. Cycle 2. And we kind of get an alternate art card of the Migratory Greathorn. Okay, so it has got mutate for 3, as you can see right here. Whenever this creature mutates, search your library for a basic land card and put it on the battlefield tap, then shuffle your library. So this card is actually... I put it away. But yeah, so there's the alternate art to that card. And this is, target creature is +7/+7 until end of turn. It's a monstrous step. Well, that's monstrous, 7/7. And then up to 1 target creature blocks this turn if able, and then, of course, you could cycle it for 2. Our uncommon is a Boneyard Lurker. And if you can see his mutate is in the Sultai colors, so, or Golgari, I should say, black and green. Okay. He's a 2/4. Whenever this creature mutates, return target permanent from your graveyard to your hand. Bone Lurker. This one right here, whenever this creature mutates, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Something in a budget deck. If you're looking to do a budget mutate deck, something that could be, you could put in there. All right, and then we got Ruinous Ultimatum. Destroy all non-land permanents your opponents control. We got a nice foil land. So high foils. A lot of foils. Wow. Then our Bent token. Poor little human. What did he do to deserve that? He's all bent. All right, let's dive in. So let's open this other pack up quickly. So let's just go down here. Let's open this up. All right. Throw that over meow. All right, so is this the dude whenever you cycle card, tap target creature and opponent controls? Yeah. Hello, Lurrus. All right, so this is right here. So thanks, Nicholas, for subscribing. Thank you. So here's of One Mind. This creature's spell costs 2 less to cast if you control a human creature and a non-human creature. So, it costs 2 less to cast. Draw 2 cards. It's a sorcery, though, so it's not instant speed. This is the haster that we've already won over, so I'm not going to spend time on it. But the Almighty Bushwag, I will spend some time. We've already seen it, but we're going to spend... I just like the card. Almighty Bushwag. It gets +3/+3 until end turn. It's a 1-drop. It says, play me. Play me if I'm in limited. I might be out of focus right now, but play me. I'm just sitting here with my Bushwag. Okay, let's move on. This card right here, this dude we've already seen, but yep, you can read it if you want to. Yeah, just more graveyard stuff. We've already seen that one. Corpse Churn. You just put 3 cards from your graveyard into your graveyard, then you return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Alrighty then. Right, here's this annoying thing. We see this in draft. Actually, it's not annoying. I play with it. It enters the battlefield. It gets counter of your choice, vigilance, or reach. It's a 3/5 body. That's what it really is for drafting. Oh, pacifism. Yeah. After M21 comes out, we might have to do that to a few creatures. Enchant creature. They can't attack or block. It's just, this dates back to, this dates back to a long time ago. Pacifism. It's been reprinted so many times. It's one of those really good ones. Okay, this dude we didn't unopen, so I'll just cover it really quickly. So this gremlin, it's not a goblin, it's a gremlin. Okay? That's very important because I think some people will run this in their deck with that new gremlin 2-mana card from M21, and they will mistake this for a goblin. No, it's a gremlin. So it deals 1 damage to target each opponent, and then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you untap it. Essence Scatter, another reprint in Ikoria, counter target creature spell. So, yeah. This thing right here, you can read all this, is a Reptilian Reflection. Whenever you cycle a card, you may have Reptilian Reflection become a 5/4 dinosaur trample, and it gets haste. And it's, yeah, so that's basically what it is. And I said I wasn't going to read the card, then I read it, so shame on me. All right, here's this dude. Here's General's Enforcer. Legendary humans you control have indestructible. You can pay 4, exile target card from a graveyard. If it's a creature card, create a 1/1 white human soldier token. He's for 2. So, and then we see here the Porcuparrot. Yeah, so it can mutate for 3. It's a 3/4 for a 4-dropper. But let's zoom in right here. Target creature deals X damage to any target where X is the number of times this creature has mutated. So, pretty good and limited. Let's see what our rare is. And the Haunted Nightmare is that, so it's a 3-dropper. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent puts the death touch counter on a creature they control. So, let me see if this will focus in more. Focus, focus, focus. It's not going to really let me get up. You know why? Because, oh, there it is. So this has Menace. And it's a 4/5. But you're also giving your human a death touch. So it's kind of a, you know, it's one of those, I don't know if you play it cards. And then here's a Bloodfell. We don't need to go over that. And then a human token. Okay, so far we pulled 2 triomes, 1 that's foil. No, we pulled 3 triomes, didn't we? Yeah, we pulled 3 triomes already. Wow. 1 foil, 1. Okay, so we're going to jump right into another pack right here. Focus. Why don't you focus? Focus. It's like, you know what? We hate this card so much. No, I'm joking. Let's see. So where's my Ginger Brute? He's my control. So to get everything back in the focus, Ginger Brute. There we go. Okay. Do you see how that works? It's crazy how Ginger Brute helped. I never thought Ginger Brute would help my live stream. Okay. So it's a first striker whenever you cycle card. This prick gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Kind of cool. This glider, when it enters the battlefield, you get a counter of your choice. It's a first striker or a flyer. Usually we gave this flying, right? You can look at my Ikoria drafts on my YouTube channel. By the way, feel free to follow on Twitch as well. Capture Sphere. Well, we already went over that. This boar, we already went over that one. We already went over Dead Weight. We didn't. Light of Hope. You gain 4 life, destroy target enchantment, or put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Yes, and I'm still hating on Fires of Intervention. If you can see on my screen, latest member who survived Fires of Intervention. It's just a joke. So this is Rumbling Rock Slide. Ooh, look at the light. It's like, wow, it's really crippling this. All right. So it deals damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control. And it just wants to get out of here because the light is just killing it. Here's Aegis Turtle. It's an 05 for 1. Yep. It's Rat Mail. All right, so here's this thing. Whenever this creature mutates, put a +1/+1 counter. So it's a creature. Yeah, so it's just like one of those creature fillers in draft, like when you're running out of creatures, like, okay, I got to draft a creature. This is Corpse Charm. Again, put the top 3 cards of your library into a graveyard. Then you put a creature from that into your hand. Okay, cool. We don't need to read that one because we already... Reptilian Reflection, we've already done that one. Okay, Channeled Force. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard X cards. Target player draws X cards. Channeled Force deals X damage to up to target creature or planeswalker. Okay, this doesn't really see much play because you're giving too much advantage to a person just to do one thing. Here's this little elker, and you're like, or excuse me, it's not an elk. Well, it is an elk unicorn, but you're like, where do I remember this card from? From your drafts and also from the Lurrus cycle deck. Whenever you cycle this, put a lifelink counter on target creature you control. That's where you saw it from. In our rare is a Yadardo Wandering Monster. Okay, so this thing, it's got trample, it's got haste, it's got so much text that my camera doesn't like it. You can cycle it for 2, so it's got 8. Let's go right up in there. Can we do that? Does my camera like it? Okay, there we go. Whenever you cycle this, it goes back into your library. Excuse me. Whenever you shuffle this into your library from your graveyard. Okay, so if you cycled a card named Yadardo Wandering Monster 4 more times this game, you put it onto the battlefield. So if you cycle this sucker for 4, it goes onto the battlefield. Or you can just play with Winota and, just cheat things out. Okay. No foils, just a random advertisement for Tabletop Magic, Magic the Gathering. So since I am sponsored by Wizards, I'll just show you the whole thing right there. No table required because you have mtgarena.com. Little plug. All right, so let's go into another pack. Yeah, and again, see this little wire right here, guys? You see this little wire? Yeah, I have a lot of wires to the left side of me. So that's why you're like, why does he open up packs so weird? That's the reason. I have a bunch of wires. Okay. Next pack. And let's see if that will do it again. Okay, Ginger Brute, where are you? Ginger Brute, where are you? Ginger Brute, you're our control. Ginger Brute, do not fail us. You're our control here. So hopefully the camera didn't get all that bad. Okay, Ginger Brute, you save us. Praise Ginger Brute. Okay. Okay, so this is of 1 mind. It's for 3. And then basically this spell costs 2 less to cast if you control a human creature or control a human creature and a non-human creature. My bad. Draw 2 cards. So, yeah, my bad. On the first time I read that one. Here's that haster. We've already done on that one. This guy right here, he's a 1/4 vigilance for 2. So pretty good if you put that looting card where it gives +1/+1 to target creature. And then the creature, if it has vigilance, assigns damage to its power rather than its toughness. So this can become a 5/2 attacker, like a 5/5 attacker, literally on turn 3. And that's pretty good for limited, right? I forget what the name of the enchantment card is. Here's a little thing again. You'll see these guys played in the Rakdos decks. You can pay 2, search your library for a card named Whisper Squad. Then put it into the battlefield tap, then shuffle your library. Fully grown. Well, sometimes the way people are acting doesn't feel that way. But anyway, fully grown, target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Put a trample counter on it. Pretty good. So basically, it's a giant growth. You pay 1 additional colorless to give it a creature trample. So it's kind of cool. Yeah, we already did that one. Heightened reflexes. We already done Aegis Turtle. So let's just kind of go through here. We've already done that one. Okay, we haven't done that one. Essus Symbiote. So whenever a creature you control mutates, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature card, and then you gain 2 life. Alrighty then. Light of Hope, already done that. Been there, done that. Okay, this dude. Regal Leosaur. Its mutate is 3. But whenever this creature mutates, focus. When other creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. So, he's uncommon, right? Yep. Okay, this is kind of a really cool card right here. Let me move this over. Oh, okay. So this is kind of a cool card right here. If this will zoom in and see it. All right, I see it. Okay. So reconnaissance mission. That'd be a nice Scrabble word, by the way. It's a 4-dropper. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you can draw a card. It's very good, and you cycle it for 2. So it's very good and limited. Lead the Stampede. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal any number of creature cards from among them and put the revealed cards into your hand, so you have to reveal them. Put the rest at the bottom of your library. Doesn't really see too much play. And our rare is this dude. So you can read all that flavor text if you want to. It's a quartz wood crasher. But basically, if you have a creature with trample and it deals damage to an opponent, you get a creature with a trample counter. So like, let's say you attack with this. It's a 6/6 trample. And let's say they block with a 4/4. So you would deal 2 damage. You would get a 2/2 trample creature token. Or you can just read that elongated text and come to the same conclusion that I did. Okay, so no foils in that one. Ooh. What is this? So we get counters. Wow, you get counters in your booster pack. I did not know this, guys. You get counters in your booster pack. People are like, hey, yeah, so you can actually get counters inside your booster packs. Like, here's a hexproof counter, a menace counter, a first strike counter, a 1/1 counter, a reach counter. Well, that's kind of cool. See that? That's actually pretty awesome. Yeah, I like that. That's kind of pretty cool, actually. Okay, well, we're just going to keep on cracking. Little pack ASMR, right? People that like to hear packs being open. Like oh yeah. Bow, wow. Ooh, ooh. Alright, so anyway, enough of those side effects. Okay, so here we go. We have a Divine Arrow, and hopefully you can see that. Divine Arrow, there we go. Divine Arrow deals 4 damage to attacking or blocking creature. It costs 2. Pretty good card, actually. Got this dude. He's a 3/6. He costs 6. You're like, that's underwhelming. It kind of is. When it enters the battlefield, it gets something of your choice. You get a flying counter or a hexproof counter. Let's keep it moving on right here. Let me move my uncommons out of the way. All right. So then we have that 4/2. So we'll just bypass that, just blow through that. Here's this guy right here. He's for 6 mana. You can cycle him. He's a 3/6 vigilance. We got Wilt. So basically it's a disenchant with a cycle 2. Destroy artifact or enchantment. It's actually a really good one. Really good comment. Put over there. Here's this one. Sacrifice another creature. You gain life equal to that creature's toughness. Then you draw a card. It's a 4-dropper for a 2/4. Here's Pathfinder. When it enters the battlefield, you can search your library for a basic land card, reveal it. Then you can put it into your hand and shuffle your libraries for a 3-dropper. Make sure I get these all so we don't like reveal the rare there. All right, and here's this dude right here. Springjaw Trap. It deals 3 damage to any target. You have to pay 4, though. It's got flash. Yeah, I really don't play with this in draft. It's too much mana, too much tapping. Another card that I don't play with in limited, it enters the battlefield. You put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. So you mill yourself for 3. It's a 3/3 for a 3. It's got trample. So, I mean, it is what it is. Right here is a Boot Nipper When Boot Nipper enters the battlefield, you get your choice to pick a Death Touch counter or a Lifelink counter. So, actually, pretty good for limited play. This dude's a big card. It's 11/11 trample, but it costs 9. You can cycle it for 2. Whenever you cycle this, put a trample counter on a target creature you control. Yeah, there's a lot of cards that can eventually cheat this out. In the future here. We got this Mentor right here. When it enters the battlefield, put a menace counter on target non-human creature you control. Then you pay 3, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with menace. Not bad. Here's Escape Protocol. I feel like a lot of people relate to this in 2020, right? This is just a 2020 protocol. I'm just joking. Whenever you cycle a card, you may pay 1. When you do, exile target artifact or creature you control, then return it to the battlefield on its owner's control. And, what the? Seriously? We get a foil one, an alternate art card. We get 2 of them. Indatha Triome. I was literally going to put this as my thumbnail. Literally, I was going to put this card as my thumbnail in the video. And now I don't have to. Are you kidding? This is our 5th Triome. And 1's foil, and this is... Okay, I don't care if we get a basic forest. That's cool. Wow. And our human soldier is hurt. That's pretty crazy. So far, out of all the rares we've gotten, just to recant, the one we just pulled, let's put it closer, maybe it'll come in the focus. Okay, Indatha Triome, Quartzwood Crasher, Yodaro, Hunted Nightmare, Ruinous Ultimatum, Classification, Apex of Death, Garuda, a foil Triome, another Triome, another Triome, then Lava Brink Venturer. Guys, we're 1/3 through the pack and we've already opened that already. That is pretty crazy here. Those are Joker pulls. See the Joker? Put a smile on that face. If you're wondering, like, what are you showing me, by the way? It's just a Funko Pop. It's just, like, literally, it's just, like, here's the Joker. Here he is. See? Alright. Alrighty. Let's move on. This has been crazy booster pack openings here. So, for all the crack addicts, and I mean booster crack addicts, I don't mean... Yeah, don't take me out of context. All right. Here's Blade Banish. I thought it was banishing light, and I'm like, you know what's banishing? My light. Exile target creature with 4 or greater. It costs 4. This guy's got flash. We've already been through this guy, so we'll move along. This guy, he deals 2 damage. He does 1 damage whenever you cycle a card. Put that over here so you can see him better. He's a 2/2. Okay. We've already seen this guy right here. We've already seen that guy right there. Sacrifice another creature. You gain life equal to the creature's toughness. Draw a card. Ram through. Okay, so we need to talk about this one really quickly. I'm just not going to skip over it. So the mono green deck that's like in the top, a lot of the top mythic players are playing with it. Of course, we want mythic in the top 900. But since I didn't play a game today, we actually fell to 99% mythic. I hate to tell you that, but I checked it out on MTG Arena. So those that saw me live on Twitch yesterday, that were all excited that I just pushed a Grold deck all the way through into mythic. We were ranked 840. Yeah, I didn't play a match today, so we're now down to 99% mythic. That sucks. But anyway, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power. It's an instant speed too, by the way. Target creature, so it's a 2-dropper. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. They don't fight each other. It deals damage. If that creature you control has trample, excess damage is dealt to that creature's controller instead. So what a lot of the green deck will do is they'll attack with like a 7/7 serpent that has, that X serpent. It's like it's got reach, protection from multicolored, and they'll attack with it like it'll be like a 7/7 and 8/8 trample. Their opponent like a deck like Mardu Knights or Radkos will like block with 3 creatures, and then they'll just play this card, ram through, kill one of their creatures, and then and then pretty much that's the game over. Because if those decks cannot kill that serpent that has protection from multicolored, they're done. That's why Mardu Knights and Radkos doesn't like that artifact creature card. But Ram Through is one of the cards they use in that deck, so I thought I'd just highlight that there. Anticipate. Fire Prophecy. Already been through that. We pulled this guy like 1,000 times. Not really, like 4, but whatever. My favorite common in the set, because it's mutate is only 3, and whenever the creature mutates, it gives the creature +1/+1. So flying and +1/+1. Weaponize the monsters. And our uncommon is a Ominous Sea. So this is kind of like a bad version of Thing of the Ice, right? So whenever you draw a card, put a foreshadow counter on it. If it has 8 counters on it, it turns into an 8/8 Kraken token. You can cycle it for 2. Remember Thing of the Ice was if you had 4 counters on it, it would flip over and turn into an 8/8 with hexproof, and then everybody's creatures bounce to their hand. So this is like the watered down version, the seed watered down version of that card. Then right here we have Sanctuary Smasher. It's a first strike for a 6/4/6. Whenever you cycle this, it puts a first strike counter on target creature. Ooh. Then the Titan Ape. Okay, so what this does is it costs 7 or costs 6, and when it enters the battlefield, it fights. So it fights. So this could die. It fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. Then whenever this attacks, you destroy an artifact or enchantment defending player controls. Again, that green deck that I told you about, that's the who's ever Mythic number 20 and Mythic number 21 plays with what I just showed you, this green card. We played against Mythic 21, whoever that is. So they play with this. And then you can pay 2, return target human you control to its owner's hand. They don't use that ability, by the way. And then this gains indestructible to end turn. They use it for, it's just a 7/6. And when it comes into play, it kills a creature. And then when it attacks, you destroy artifact or an enchantment. So that they use it for this. It's kind of like a 2-for-1er in there. Then we just draw some, land and whatever. And then we get a dinosaur. Notice all the tokens that are bent are humans. Our dinosaurs are fine, our sharks are fine, but all of our human tokens, they're bent. Look, you don't believe me? Show you. Look at our human token. It's bent. See that bent? You're like, well, if the camera would fix it. Look, it's bent. Our dinosaur, our beast, he's fine. Focus. Okay, you just have to take my word for it. I thought that was cool, though. Nobody really talks about this. Nobody ever talked about this with the counters. You can get counters in your booster pack. The book counters. Because people are like on Arena, or they're like, well, if you play this in real play, how could you keep track of everything? They print counters. You can put like a lifelink counter on a creature, hexproof, and so then when you look at the creature, you go, oh, it's got menace, first strike. That's how they solved it. Wizards, anybody that's watching this video, send this to your favorite streamer and tell them in real play you can keep track of stuff because Wizards gives you the counters. They just have to open up a booster box. All right. Let's open all this up. Oh, yeah. Feel that ASMR. No, I'm joking. You're like, you open up your packs pretty bad, guy. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Glimmerbell. That's our first thing. All right. Glimmer my bell. Or should we say, yeah, oh, wow. Glimmerbell. Untap, target, untap, Glimmerbell. So yeah, you can mutate this sucker and then attack with it, then untap it. It's just devastating and limited. Very good card. Take that out of there. Right here, we did not open this common. It's our first common Pyroceratops. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put +1/+1 on this. This costs 4. Kind of like the, what was that, Weirder from M20? It was a 2/2 creature. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 on that. Except it was a 3-dropper. Kind of like that. I'm going to put my Glimmerbell over here, because I like Glimmerbell. Here's Manserval. We've already seen that one, so I'm not going to waste time, y'all. Gust of Wind. We've already seen that one, so I'm not going to waste time, right, y'all? Unlikely Aid. We haven't actually pulled that one. Target creature just +2/+0 and gains indestructible to end a turn. Oops. Yeah, we already saw that one. Fire Prophecy, right? Deals 3 damage to target creature. You put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library if you do draw a card. Yep, just 3/1, chilling in your neighborhood. Okay? So this is what I was talking about the alternate art, which you can pull. You don't need collector's boosters, guys. This is the alternate art to this card that we pulled. See that? So you don't have to have a collector's booster box to get alternate arts. See? They're the same thing. Okay? Yeah, we got this dude right here. Flourishing the lurrus deck Fox. Whenever you cycle another card, put a +1/+1 counter on Flourishing Fox, and then you can cycle it. There's a lot of people. This is our token is probably a human. It's bent. It's a human. What the? Why are all of our humans bent? I just saw a bent card. I'm like, it's got to be a human soldier token. How is all of our human? Is this a joke? Like, we must put a dent in all the humans. Seriously? Okay, we'll slide that right back. Flourishing Fox. Yeah, so you see this in Lurrus decks. Yeah. Some people call this Headache Fox. All right, then we got this Regal Leosaur. So we're just... Okay, Parcel Beast. Yeah, so we didn't pull this, so I'll just talk about it for a brief second, then we'll move on. Parcel Beast that mutates for 2. The good stuff. Look at the... So this acts kind of like a Risen Reef-ish. So you look at you pay 1, you look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put that onto the battlefield. If you don't put that card into the battlefield, put it in your hand. So it's like Risen Reef for one mana. And you tap the creature. That's basically what it is. Oops. What in the world? This booster box is awesome. Obosh the Prime Answer. It's a companion that hurts our human soldier token. Is Obosh just hurting all of our human soldier tokens in the booster box? It's like, yes. Okay, so Obosh. I don't assume everybody knows everything, so I'll go over the card. Obosh the Prime Answer, or Pry Piercer. You know what? Now I always butchered that card. I always call it the Prime Answer. Pry Piercer. It's a 3/5 for 5. And the reason why, so I'm going to go in here because I realize that you're not going to be able to see everything. Your starting deck contains only cards with odd converted mana cost and land cards. So things like some of the stuff that we pulled that I can't remember. Like, oh, good old Ginger Brute. Yeah. All right, and then if a source you control with an odd converted mana cost, so that means anything, a shock, a Scourge Spitter, all the annoying red cards. No, I'm just joking. Anyway, anything that deals damage, it deals double to that permanent or player. So not even just the player, it's the permanent. We've had many matches versus this card. And we get a foil. A lot of foils in this. Barrier Breach. Exile up to 3 target enchantments. Exile 2. Well, you know, it's not bad. Then, of course, we get our forest. And then we get our battered human. Why is all of our human tokens battered? Why? Why? It's been a trend through the entire box. Our shark tokens are fine. Our dinosaur tokens are fine. Every human token has been bent. Why? I don't know. Can't answer the question. Cannot answer the question. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to jump right back. I want to see how everything's working, of course. Let me see. Rot meow. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Guys, and I'll be right back, as I said. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll leave you with some nice little chill music. Let me see. I'll be right back.
Looking for
At Aspen.
Again, we'll be right back. Just give me like 1 minute. Alright, back. Alright guys, so, yeah, so also too with everything going on in the world, I understand that a lot of people are just here for pack openings and stuff like that, and that's pretty cool. But, the one thing that I do want to do really quick is that, you know, just give a shout out to a lot of the STNAs and the respiratory therapists and, a lot of the workers, the DOs, the doctors of osteopathy, the medical doctors, you know, because honestly, they're still, you know, dealing with things and stuff like that. So, you know, and also the cashiers, who, you know, realistically don't have protective equipment. They don't have it. Through this whole time, you know, exchanging money, dollar bills, and they don't have it. So I just want to take a small time to do that as well, because they really don't. And, you know, if you're a nurse and you get sick or something happens, an incident happens, you file an incident report, and the doctors will be right there to file it. And cashiers, they don't get that. They don't get to file those types of reports. There's not a medical team that's surrounding them that they're working with. Yes, credit needs to go where it's due, but at the same time, I don't want to lose track of, you know, all the other people that are doing that. And I'm sorting everything out really quick and talking at the same time, but I think that needs to be paid attention to as well. As I say, you know, Magic has life gain in it. One of my little, probably weird comments, but I say Magic has life gain in it, but it's not life. So if you want to have fun and play Magic the Gathering, play competitively, it doesn't matter. I do it at all levels. You feel free to subscribe on Twitch, or excuse me, subscribe on YouTube, but also follow me on Twitch. Because I'll be doing a giveaway for MTG Arena codes. I am sponsored by Wizards, full disclosure on that one. And I give away MTG Arena codes that have never been given out before. So those are for people that follow and also subscribe on the YouTube channel. And so I hope that kind of helps you out there as well, for doing that. But anyway, we're going to jump right back into everything. I think our pulls have been so good so far. And I'm just kind of adjusting everything the way that it should be adjusted properly. Again, this is a live stream. So again, just thank you for your patience. So we're going to dive into another booster pack right meow. And let me see if I can slide this over right meow so I can get some little bit more room. Hopefully my audio doesn't bounce out with that. So we're going to open up another booster pack of Ikoria. Let's dive into this beast. And let's kind of rifle through cards just a little bit faster, because I feel like we're just, you know, we're taking a lot of time here. But I don't assume everybody knows everything, so I kind of spend a little bit of time on the cards when they do focus in on the camera. Focus, 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 focus. Let me take that out. See if it focuses. Yeah. So this is Phase Dolphin. Whenever Phase Dolphin attacks another creature, another attacking. Let me just do this whole thing again. Whenever the dolphin attacks, another target attacking creature can't be blocked this turn. It's a 1/4. Okay, so that goes in the common bin. We've already seen this guy, so we're not going to spend all day on that. It's fully grown. Give a creature +3/+3 and put a trample counter on it. We're not going to spend all day on that either. We've already seen Unlikely A. Target creature gets +2 and +0 and gains Instructable until end turn. Yeah, we've already seen that one kind of play out. It's a 2-drop. It's instant speed. It's pretty good. This one, this is a 7/7 and it can't be blocked by creatures with 2 or less. Kind of like the Aldrain Garenbrig, the green Garenbrig guy. And you can cycle this for 2. Okay, cool. We've already seen that one, so let's move on forward. Wow, these are coming a lot better, aren't they? Rumbling Rock Slide. I wish I would have took this angle a while ago. I have to remember that. This is seeing a lot of a lot of standard play. Counter target spell unless it's controller pays 4. Convolute. So let's actually put that in a pretty good common pile. This one, Mistress Egg. We've already known that one. Okay, so Sprite Dragon. It's got flying. It's got haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 on Sprite Dragon. This one right here is Sanctuary Lockdown. Humans you control get +1/+1. Tap 2 untapped humans you control. Tap target creature an opponent controls. Not bad. Here's our Cunning Night Bonder. It's got flash. Creatures with flash cost 1 less to cast and cannot be countered. Oh, and I think we might have seen that one. Everquell Phoenix. It's a 4/4. It mutates for 4. But let's dive a little closer. Whenever this creature mutates, and comes in a little more clear, create a red artifact token named Feather. With 1, sacrifice Feather, return target Phoenix card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Kind of like a Rekindling Phoenix knockoff. Oh, and then a Fire Prophecy, and then land. Notice the only bent tokens are this is not bent because it's a beast token. The only bent tokens are humans. Seriously, that's been the theme of the pack and opening up triomes. Have you noticed that? That's been pretty crazy. That's been the crazy part. Crazy. Every human token has been bent, but every beast, shark, dinosaur, trample token, it's just been fine. Okay, right here is Phase Dolphin. Again, when it attacks another target attacking creature you control, can't be blocked. Let me try to refocus this camera in. It'll take a second. We're doing this live. Most people would just like edit this out of their footage. But this thing doesn't want to seem to do it. All right, so we'll move on from there. All right, Cathartic Reunion. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard 2 cards, draw 3. Divine Arrow deals 4 damage to attacking or blocking creature for 2. We already covered that. Mutual Destruction. Fully Grown. We already covered that. Pacifism. A much nice reprinted card. Again, this is a gremlin, not a goblin. Facet Reader, draw a card, then discard a card. It's a 1/3 for a 2-dropper. Night Squad Commando. When it enters the battlefield, if you attacked with this turn, create a 1/1 white human soldier token. Let me kind of put these more together. Here's that 3/5 that you can give reach or vigilance to. First uncommon in the pack is a Monstrous Step. Second uncommon is a Necropanther. It mutates for 4. Whenever this creature mutates, return target creature card with confirmed mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Necropanther. Zagoth Crystal. It's basically Sultai. Cycle 2. In the rare. Oh. It's an octopus. Oops. My camera's like... So this is the octopus that you see people play with. It's a 2/2, but the important part is this part whenever here. When this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. And then we get an island. And then another token. So again, guys, people saying, well, on Arena, how would you keep track of everything? Well, you would just put the counters on them. That's how you would do it. In real play. In real life. So that's kind of cool that they did that. I didn't know they did that. And I bet you there's a lot of people that just don't know that happens. So tell your favorite streamer or person there's a way to keep track of some of it. Because I know a lot of people are just like, okay, on Arena you can keep track of it, but in real play, what's going to happen? Well, that would happen. All right. All right, so here we go. We have a Garrison Cat. I thought about South Park for a second. All right, keep safe. Hope everybody's doing that. We'll go through there. Go for blood. Hope nobody's doing that. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. Cycle 1. Ram through. We already discussed that, how that's used in one of the top decks. Because you just block with some creatures, and then they just kill one of your creatures, and then their creature doesn't die. Oops. This is actually the first time we've pulled this one. This is a common, but it's like an uncommon common. So this costs 6. When it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Remove all counters from that creature. Don't know why it's so hard to pull. Don't know why we open up all these packs and that's the first time we pulled it. Light of Hope. Rumbling Rock Slide. Aegis Turtle. Already seen that one. Mysterious Egg. We've already seen that one. Primal Empathy. So this one says, wow, did my light just get like huge? Ooh. Okay, at the beginning of your upkeep, you draw a card if you control a creature with the greatest power among creatures on the battlefield. Otherwise, put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature. Yeah, so a lot of people thought this would be in Simic ramp. Unfortunately, it's not good enough. It's so with as a Simic ramp player myself, it's just not good enough. It's Risen Reef, Growth Spiral, all just have better value. To drop a 3-dropper that does nothing, it can't block, it can't, Simic Ramp's all about really not drawing the cards. It's really just about putting mana on the battlefield to cast your big creatures. That's what Ramp is about. It's not independent of you. Like, this is good in the late game, but it's not worth a main board, in my opinion. Now, that's just my opinion. Doesn't mean that's fact. Now, a budget Ramp deck, yes, it has a place. This guy right here, Avian Oddity. So it's a 2/4 for a 4-dropper. You can cycle it for 3. Whenever you cycle it, put a flying counter on a target creature you control. So I think that's a pretty fair card. Boon of the Wish Giver. Draw 4 cards, cycle 1. People do play with this, actually. In Constructed. I've seen this in Platinum status. I've seen this, and I was like, what? And a rare, another Quartz Wood Crasher. Oh. Okay. And we get a foil alternate art. Whenever this creature mutates, other creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Wow. And of course, it's not a bent token because it's not a human. But it does promote Magic the Gathering. No table required. mtgarena.com. By the way, did you know this is available on mobile devices? Now you can play on your cell phones. Did you know that? Okay. So we've seen some counters that we pulled, by the way. Again, tell your favorite streamer. If your streamer's like, hey, in real life, how does this work? Yeah, when you open up a booster box, they give you counters to put stuff on your creatures. So, like, let's do... So, I know the light's harsh on this, but it'll come into focus right about now. First Strike, Menace, Lifelink. See that? So, I know a lot of people are like, okay, on Arena, we can keep track of it, but how would it be in real life? They give you counters, like, literally. It's, like, right there. Like... Literally, like, clip this video, clip this footage that I'm showing you, and show it to your favorite streamer. And hopefully that'll be me, and send it to them. And say, hey, yeah, there's this guy that did things on live stream, and he just showed you, yeah. Okay, so our next booster pack. If you're on Twitch, you can clip it. All right, so our next pack is this dude right here. So, let's see if he comes into focus. Yeah, there you go. Perimeter Sergeant. And whenever he attacks, other humans you control get +1/+0 till end turn. Guys, we've had an amazing box. We've already gone through this. Phase Dolphin. We've already seen that one. Yeah, we've already seen that one too. Okay, Dark Bargain. Okay. Again, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand. Or put 2 of them... Okay. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand and the other into the graveyard, and it deals 2 damage to you. Survivor's Bond. So we have not pulled this common, so that's like a rare common here. Survivor's Bond, choose one or both. Return target human creature card from your graveyard to your hand, or return target non-human creature card from your hand or from your graveyard to your hand. So basically, it's just return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, pretty much. But we'll go on that one. Hampering Snare. Creatures get -2/-0 till end turn. That's for your opponent. Cycle 2. We've already went over that. Evolving Wilds. This is our first Evolving Wilds. You notice Evolving Wilds is like Fabled Passage. If you literally cut off this part and just put search your library for a basic land card, put on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library, and then if you just add on Fabled Passage, if you control 4 or more lands, put on the battlefield untapped. That's it. That's the only difference between this 25-cent common and that $18 rare. That's it. Is that last sentence. It's the same card. Literally. Look at Evolving Wilds and Fabled Passage. It's the same card. Just the last sentence of it. Okay. This one right here. Blood Curdle. Destroy target creature. Put a menace counter on creature you control. Always good. Plummet. Massive reprint. Destroy target creature with flying. Gotcha. This is in the lurrus life gain deck. If this feels familiar to you or you're having dreams from it. Bad ones. Dranith Healer. Whenever you cycle another card, you gain 1 life. Cycle 1. So it has a cycle ability on top of being a cycler. Okay, this has Vigilance. It's a 4/4. Whenever your creature mutates, you gain 4 life. Another uncommon, Neutralize. About the 3rd one we pulled today. Flame Spill. Deals 4 damage to target creature. Excess damage is dealt to that creature's controller. Yeah, Knight. MTG Arena. I don't know if it's that's what they're saying. Yeah, I mean that's what they're saying. It's available on mobile. And oh, we just pulled our 6th triome land. Knight, you came at like the perfect time. Your luck, man. Yeah, so here's our Mardu triome. This is our 6th one. We had an alternate art, a foil one. Holy crap. The first human token that's not bent. Every single human token has been bent. All of our dinosaurs have been fine. All of our tramples are fine. But yeah, somebody asked me on YouTube. They asked me if MTG Arena is going on mobile, and yeah, so we'll give that one. We'll give that pull a Joker pull. Put a smile on that face. But yeah, it's going on Arena. If it's not available already, it's going to be on mobile. So yeah. How you'd play that on mobile with a big stack, that would be another thing I think they have to work out, but yeah. That's kind of cool though. You know, a lot of people so anyway, we'll go into so this dude, he's a 6/6. We've already been through that guy. Manserval, already been through that guy. Glimmerbell. Remember, you can mutate this thing, untap it, pretty good. So we're going to put that in the good commons pile. See, there's my good commons pile. Okay, Cathartic Reunion, about the 100th one that we've opened. As an additional cost, cast a spell, discard 2 cards, draw 3 cards. We've already been there, done that. Oh, you've been using... So I've been using a stream to stream from PC to mobile. So have you been using like one of your devices like as a hotspot? Are you using like your cell phone as a hotspot maybe? I don't. Here is Fertilid, and again this is a protocol or Streamlink, okay, or Steam Link. So when this enters the battlefield, you get 2+1/+1 counters. Remove a +1/+1 counter from this, and then you search your library for a basic land card. So this is a very good mana fixer. And there's some Mythic players actually playing with this. Big time. Here's the Serrated Scorpion. We all know it from the Radkos deck. We all know it. When it dies, it deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life. I'll put him in the good common section, even though I don't want to. All right. So this guy right here, target creature. So let's. I think we're getting out of focus here. Yeah, suffocating my focus. Suffocating fumes. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 till end turn cycle 2. I think my light is getting brighter. Do you notice how bright my light is, guys? I have so much light on my body, like I'm gonna get a suntan inside. So this guy right here is Dreamtail Heron. Whenever this creature mutates, draw a card. Yeah, we've already saw that one. So let's move along. We've already saw that one. Creatures get +2/+1 till end turn. Alternate art of the Cloud Piercer that's got 5/4 reach. Whenever this creature mutates, you draw a card. So again, we're seeing a lot of alternate arts here, so we'll move that to the pile. I'll just move that over there. So this got Death Touch. It's a 6 dropper. That's not the reason why you're going to play it. Whenever you cycle this card, you put a Death Touch counter on target creature you control. So again, if you kind of... that'll go right in there. Yeah. So this one. So this is the first one we've opened. So it's called Momentum Rumbler. So when a Rumbler attacks, if it doesn't have first strike, put a first strike counter on it. When it does have a first strike counter, it gains a double strike until end of turn. We have an Auspicious Sterix. Again, a lot of people play this in their Mutate deck, so did we. So whenever it mutates for 6, it costs 5, is a 6/6, so great value card. Whenever this creature mutates, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile X permanent cards, where X is the number of times that creature mutated. So if the creature mutated twice, you look at the top 2 cards and put those down. And then if they're permanent, you put them on the battlefield. And we pulled our second Hunted Nightmare. I'm not a big fan of this card. I'm not the biggest fan. I understand it's a 4/5. It costs 3. It's got menace, and but when you look at this a little closer, when it enters the battlefield, target opponent puts a Death Touch counter on a creature they control. I just never saw the big value in this. But in more of a budget stream deck, I can see some of the value there. And we get a land, and then, of course, we get a companion token. So that's kind of cool, right? We're starting to see some tokens that we've never really seen before. So it's basically telling your opponent, hey, I'm playing with a companion. It says, as each game begins, you can place 1 card with companion here, so it'd be right over this. If your starting deck meets its condition, you may cast it once from here. So I think that's kind of cool because it forces your opponent to maybe look up the mechanic. It avoids some like cheating that would go on in real play. So I think that's the back of this card is just basically find your stores, localwizards.com. So I'll just leave that there. Well, what's really made our booster box kind of crazy is the amount of triomes, right? Like 6 or 7 of them, foil, alternate art. And so here's some late night ASMR. Put that down there. All right, so we've already been through this guy, the glider, right? When he comes into play, you can put a flying counter or a first striker on him. Kind of cool for limited. Frostlinks, really good in limited. When it enters the battlefield, you can tap a creature and doesn't untap during its next control's untap phase. If you're playing against it, it's really annoying. If you're playing with it, you're like, yes. We already went through this one. The ferocious Tigorilla. Perimeter Sergeant. When it attacks other humans you control, get +1/+0 until end of turn. Sudden. Target creature is +1/+3 until end of turn. Put a reach counter on it. Untap it. Yes, if you're looking on the screen and it says red, it says latest member who survived fires of intervention. I'm still I had a whole series on YouTube about fires of intervention. When it was in the top 8, when it was in the top decks, we kept on hunting for it. Mutual destruction. So again, we've covered this one, but it's got flash as long as you control a permanent with flash. So most likely, yeah. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a creature, destroy target creature. We already went over that guy. Everybody's favorite blocker. Just flash 1/6. That's all it is. Excavation Mole. We already went over that. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end turn. Cycling 2. Oh, Zenith Flare, our first one. Okay, so we'll talk about it. So Zenith Flare deals X damage to any target, and you gain X life, where X is the number of cards with a cycling ability in your graveyard. Simple, yet effective. Why do I have that land in the uncommon spot? Insatiable Hemophage. I think about hemoglobin every single time I see this card. Hemoglobin is something in your red blood cells. Anyway. So it mutates for 3. It's a 3/3. This thing's annoying a lot. This gets a lot of standard play, by the way, because of this. Focus. Okay. Whenever this creature mutates, each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is the number of times this creature mutated. So if they put this on a creature that mutated 3 times, yeah, you're gonna get smacked with 3. They're gonna gain 3, and yeah, it's just the card that I just every single time I see it, I'm just like, you are a creature nightmare, okay? You hemoglobin hemophage thing. And this is just a Mardu Crystal Tapper. And that you can cycle it. What's our rare? This is a really good card, but I don't like it. But I acknowledge it's really good. It's kind of like if you can identify somebody's like really cute. You're like, yeah, they're cute, but I'm not attracted towards it. Like, I'm not attracted towards that person. Like, they're cute. So this is a good card. I just don't like it. So I just don't find it attractive. It's got flash. It's annoying as crap. It's a 3/2. And whenever you cast another spell that has flash, which is not us because we never play with that, you draw a card and each opponent loses 1 life. So basically, this is on the battlefield. They cast flash creatures, draw a card, and then lose 1 life. And you lose 1 life. Yeah. You know what? You deserve... We don't even get a foil behind it. You know, what's up with that? And our human token is bent! What the... Every single human token is bent. Did they hate humans? Look! I can't make this up. What? Why? How? Our beast tokens are fine. Our trampled... What? I'm going to have to make a compilation of opening up booster packs and, like, this just getting destroyed. But you know what? That deserved a Doc Holiday. Yeah, that made me sick. Yeah, so this is the guys from Tombstone, by the way. Doc Holiday from Tombstone. Yeah, that deserved this. That booster pack deserved that. Yeah. Look at you. If you didn't watch the movie Tombstone, I recommend that you do. He's like, hello. My name's Val Kilmer. All right, yeah, so it's literally, it's like Tombstone, see? Right on the thing. Upside down, Tombstone. Okay. Yeah, so that deserved that. That's what that booster pack deserved. All right, from late night ASMR for all the crack addicts, and don't take me out of context. I mean, booster pack crack addicts that like booster packs. Yeah, Knight, I seriously, if you go through this entire footage and you just, like, seriously, every single human token has been bent. Every human token. And it's not like I'm opening up packs any differently than I am. Like, I don't know that there's a human token in there and I'm bashing it when I open it. You know what I mean? But it's really weird. So this thing. It's a Wolverine. Not the one from the DC Comics, of course. But it has double strike. As long as there are 3 or more instant or sorcery cards in your graveyard, it costs 3. It's a 3/2. So, pretty good card. We have the Glider. We already opened that one. Frostlinks, again, it taps a creature. Then that creature is untapped during the next untap step for 3. Kind of cute. Let me know if I'm on a big delay, because I think I'm on like a... No, I'm not. Okay, I was on a 4-second delay there for a second. So here's Rosh's guy. We've already done that one. Here is the Blitz Leech. Seems this is our only second one. I don't know why. Ooh, this is used for our Temur adventure deck. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You might reveal a creature or land card from among them and put that into your hand. Put the rest at the bottom of your library in any order. Pretty good. It's pretty good because Once Upon a Time got banned. Remember that? Put that in the good common section with all the bent humans. All right. If this comes into play, we all know what this is, but let's just let it happen. Let it happen. Spring Draw Trap. Every single time I see Bant ramp in Mythic rank, this is what I see. Spring Draw Trap. I'm like, oh. All right, anyway. Yeah, it deals 3 damage to any target. Really don't care to play with it because it costs too much. It taps you out a turn. Not good and limited in my opinion. All right, Excavation Mole. We've already done that one. This is a little nipper, a boot nipper. It enters the battlefield with your choice of Death Touch or a lifelink. That's actually really good. Clash of Titans. I feel like a Gruul deck versus Bant control. Target creature fights another target creature for 5 mana. This guy. 11/11. Cycle 2. Whenever you cycle it, put a trample counter on target creature. This could see some play after M21, where people put things in graveyards and recur. This little dude, Splendor Mare. And our rare, Bonder's Enclave. I'm happy with this pull because I play this in my Gruul deck. You pay 3, so let's just get up in there. You pay 3, draw a card, activate this ability only if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, which is like every deck in Standard. So that is a good rare. Ooh! A foil rare behind it. Des Oasis. Yeah, Knight. Once Upon a Time. Yeah, I miss I wish Once Upon a Time. I wish they would have done a theme there with Once Upon a Time. Like, did it for every color. Like for red, maybe do. Like look at the top 3 cards of your library if this is in your opening hand, and you can put a land or a, like. I wouldn't say instant card because that would give it too much power, but like a sorcery card. You know, like a flavor text. Like maybe like for white, make like a 0 cast. If this is your opening hand, you can gain 4 life. Or something like they could have made it a thing, I think. You know what I mean? Like that could have turned into like a new theme. I wish they really would have done something with it. But the power level at the time was just, you know. So this Death Oasis thing, we're going to have to get close up in there for this, right? Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. Then you can return a creature card with lesser mana cost than the creature that died from the graveyard to your hand. And then you can sacrifice this enchantment, which is Death Oasis. You gain life equal to the greatest converted mana cost among creatures you control. Yeah, kind of like the Omens. Yeah, I agree, Raph. Yeah, he's a human soldier token. He doesn't look bent, but is he? There is no bends. Oh, wow. He deserves... Yeah, that was our first... He wasn't bent. Kind of wow. Okay, guys. Going through this. Purging through some more of this stuff. I cannot believe they bent all the human tokens. Seriously, it's like... That was our first non-bent human token. And by the way, for people just joining, people that are interested in so the arena, I know a lot of people are saying, like, how do you keep track in real play of all the arena things going on? Come in the focus. Okay, we're gonna have to do it this way. Focus. Focus. We're going to have to bring out Ginger Brute for our control. Sorry, guys. When you do live, most people edit all this stuff, but I just do things live. If you're new to watching this, I make a lot of mistakes, but I also do a lot of things. Okay, so that's our control. See how that worked? Okay. So when people are saying, okay, on MTG Arena, how in the heck can we keep track of everything, right, in real play? Well, Magic gives you these things called counters. Flying, trample, death touch, flying, vigilance, +1/+1. So you just have to kind of, so show this to your favorite streamer. If you have a favorite streamer that's like always like, if they do this, like how, arena, okay, like how can you do this in physical play? Yeah, you just have to, so we've gotten a couple of these in our booster box, so that's kind of cool. All right. Our next up. My lights, I don't think you guys understand how much light is on my body right now to do this video. Okay, so whenever you cycle a card, tap target creature an opponent controls. Yeah, for the cycling deck. So we've already been through that. Of one mind. This spell costs 2 less to cast if you control a human creature plus a non-human creature. I know it says and, but I think plus would have been better. Draw 2 cards for 3. Honey Mammoth, it's just that 6/6 that when he comes into play, you just gain 4 life. It's that simple. Wish dating was like that. All right, so durable coil bug. Yeah, we've already been through that one. This dude right here, he's a worm. Yeah, so he can't be blocked by creature with 2 or less. Kind of like the Garenbrig guy in Aldrain. But you can cycle this one instead. Pacifism. Goes way back to Magic the Gathering history. We've already been through this one. Facet Reader, basically draw a card and discard a card. Been through that. Oops. It's got a 1/2 body. Good and limited. Right? Night Squad Commando. When it enters battlefield, if you attack this turn, create a 1/1 white human creature token. So it's a 2/3 body for 3. I'm not a big fan of it. This thing sees a lot of limited play. As you know, if you play it on MTG Arena, it's a 3/5 for 5. And you can choose a vigilance or a reach counter. This is our first pouncing shark. Pouncing shore shark. So I'll read it. It costs 4, or excuse me, it costs 5, but you're never really going to pay 5. You're going to use the 4 mutate, and then it's got flash. And then when my camera gets in focus, you'll be able to see what it actually does. Whenever this creature mutates, you may return target creature an opponent controls back to their hand. It's a shark beast. So this would even work with like the Orphan Guard, your companion that says you have to have like a beast, an elemental. Well, this would work because it's a shark, but remember the creature type is here, right? So here's a frog, Poliwag, Symbiote. Oh yeah, this is a really good one. Oops, I have to put this in an uncommon spot. Poliwag. So each creature spell you cost. Let me just do this whole thing over again. It's a 2-dropper for a 1/3. Let's get up in there. Okay. Each creature spell you cast costs 1 less to cast if it's a mutate. So if your card has mutate, it costs 1 less to cast, okay? Even your mutate ability has 1 less to cast. But whenever you cast a creature spell that has mutate, you draw a card and then discard a card. Pretty good. And back for more. So people are wondering what card can retrieve some of these M21 cards back on the battlefield. Well, we're back for more. And return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. When you do, it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. What's our rare? We pulled 6 triomes, a foil 1, an extended art 1. What's our rare? Ooh. Lutri, the Spell Chaser. All right, so I'm going to let you look at that, but we're going to get a little bit closer because I do realize this is live, so we're going to get a little closer. Companion, each non-land card in your starting deck has a different name. Flash, when it enters battlefield, if you cast it, copy target instant or sorcery spell. You can choose new targets for that. There's an enchantment that costs 5 mana in M21. It kind of does that already. It kind of gives you that ability already, this Lutri's ability at the bottom. I think that's going to wreak some havoc. Another human soldier token that's not bent. Cool. They just want to bend all these. All right, gone with the pack. All these can go too. Yeah, okay. All right, so we get this Sergeant here. Nobody's here for him. Thieving Otter. I like this card. Again, I always said if this card was printed 10 years ago, this would be a borderline rare. When it deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. Keep him in the good common section. Here's the Wolverine that gains double strike as long as there are 3 or more instant or sorcery cards in your graveyard. Here's Garrison Cat. Every single time I see the word Garrison, I think of South Park, so I can't help it. All right, Whisper Squad. Shh. Search your library for a card named Whisper Squad. Put on the battlefield tapped. So this gets a lot of use in Radko Sacrifice, basically. All right, we've already been through that one. Here's a 2/4 Vigilance. Already been through that one. Boot Nipper. That's just a funny name. Boot Nipper. When it enters the battlefield, focus. When it enters the battlefield, you get something of your choice, and that is either a death touch counter or lifelink. Here's Adaptive Shimmerer. and it's a 5-dropper for 0/0. And then basically, it's got flash whenever Shimmer enters the battlefield with 3+1/+1 counters. So Ozolith decks could utilize that one. Here's our favorite Crustacean, and it's a 1/6 for a 4-dropper. So I think everybody's played with that at one time. This is kind of cool right here. It's a hybrid mana. Creatures you control with flying have spells. Your opponents cast that target this creature cost 2 more to cast. This right here is a Chittering Harvester. Okay. Its mutate is 5, so let's see what its mutate ability is. Whenever this creature mutates, each opponent sacrifices a creature. That's what happens. Barrier Breach, exile the 3 target enchantments. What's our rare? Oh, just the card that I was talking about, the Orphan Guard. Yeah, so again, with that, look, with that beast, so basically what this says is, well, first off, it's 3 mana for 3/2. Its companion, if you so select it, each creature card in your deck has to be a cat, elemental, nightmare, dinosaur, beast card. So remember that shark beast that we just pulled? You could put that in there. Each other creature you control that's a cat, elemental, nightmare, dinosaur, or beast gets +1/+1 and it has vigilance. So pretty good card. There's the cat bird. Keep on trucking through the mana, or through the packs. I'm too tired, I'm saying mana. Okay. Alright, so right here, focus. Spell Eater Wolverine. Yep, we already seen that one. Adventurous Impulse, very good one right there. Whisper Squad, already done that one. Been there, done that. SS Symbiote, again, whenever a creature you control mutates, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature, and you gain 2 life. Pretty good card. Pretty good card. The one set that I think is going to be forgotten is Theros Beyond Death. The thing with Theros Beyond Death, people don't realize is that they didn't have... you're like, but there's a light of hope on your screen. Yeah, well, Theros... That's kind of weird how I'm talking about Theros Beyond Death, and then there's light of hope in my hand. But Theros Beyond Death, I think, is going to get overlooked because when it released, they didn't have a tournament. Right? They had a tournament a month later, the M20 championship. Then we had everything that happened in the world. So I think Theros Beyond Death is just going to be overly looked, and we're going to look back on it and say, that was a pretty good set. All right. People are like, we didn't come here for your opinion. We came for the cards. Shredded Sails. Choose one, destroy target artifact, or deals 4 damage to target creature with flying, cycle 2. Facet Reader, draw a card and discard a card. Already been through that one. This one we haven't been through, so we'll talk about it. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. It's for 2 mana. And then we'll get in there. Okay. Then you can sacrifice the dart. Target creature doesn't untap during its next control's untap phase. So again, if you're watching this on YouTube, I recommend that you follow on Twitch because tomorrow I'll probably be doing a live stream. We were Mythic ranked number 840, but we fell out of that because I didn't play a match today. So we're down to 99% Mythic. So which means we're Tier 1 Mythic. We're still at the top of Tier 1, but we didn't play a match, so other people took the slot. So what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, I believe, is I'll be doing a live stream. So for those on YouTube, you want to follow me on Twitch. Some people have already done that. And memory leak before I get it. But anyway, and I'll be giving away some codes. Now on Twitch, I can message the codes directly. YouTube, you can't do that no more. You're done. You can't private message anybody on YouTube. So that's why I always tell my subscribers on YouTube to bounce over to Twitch because that way it's a little bit more fair. Like I did a video today earlier where I gave away a code and it got sucked up like by a couple people like in 5 minutes. It got eaten up like just 5 minutes gone. All right, so memory leak. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from that player's graveyard or hand and exile it. So it's what it is. It cycles 1 and fast fight is 1. This sees a lot of play in Mardu Knights. A lot of play. So if you're playing at Mythic rank or Diamond rank status and you see Mardu Knights and they're swinging, they either have Embercleave or Fight as one. And it says choose one or both. And Mardu Knights has both. Target human creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains indestructible to end a turn. Target non-human creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains indestructible to end a turn. They use this card like a beast. They mainboard this. They mainboard about 3 of them. And Barrier Breach, we've already been through that. Exile up to 3 target enchantments, cycle 2. And this Blitz of Thunder Raptor. Okay. So this has got so much text, my camera doesn't like it. Alright, so when Blitz of Thunder deals damage to a target creature or planeswalker equal to the number of instant or sorcery cards in your graveyard. So if you have like 5 instant cards and sorcery cards, deals 5 damage. If that creature or planeswalker would die, exile instead. What's our rare? Ooh, Narset of the Ancient Way. This has been a very good box, guys. 7 triomes, a foil triome, alternate art triome, good companions, Narset of the Ancient Way. So I'm not going to pretend like everybody knows everything. So I'll go through it really quickly. For those that know what this is, just give a little attention to some of the players because I don't pretend like everybody knows everything. So it's a 4-dropper. It's Jizaki. And so what you do is you gain 2 life. And then on top of that, you can add a blue. You can't add all of them. You just pick one. A blue, mountain, or plains. Spend this to cast only a non-creature spell. So don't think you're going to just make up for Fire's Interventions being banned and then cast creatures. It doesn't do it that way. It's -2 ability, the most used ability. It says draw a card, then you may discard a card. When you discard a non-land card this way, Narset of Ancient Way deals damage equal to the converted mana cost to target creature or planeswalker. Then it's -6, which hardly everybody ever uses, but it can happen. You get an emblem that states, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this emblem deals 2 damage to any target. So kind of like half of Chandra's Torture Defiance. If you remember Chandra Torture Defiance, its emblem, it did 4 damage, this does 2. So it's Narset. And we do get a foil lurking Deadeye. Okay, hopefully you guys go to sleep better than the card's name tonight. Wherever you're at. So Flash, when Deadeye enters the battlefield, destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. It's a 4/2 on a 4. So it's not bad on limited play. And then we get our little mountain. And then we get a shameless MTG Arena plug on a live stream. So since I am affiliated with Wizards, I would just go ahead and do a shameless little plug for them. Tabletop not required, mtgarena.com. Again, check out go to your tablet. If you have one, download MTG Arena, and it should be available now on your cell phone, on your mobile devices. I don't know if it's available for iOS or if it's just an Android thing. I would think it's going to be an Android device first. That would be my opinion. If I had to guess. All right, so we're going to go ahead and jump into this. All right, we're going to jump into another pack. All right. Solid Footing. Okay, so this is the card that I was talking about, pairing it up with the man. So, enchant creature, it gets +1/+1. As long as enchant creature it has vigilance, it assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. So, if I can, a man serval, if I can just look through my comments. I'm not going to have time to do it. But yeah, so this can go on the man serval. It's that 1/4 that costs 2. It's a 1/4. Well, you can make it a 2/5 and attack like it's a 5/5, pretty much. That's what I was trying to get to. I was trying to find the card through here, but I just realized we pulled a bunch of them, but it's just going to take me forever to try to find it. Oh, wait a minute. I did find it. Okay, so this card pairs up very nicely in limited draft with this card, Man Serval. This is a 1/4 vigilance. Well, you pair it up with this, and it becomes a 2/5 vigilance, but attacks as a 5/5. See that? Like, I could see it if you get your hands out of the way. See how that works? Okay. All right, moving on to an ambush. Nobody plays this. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. You realize this because it's in the cycle deck. That's why you see it. But it can tap up to 2 target creatures. They don't untap during the next untap step. It cycles for 1. That keyword, cycle for 1, is the reason why it's in decks. Oh, look, another serrated scorpion. Radkos. Yeah. Fertilude. So basically, again, it's a 4/4, or excuse me, it's a 2/2 because it comes in with 2+1/+1 counters. You can remove a 1/1 counter, or just let it fall out of your hand and get an Aegis turtle. But this is what happens when you do things live. But yeah, so you remove a +1/+1 counter, and target player searches their library for a basic land card, then puts that on the battlefield tapped. So it shuffles out your deck. It's a 2/2 for 3. Pretty good. And then the Aegis turtle, of course, is an 0/5, just there. It's just there. Mysterious Egg. I already covered that card. Corpse Churn. Put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. Then you may return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Already been through that. Thwart of the Enemy. We've already been through that. This thing, we've already been through that. Shredded Sails. We've been through that many times. This thing's pretty cool. Vigilance. So it's a alert Heedbonder. Hybrid mana. At the beginning of your end step, you gain 1 life for each creature you control. So if you look at my YouTube channel, guys, from Twitch, if you go and watch one of my Ikoria live drafts, we build a deck. Actually, it's on my Twitch channel. Excuse me. Not on YouTube. But we built a deck where it was just vigilance, and we had 2 of these in our deck, and we just kept on gaining life. Just gaining life, gaining life. Pretty good card. I have a special place for this because of that. And we got an alternate art Parcel Beast. So notice you don't need to get the collector's boosters, right? You don't need to get them because, you know, it's alternate art. Yeah, it's not a foil. I get it. But if you want to spend less money to get more bang for buck, I think it's right in the booster box that we're opening, right? So there's the Parcel Beast right there, and basically it's like a Risen Reef pretty much, where you look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put that onto the battlefield. If you don't put that onto the battlefield, you may put it into your hand. So basically it's like a Risen Reef. Right here, draw 4 cards. Simple card, sorcery speed though. If it was an instant, this would see a lot more play. A rare, another classification. Our second one. What's behind it? Just the planes. What's behind that? Nope. He's good. All right. Okay, so right here is oh, people are just gonna love this one. So this focus on M21. This one got there's one just like this in M21. Focus. It's not gonna do it, is it? So we have to bring in our control, our Ginger Brute, because Ginger Brute's got to get us back. Okay, Ginger Brute's got us back. Okay. So Tentative Connection. This spell costs 3 less to cast if you control a creature with menace, but here's the part that people are just gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. There's an M21 card just like this. Then you have Act of Treason, Claim the Firstborn. M21 just came out with a new one. I think it's untap it, gain 2 life or something like that. Yeah. So Solid Footing, again, what I illustrated before. Phosphil Ambush, again, played in the cycling decks. Ram Through, again, played in some of the top decks. And at the mythic level. So be careful of this card when you're playing on MTG Arena. Because the instant speed and target creature deals damage. So their creature doesn't fight you. It just deals damage. So theirs don't die. To its power, to target creature you don't control. If that creature you control has trample, excess damage is dealt to that creature's controller instead. So they'll attack with that big serpent that's got protection from multicolor. It's got reach. It's got trample. It's for X. They'll swing with it. Mardu Knights and Radkos will like triple block it to kill it, and they'll like ram through. They'll kill one of their creatures in response, and it just wipes them out. That's why Mardu Knights has trouble with that deck. One of the reasons. Blitz Leech, we've already been through that one. Wilt, just a disenchant on green that you can cycle for 2. Bushmeat Poacher. What an interesting word for bushmeat. Sacrifice another creature. You gain life equal to that creature's toughness. Draw a card. All right, we're seeing more alternate art cards of the Heron right here. Whenever this creature mutates, you draw a card. So we've already seen that one. Blazing Volley. Might as well just say red deck wins killer. But Blazing Volley deals 1 damage to each creature your opponent controls if they're playing with Cavalcaded Calamity. I'm just joking, but not really, kind of, but yeah. All right. Anyway, our Rooting Malak. Yeah, so it's cost 5. It's a 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, exile target card with a cycling ability from your graveyard. Until the end of next turn, you can play with that card. I don't think people know that this exists. But it does, because it's right in my hand. All right. Hornbash Mentor. When it enters the battle, so it's a 3-dropper for a 3/3. Pretty good. When it enters the battlefield, put a trample counter on target non-human creature. So that's really good. Pay 3. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with trample. Really good card. I mean, just fundamentally just all the way around good. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a lifelink counter on it. And what's our rare going to be? Another alternate art Triome. That's our 8th Triome. That's number 8. And behind that's a foil. Well, and then there's the basic things. And this won't have any dents because it's a human. Or it's not a human, it's a dinosaur, so this ain't going to have any dents in it. Yeah, so that deserved the Joker. Put a smile on that face. We did that because we pulled the Triome. If you're like, what the heck is that? Guys, it's not really scary. It's from Batman. It's a classic Joker. Yeah. So, how about the Triome factor here? Wow. Wow. So far, we have Ketria Triome, alternate art, classification, Narset of the Ancient Way, Orphan Vanguard, Lutri Spellchaser, a foil Death Oasis, Bonder's Enclave, Slitherwisp, Hunted Nightmare, another Triome, Quartz Crusher, Sea Dasher Octopus, and apparently my camera doesn't like phoenixes. Okay, so I have to bring in my control. Yeah. So anyway, so here we pulled a Phoenix. That shouldn't be there. Oops, I picked up my uncommons pile. Dang it. Okay, so all these go over here. Right me off. We pulled an Obosh, the Primancer, the Ape, Venturer, an alternate art, Indatha Triome, another Crusher, Idaro, Hunted Nightmare, Ruinous Ultimatum, Classification, Apex of Death, Garuda, Foil Triome, Indatha Triome, and another Triome. So it's like Triome, Classification. Anyways, let's finish this. All right, so let's go right meow. Frostlinks, we already know what that's about. Tentative Connection, we already know what that's about. Ventress Impulse, very good card. Focus. Okay. As a Symbiote, we already know what that's about, right? Claw, Evolving Wilds, sure. Memory Leak. Again, if I'm going too fast, guys, it's because I spent so much time explaining everything at the very beginning. I wanted this video to be like an hour, and it turned out to be like 2.5. All right, so here we go. We're actually at the 2 hour and 28 minute mark. Okay, there that go. Okay, so search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. We already have one of these in M21. M21, it's a 2 colorless, 1 green. It does the same thing kind of, but it puts it into your... I think it puts 1 on the battlefield tapped and 1 in your hand. I can't remember. This thing, I already talked about it. Fight is 1. A lot of Mardu Knights decks use this. Be careful. We get the Jizaki Crystal and Apex Forever. Forever. So what this does is it costs 5 mana to get a 6/6 trample, but you may cast Apex of Forever from your graveyard for its mutate cost. Yeah. So Cavalier Thorns a bunch of crap in your graveyard and rip it out. And behind that, we get a foil Momentum Rumbler. And then look, again, more tokens. So that's kind of cool. Glad they would do that. All right. We are nearing the bottom, the rock bottom. See if this will focus. Focus. We got to bring out Ginger Brute again for our control. Ginger Brute. Okay, Ginger Brute. Or target. Go for blood. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. I never thought I'd use Ginger Brute as a control for a live stream. That's crazy. Spontaneous fight. Put a +2/+2. Creature gets +2/+2. You can put a flying counter. Kind of cool. Alright, so we already been through this guy right here. Wing guy. Wow, we pulled like 3 of these in the last 4 packs. He's out. Unlikely Aid. Wilt. You guys should be familiar with these cards now. As a Lurking Deadeye. Honey Mammoth. Alternate Art Cloud Piercer. Again, seeing a lot of alternate arts, a lot of foils. Don't need to buy the collector's packs for that. Farfinder. Primal Empathy. We already been through that. Okay. Swallow Hole. Wow, our first one. So we'll talk about that one then. Swallow Hole. As additional cost to cast a spell, tap an untapped creature you control. So you have a creature that's untapped, you tap it. Exile target tapped creature. That means not the creature you just tapped, although you could if you wanted to, but no. You tap an untapped creature that you control, then you exile target tapped creature they control. Then you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature that you tap to pay this spell's additional cost. I think they should have worded it how I said it, because I think a lot of people get confused because it's not outlined, but that's how you would do it. So it's cheap removal, basically. It's really cheap. But yeah, my webcam's not liking that, so I have to bring in the Ginger Brute as my control again. Yep, and that's Swallow Hole. Okay, and then this is basically just the Temur crystal. Ooh, Zirda the Dawnbreaker. Okay, so guys, I think we opened up every. I think besides Apex of Wishes, we've opened up every 7 Triome lands. 2 of them altered art, 1 foil. Okay, Zirda. So it's a 3-dropper for a 3/3. It's an elemental fox, and then each permanent card in your starting deck has an activated ability. That's the companion part. Abilities you activate that aren't mana abilities cost 2 less to activate. This effect can't reduce the mana and the cost to less than 1 mana. And then target creature can't block this turn. I think when this first came out, everybody was freaking out saying this is going to be the most heavily played companion, and then it turns out it doesn't. All right, so then we have the cliffs, and then we have a cat. All right, we have a cat token. And again, what we've pulled in these packs, besides a lot of things I said again, you can get these tokens. And of course, my camera doesn't like these tokens, so we're going to have to bring in... I cannot believe I would ever use a Ginger Brute as a control. Okay. So, this is Menace, Flying, Hexproof, Lifelink. So, if you're ever wondering how do you play with Arena Magic onto Tabletop Magic, well, Magic the Gathering is giving you counters. So you can keep track of stuff. Okay, next pack. All right. Bust open that thing. See what we get. All right. This dude right here, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Covered that one. Blade Banish, great removal, unlimited. Capture Sphere, good card. We don't play with it, so it's annoying to us. But whenever it's the battlefield, tap and chain a creature, and that creature just doesn't untap. Pretty simple, straightforward. All right, you notice this card because it's playing in the lure cycling deck. Whenever you cycle another card, this deals 1 damage to each opponent, and you probably felt that pain. Survivor's Bond. Return target human creature card from your graveyard to your hand, or you can choose one and choose target non-human creature and do the same thing. All right, Unlikely Aid. We've already covered that one, so I'll fly through that one. Bristling Boar. Cool and limited. Limited can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. You can stack it up, load it up, and pretty fierce and limited. Lurking Deadeye. Sabertooth, just a 3/1. Mossgoat. Goriak. 2/4 for 3. Vigilance. Footfall Crater, our first one in our pack. How do we open 7 Triomes, but this is our first Footfall Crater. Enchantland. Enchantland has target creature gains trample and haste until end turn. You have to tap that land, by the way, and you cycle for 1. Skull Prophet. Pretty good. Oops. So Skull Prophet's Golgari. He's a 3/1 for a 2. And you can add black or green and put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. Kind of cool. And then we get another alternate art called Lore Drakas. It's a 2/3 for a 3-drop. It mutates for 2. And then it says, whenever this creature mutates, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. If this had Flash, I think you'd see a lot more play. But it doesn't, so it doesn't. We pulled a second Lutri. Spell Chaser. Wow, okay. So again, I'll go over this very quickly. It has Companion, and if you do give it Companion, it's a 3-dropper for a 3/2. It's got Flash. Each non-land card in your starting deck has to have a different name. If it's your chosen companion, then of course Flash. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for that copy. Again, there's a red card in M20. It's cost 3 colorless, 2 red. it literally says the same thing Lutri says at the bottom. You can copy an instant or sorcery spell and choose a new target for it. We get an island and a human soldier token that's not bent, but he's got some damage on the top of him. Okay. If you're wondering why I'm looking at the human tokens, it's because for about 25 booster packs straight, every human token had damage. Every single one. But all the trample, the dinosaur tokens, they didn't. If you rewatch this video after it goes live, then you'll laugh because I make a few mistakes, and then secondarily you'll see what I'm talking about. But if you're just here for the laughter, that's fine. It's tough times. You can laugh. All right, target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end turn. This is a great card. I cannot tell you how many. Look at on my YouTube channel, my Ikoria drafts. I put a playlist of my Ikoria drafts. I did like 10 of them. This card in limited, put a flying counter on it. It's better than Giant Growth in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. Doesn't mean it's fact. You're like, what? I've seen this card before, but nobody plays it. Oh, yes, they do. They play it in the lurrus cycling deck because you can cycle it for 1. That's all you need to know. If you need to know more, you can pause and rewatch it. All right, this thing right here, it's Forbidden Friendship, and it costs 2. And, yeah. Solid Footing, we've already seen that one. Ram Through, I will harp this into the minds of every person watching this. The top deck, the player that's number 20 in the Mythic rankings, remember, we were number 840, they play with this card. So if you're playing Mr. Number 20, yes, Mr. 20, they play with this card, and so do a lot of decks. It's the mono green deck. You're like, oh, just mono green. No, it's mono green. And so they'll have you block. So let's read the card really quickly. Target creature you control deals damage. So it doesn't fight, it deals damage. So it does, their creature will not die. To target, to its power, to target creature you don't control. If the creature you control has trample, excess damage is dealt to that creature's controller instead. So they grab that little serpent. I believe it was from Theros Beyond Death, right? That little serpent. They grab that little serpent that has X, drop it down like a 6/6 or a 7/7. It's got reach, protection from multicolor. Radkos cannot kill it. Neither can Mardu Knights. So it'll attack with it. They'll load up all their blockers, and then they'll say, "Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to kill one of your creatures really quickly, and we're just going to ram everything through." So we just wiped your board, and have fun with that one. Blitz Leech. I've already been through that. Of course, that Wild is like a disenchant just for green, except you can cycle it. Bushmeat Poacher. That's a really weird name to name a card, I guess. But yep, we've already seen that one. Cloud Piercer, we've seen the alternate art to that one. We've also seen that one. Okay, so this is my favorite common in there. It has flying. Whenever this creature mutates, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Mutate 3. So yeah, give a creature flying, and then also give it +1/+1 for 3 mana. Very good card. It's a 2/3 body, so very good card. That goes in the good commons pile. Mystic Subdual. This is the first one we've opened in the whole booster box. So somebody asked me, does Death Touch Alright, so I'm saying, does a Death Touch creature only do 1 damage with Ram Through if it has trample? So if a Death Touch creature deals damage, it just kills the creature. So like if you have Questing Beast, for a great example, it's a 4/4. And we do this a lot in our Growl deck with Domri's Ambush. We'll just deal damage to a creature and it dies. It could be a 100/100 creature. It could be 100/100 with flying. If a Death Touch creature deals damage, that creature will die. It could be a 1/1, a 2/2, a 5/5, Death Toucher. It doesn't matter what type of Death Toucher it is. Alright, so this is Mystic Subdual, Flash, Enchant Creature. Enchant Creature gets -2/. If that was your question. I don't know if that was your question. Enchanted creature gets -2, -0 until and lose all abilities. Okay. This little thing, this son of a bastion of Embrace. I didn't swear. I did not swear. This bastion of Re-Embrace. This is played in a new black deck. And so let's just read the card. So it's for 3 mana, it's an enchantment. When Bastion of Remembrance enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human creature token. You're like, well, that's not bad. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Witch's Oven and the cat use this. It's a new trend. So if you see the cat and Witch's Oven and you're like, wait a minute, they're not playing Radkos. I have no worries. Oh, you do. I'm holding it in my hand right now. If you thought that was bad enough, that sounds like a Heartless Act. And it is, because I'm holding it in my hand. You choose 1, you destroy a creature with no counters on it. And then you can remove up to 3 counters from target creature. Yeah. So even Heartless Act doesn't kill the serpent, right? Because they'll just remove counters from it. And then we get the Ferocious Great Shark. When it enters the battlefield, counter target artifact or creature spell. And we just get a regular land. So that guy gets the whole... And here's the MTG Arena plug, I guess. Again, MTG Arena, no table required. Moving to a mobile device near you. That's not what it says, but I'll just plug it in. And this ferocious little thing, this ferocious gray shark. Look, my camera doesn't even like it. Poor little ginger brute. He's my control. See what ginger brute does? Yeah. So this thing, you know what? Yeah, it gets the it gets the Val Kilmer tombstone. This little look right here. Yeah, it gets him right there. Doc Holliday. Yeah, it gets that. He needs a doctor because he's sick. That great shark is just pitiful. All right, on to the next pack. So I'm trying to think. We didn't pull a Sky Nomad. Well, we only pulled 1 Planeswalker. I could use a Vivian is what I'm after, actually. So, okay, so we already know what that is. Perimeter Sergeant, we already know what that is. Phase Dolphin, we already know what it is, but I'll say it. When it attacks, another target attack creature can't be blocked this turn. I noticed this in drafting on MTG Arena. Did you ever wonder, like, is it me or is Humble Naturalist like a rare common? Like, because when I'm drafting on the Ikoria drafts, he was kind of hard to come by. And this is our first Humble Naturalist. We've pulled more Lutries than we have Humble Naturalist. So at least Wizards is consistent with the MTG Arena pulls and the real pulls in real life. Add 1 mana of any color, spend this mana to cast a creature spell. Wow. Dark Bargain. I have too much light on me to read that, but if you want to read that, you can. I think I have too much light on myself. As a Symbiote. Racking Claws. Okay, so we haven't really opened this one right here. Yeah, so Racking Claws is target creature gains double strike until end of turn. Pretty good. I'm surprised this isn't played a lot more. Evolving Wilds. Memory Leak. Oops. We'll just move on from that. Essence Scatter, counter target creature. You're like, yep, I know. Oh, this guy right here, Valiant Rescuer. You see this again in the cycling deck with Lurrus, the red-white cycling deck. Whenever another creature for the first time each turn. So, okay, let me just read that again. Whenever you cycle another card for the first time each turn, create a 1/1 white human creature token. This and Flourishing Fox is their like bread and butter. This is my uncommon stack, and I literally just put the shark, even though it's rare, in my uncommon stack. Okay, each creature you control with Menace can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. I think the next one's a rare, right? Nope. It's an Indatha crystal. Okay, the next one's a rare. Oh, you're kidding me. I just made fun of you, and you come back. Are you serious? Or there better be a nice foil behind this. Nope, a plains. No, oh, and a battered human token. Oh. All the human... Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Come on. Anybody need a free human token? Hey. You know, my camera doesn't even like them. Every single time I show it to the camera, it doesn't like it. Here's Ginger Brute to be the control to this thing. Yeah, look. Look at you. This is so strange. You know what this deserves? You know what? Not only is it going to the uncommon pile, but it deserves a Doctor Strange. Yep. That's what it deserves. Doctor Strange. Gosh. Kidding me? I didn't think I'd have to pull out the Doctor Strange. Come on. Dang it. Alright. Like, it can't be that bad. Whatever. Okay. Well, obviously after that episode, I'm going to have to bring in This Is My Control. Ginger Brute is so... He looks like a battered human. He looks like our human tokens. He's just battered because I keep on grabbing them and jabbing them into controls, but that's the reason why. Okay, yeah, so go for blood. Spontaneous Flight, great card for limited. Put a +2/+2, and then put a counter on a creature flying. Wingfold, yeah. He's better than the shark. I'm joking. So yeah, you choose one. You get a flying counter or hexproof counter on this. Is a 3/6 for 6. Pretty good. I think this is better than the shark. Fertilude enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Remove a +1/+1 counter. And target player searches your library for a basic land card, puts it on the battlefield tab. Great for thinning out your deck. Really. It's like a Fabled Passage for 2. If you kind of want to look at it that way. Serrated Scorpion, I know we've opened 100 of you. You're Radkos. Fire. Plummet, destroy target creature with flying. Draineth Healer, whenever you cycle another card, you gain 1 life. Heighten Reflexes, target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Put a first strike counter on that, and that's for 1 mana. Again, if you're viewing this on YouTube, you can feel free to head over to my Twitter. I'm not very creative with my name, so it's just like Derek_Roberts_MTG. Yeah, it's like the Aegis Turtles. Like, it's just a... Yeah, so my usernames aren't, like, fancy there. Unexpected Fangs. Put a +1/+1 counter and a lifelink counter on target creature. Pretty good. Alternate Art. Pounce Elk. I thought it was a ferocious great shark. I thought it was this. Literally thought it was this. I'm like, really? Okay, so basically whenever this creature mutates, you may return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Kind of cool. Grim Dancer. It's got everybody dancing. When it enters the battlefield, each choice of counters. Menace, Death Touch, or Lifelink. With 2 different counters. Love Drakis, about our 3rd alternate art that we've gotten. So again, it's a 3-dropper. It's 2/3. Let's get closer. It mutates for 2, and then whenever this creature mutates, you can return an instant or sorcery card from your hand or from your graveyard to your hand. And it doesn't say until end of turn. It says just to your hand. So if this had flash, it'd probably see a lot of play. But it doesn't, so let's move on. Okay, so Offspring Revenge. Yeah. At the beginning of your combat on your turn, exile target red, white, or black creature from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 1/1 that gains haste until end of turn. Don't really see this played in you say this is a Mardu Knights deck. A budget form, so like a budget Knights deck. I could see this being played. So we're not going to discredit the card. I mean, you know. And then we get an island. And then we get a human. That is fine. All right. All right, guys. We're winding down here. So, and girls. We are winding down. And that's just a 4/2. Okay, we've already seen that. Checkpoint Officer. Let's just not comment. All right, Thieving Otter. Pretty good card. This guy right here. Yeah. Bristling Boar. Faucet Reader. Gotta fly through these here. Night Squad Commando. Got a pretty cool card. Again, you can give him Reach or Vigilance. Light of Hope. Rumbling Rock Slide. It deals damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control, and it's for 4 mana. Migration Path. Again, we've already seen that. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them on to the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. So kind of like a weaker version of, I forget the one that gave you zombies a couple years ago. Forget. Will of the All Hunter. So, target creature gets +2/+2. And until end of turn, if it's a blocks, it gets 2+12/+1 counters instead. And you cycle it for 2. This thing right here is another uncommon. It's Storm Wild Caprador. I've never seen a need for it. It's a 1/3 flyer for 3. If non-combat damage would be dealt to the Caprador, prevent that damage, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each 1 damage presented this way. I guess if you were to play this and load it up with a bunch of enchantments, I guess, and somebody try to kill it, I guess that would be the point of the card. Oh. Well, hello. Yeah, so Bane of Monsters. So he's a 2-dropper for 1/3. He's got Death Touch. So at the beginning of your upkeep, if your opponent controls no permanents with bounty counters on them, they're not. Put a bounty counter on target creature, planeswalker, an opponent controls. Whenever a permanent an opponent controls, so it doesn't have to be a creature, it's just a permanent. Let me see if it can do that. Okay. Whenever a permanent an opponent controls with a bounty counter on it dies, you gain 3 life and draw a card. So, pretty good. And this is just your typical, you're going to get this in about every pack. It's just a typical land. And then here's our beast. Oh, that's the very first token that's So our tokens are taking a hit. I wonder if the backside of the booster box got hit, or it got just something happened to it because of the way that the tokens are kind of, not all of them, just some of them. So I just wonder if it's the if it's something like that that has to deal with that. I don't know. Look, and by the way, notice there's another flying trample, so there's counters for that. So, you know, for playing tabletop Magic, to make it easier for you. Okay, so put that aside. All right. And another raptor. Okay. Imposing Vantasaur. All right. Gust of Wind. All right, we'll move on from that. My camera doesn't like it anyway. All right, and I think this light is just getting more harsher and harsher as time goes. These types of lights, they do that. All right, so it enters the battlefield. It gets one of your choice, a trample counter or a menace counter on it. It's a 4/3 for a 4-dropper. I think this is like literally, it might be the 10th one we've opened of this one. Crustacean, that 1/6 flash blocker. Fire Prophecy, pretty good common. Sabertooth, 3/1. Again, these cards used to be cards like this would have been so valuable back in the 90s, but now, not so much. Anticipate, just a reprint. We're losing you, guy. Okay. So you look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, and the rest at the bottom of any order. So it's like a brainstorm for additional 1. Pretty good card. I like it. It's a good common. All right, we hit our first uncommon, Wingspan Mentor. When it enters the battlefield, you put a flying counter on target non-human creature you control, and then you pay 3. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with flying. Pretty good. Then we get a alternate art of Trumpeting Gnar. Whenever this creature mutates, create a 3/3 beast token, but to mutate it's 5. To cast it, it's 3. Again, if it was printed back in the day, but today, it has to... Let's see what we get, though. Another Porcuparrot. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. Oh! Everybody's favorite companion. Sky Nomad. So, let me just read it. It's Yorion, Sky Nomad. Your starting deck contains... So let me put this up in there. Okay, so your starting deck contains at least 20 or more cards than the minimum deck size. So I don't know how Fires of Intervention kept on getting turn 4 fires when they played with this card, because they were playing in an 80-card deck. But, flying... When Yorion enters the battlefield, exile any number of non-land permanents you control or own. Return those cards back to the battlefield at the beginning of your next end step. Pretty cool card. And then we get a foil behind that. It's a Necropanther. We've already been through this. I actually think that's our second foil of Necropanther, to be honest with you. So we'll put the Necropanther in the uncommons. Those 2 great sharks, by the way, they're still in my uncommons pile. All right. We have, as you can see, 2 packs to go. Man, I made this video a lot longer than I ever intended to. I was like, I could do this in an hour. I can do this live in an hour. Well, guys, I like to explain things a lot. I don't pretend like everybody knows everything, and, you know, that's the deal there. If you're listening to the background, that's me grabbing all these packs and throwing them. But, yeah, I don't pretend like everybody knows everything, so I kind of went over cards a little bit more than I intended to at the beginning. So, and then Ginger Brute. Again, this is live, guys, so everything that I do, you typically would edit, but whatever. All right, so here's Of One Mind. We've already seen that one. Well, we pulled enough of these, we can build like 4 cycling decks. Whenever you cycle another card, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. So you're used to seeing that. It's a good common. Imposing Vanster, cycling 1 is a 3/6 for a 6-dropper. I don't know if you can see that right there. And again, feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Here's starting development. And follow on Twitch. The Twitch should be in the description. Startling development. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a blue serpent with a base of 4 and toughness of 4. Basically, you see this in the cycling deck. That's why you're, you know, it cycles for 1. It's a cheap cycle. Mutual Destruction. We've already seen that one. Fully Grown. Very good card. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gets a trample counter. Very valuable. Mosscoat Goriak. We've already seen enough of those. Suffocating Fumes. Feels like when you're playing against lure cycling decks. But this card doesn't say lure cycling. It says creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 till end of turn. Then you can cycle for 2. So I guess it could be played in lure cycling. Never mind. Dreamtail Heron. Whenever this creature mutates, draw a card. Coordinated Charge. How I would like to be in our Gruul deck. Okay, so let's put a little tension to this one. Call of the Death Dweller. My light's a little harsh for this one, isn't it? Okay, so there you go. Return up to 2 target creature cards with convertment cost 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a Death Touch counter on each of them, and then put a Menace counter on either of them. Yep. So, that thing can be pretty vicious. It's uncommon from Ikoria. Then here is the, basically Jizaki Crystal. You can add a blue, add a mountain, or add a plains, or you can just say nothing and cycle. There's the Bastion of Remembrance. When Bastion of Remembrance enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human creature token, and then whenever a creature you control dies, your opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. So, the Cruel Celebrant, the one, it'll rotate out. I think, what is it from? Is it from M20? Maybe? No. Maybe, yeah. Anyway, whenever a creature dies, it's a 1/2 creature that is for 1 white and 1 black. Whenever, it says the same thing as this. Whenever a creature you control dies, I'll say a non-token creature. So people will use this in a Celebrant deck, or they'll use this in a Witch's Oven deck. A mono black Witch's Oven deck is floating around in the... We're not in Diamond League anymore. We're already a Tier 1 Mythic. But in the Diamond League, this was floating around quite a bit. And Emergent Ultimatum. Alrighty then. So the only ultimatum we didn't get was the Temur ultimatum. There's a subscriber on my channel that absolutely loves the ultimatum. I forget the name of it. But anyway, search your library for up to 3. So, okay, so it costs 2 black, 3 green, 2 blue, so it costs 7. Let's go into the card just a little bit deeper, shall we? Search your library for up to 3 mono colored cards. So not just any color cards, mono-colored, with different names, and exile them. An opponent chooses one of those cards. Okay? Shuffle that card into your library. You may cast the other cards without paying their mana costs. Then you exile this. I don't know if Graph Digger would stop this, because Graph Digger's Cage does not allow you to play cards from your library or your graveyard, but technically you're casting these cards from your exile zone. So I don't think Graph Digger would stop this, because You're not casting this from your library or your graveyard. You're casting it out of your exile zone. So I think this would bypass Grafdigger's Cage. It's a thought. I don't know. Oh, and then we get another... Oh, yeah, I already highlighted that. So, see, guys, you get a lot... So, a lot of people are worried about, well, how does Arena convert to physical play? Well, you get counter. So, let's say you... Like, I mutate... let's make up an example here. Let me pull something. And then we'll open up the last pack and finish, but I just want to show you. Let's say we mutate. Okay, so this is cool. Okay, so say we grab... Let's say we're playing Tabletop Magic. And dang it. Ginger Brute. We need you. Okay, pretend like you're playing Tabletop Magic. And the reason why I keep on pulling out Ginger Brute is because the camera that I'm using is a $75 webcam that most YouTubers, they use them. But I had to calibrate this camera that I'm using because this camera is god-awful live streaming. It's god-awful. So I had the settings that I used. I knew that I would have to use Ginger Brute as my control. Okay? So that's the reason why. And Ginger Brute's been through a war today, hasn't he? Look at all that control stuff. He's been bashed up, like our human tokens. Anyway, so imagine you're in role play and you have Sky Nomad out, right? And you mutate it. And you're like, okay, well now the creature gets a +1/+1 counter. Now it has flying. Now it has all this. Oh my gosh, what do I do? You go to your little counter and you say, okay, flying, okay, and then he's got a +1/+1 counter. Hi, Ginger Brute. Ginger Brute, I need you. Come to life. Okay, there you go. So, do you see what I'm saying? So, it's an easy way for Tabletop Magic to convert hexproof. And the reason why the camera isn't picking it up, because it's a lot of colors. It's a lot of colors, and you can actually see my backdrop actually pick up better than at that time. But, it's, Menace, hexproof, lifelink, reach, +1/+1. So, that's how you're going to kind of have to do it. Okay, last pack. We all know. So, who believes that this last pack is going to be good? Wow, it's already 11:35 p.m. Well, if you live on the West Coast, it's 11:35. If you live on the East Coast, then it's 2:35. If you live Central, it's 1:35. If you live in Great Britain, then it's 7:35 in the morning. All right, so here we go, last pack. What do we believe in? Then I'll go over all the rares, besides the Great Shark, because I consider that an uncommon. All right, so imposing... So, last pack. Startling Development. Bristling Boar. Lurking Deadeye. Whatever Tiger. Shredded Sails. A lot of artifact hate, actually, if you think about it. Hampering Snare. Evolving Wilds. Blood Curdle. Flourishing Fox. Whenever you cycle another card, put a +1/+1 counter on Flourishing Fox. Cycle 1. That goes in the uncommon spot. Avian Oddity. Whenever you cycle Avian Oddity, put a flying counter on target creature you control. Poliwag, our second one. Each creature spell... So for each creature spell that has mutate, costs 1 less to cast and also does their mutate abilities. And then whenever you cast a creature spell that has mutate, draw a card and then discard a card. Could be good with Euro Titan of Nature's Wrath, right? You could have a deck that puts things into the graveyard and rack up Euro Titan. And our rare Kinman Bonder Prodigy. So whenever you tap a non-land permanent for mana, you add one more of any type that can be produced. You can pay 7, look at the top 5 cards of your library, you may put a non-human creature card from among them onto the battlefield. Not in your hand, the battlefield. Put the rest at the bottom of your library in any order. And behind that, Rumbling Rockslide. Behind that, Rugged Highlands. And of course, we would end with a Human Soldier token. Huh. Probably the best one we've ever gotten. So, to recap. Oh, I got one more pack. Oh, that was stupid. All right. Is this... I want to make sure I'm not mixing collectors with regular. Okay, so this is a regular one. All right, I thought it was a collector's booster pack for a second. I was like, oops. Like, that would be a little weird. It's like, and for the last one, all foils. All right, so this is our truly last pack. Okay. Ambush. Tap up the 2 target creatures. They don't untap during the next untap phase. You can cycle for 1. Here's the Wolverine. It gets double strike as long as there's 3 or more instant or sorcery cards in your graveyard. Glider, really good and limited. Enters the battlefield. It gets at your choice, flying or first strike. Usually you go with flying. Frostlink, another valuable draft. This would be a very good draft pack. Enters the battlefield, tap target creature and opponent controls. It doesn't untap on the next untap step. Almighty Bushwag. We got 3 of them because I've been keeping count. Mutual Destruction. I just like Bushwag, so I don't know. And again, this guy right here, they also use that in the green deck. You know, again, in the top 100 decks, or the top 100 players on MTG Arena. And let me just stress this for a second. I've been saying it just like the top, like we placed in the top 850. It doesn't mean you're the, you know, as they say, if we got ranked 500, it doesn't mean we're the 500 best player. It just means we play on MTG Arena, we play enough. It just so happens that in that form of competition, we're the, you know, you're that best. It doesn't mean you're the 500 best Magic the Gathering player. So I don't want to come off and make it sound like just because we placed really high doesn't mean, or placed, you know, high, it doesn't sound like we were, you know, no. So anyway, Migratory Greathorn, again, played in a lot of the topper decks here. Mutate 3. That's what makes it great. It's a 3/4, and you can mutate it for 3. And then you can put it all like on a mana dork, like a Gilded Goose or something like that. And then whenever this creature mutates, you search your library for a basic land card and put it on the battlefield tapped and shuffle your library. So that's the reason why it's used quite heavily there. And then we have a Gloomed, kind of like that card anyway. A Gloomed Pangolin. It's a Nightmare Pangolin. Yeah. Nothing more to say about that. Deals 1 damage, so this is a Blazing Volley. Oops. To each of your creatures your opponents control. We've already seen this card enough, but it's a 3/3 for a 4-dropper. Enters the battlefield, you create a 1/1 white human soldier token that have all been beat up in our box. Here's a Huntmaster Liger. And so basically, whenever this creature... So it's a 4-mana, 3/4 dropper. It mutates for 3. Whenever this creature mutates, other creatures you control get +X until end turn, where X is the number of times this creature has mutated. So in a budget mutate deck on MTG Arena, it's only going to cost you an uncommon. I mean, it could be worth it then. This is even a better mutator one, Glowstone Recluse. Mutate 4, but it costs 3. So it's one of those rare cards where the mutate costs more than the casting cost, but it's for a reason. Because whenever you mutate this creature, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it. That's the reason. It's pretty big. And for the rare... Nope, it's uncommon. Dang it. Alright, I misjudged it. Dustfang Mentor. I think it's the first one we got, actually. When Dustfang Mentor... So it's a 3-dropper for a 1/3. So when it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1... Or, excuse me, put a lifelink counter on target non-human creature you control. Then you can tap it for 2 and put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with lifelink. So just think about this in a budget deck when M21 comes out with all the lifelink or gain, like the life gain cards. This could be a card that could be used in that realm. So definitely important to pay attention to. And an alternate art, Equivalent Phoenix, and it's the third one that we pulled in this box. That's why I'm like, okay. So the alternate art, by the way, they get rid of all the mutate like text. They get rid of all like the text and they just condense it. So I think, yeah. So whenever this creature mutates, create a red artifact token named Feather with pay 1 colorless, sacrifice Feather, return Phoenix card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a 4/4 flyer. So kind of like Rekindling Phoenix. And then what's behind it is a swamp. And what's behind it is an ad. Okay. So that is the box of Ikoria. So if there's anybody new to the game of Magic the Gathering and they're wondering or returning and you don't have the time to explain everything to them, have them watch this video because I went over like every card in detail at the very beginning. So this would be a good video to watch. Up next on the deck, I might open up this mystery booster box. Just, it's sealed. The mystery booster box. Yeah, so this is a one where it can have a mana, it can have a lot of things, like a $200 card. It can have a lot. It can have a $200 card. There's a lot of stuff it can have in there. But I mainly deal with standard. So again, I'd encourage you to subscribe on YouTube and then also follow on Twitch because you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Doing it that way because our poor little ginger brute. Look at the battle he's been through. My control for the webcam. So I would encourage you to do that. Honestly, is to subscribe and then also follow. Because you're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone there. In that regard. But the rares that we've gotten, let me go over them. We'll try to put all the triomes into one. We'll put the Phoenix. We'll put... Yeah, that's the Phoenix again. Put that there. Put another triome there. Put the companions. It was a good box. I think it was a good box. It's everything that, you know, if you're into Ikoria, it's you know, is definitely something that we pulled. Okay, so let me just go over all the rares. I'm not going to go over all the uncommons because that'd just be ridiculous. And oh, I still have a great shark in my uncommon pile. Yeah, I do. I guess I'll put them in the rare. Yeah. All right. So here's the rares that we pulled. You can kind of be your own judge. I'm not going to say if it was better or whatnot. Let me just make sure I have. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay, so here's our rares. Here's the meat and potatoes, and we're going to have to... Then I'll wrap this up. See how Ginger Brute on this webcam just makes everything like look better? It's like, bam, I can read the cards. So this was the second rare that we pulled, was a Ketria triome. It's the temur one. It's a forest, an island, and a mountain. And it's very important because you can, with the like misty rainforest and stuff like that in modern, you can search for these. These are searchable. Because Misty Rainforest will say, sacrifice Misty Rainforest, search for a forest or an island. You can actually search for these with the fetch lands. So that's the foil. Then we pulled an Indatha triome. That's an alternate art. Then we pulled another Indatha triome that's just regular. Then we pulled another triome that's Jizaki. This is the first rare that I pulled. And then the second rare that I pulled was literally that foil triome at the bottom. So I was like, okay, this box is going to be either ridiculous or just triomes. And it turned out to be triomes. Here's another triome. If we can get that in there. Here's another triome. So literally the same, well, they're different triomes. So I pulled the foil one of this and then the alternate art of this. Then we have two classifications. Our companion, Sky Nomad. Then we drawn the Kinman Bonder Prodigy. An Emergent Ultimatum. Bane of Monsters. Oops. Ginger Brute. Bane of Monsters. Offspring Revenge. Apex of Forever. Foil Oathis Death. Narset of the Ancient Way, our only planeswalker we pulled. Bonder's Enclave. A Slither Wisp. We pulled a Hunter Nightmare. Actually, two of them. We pulled a Quartz Wood Crasher, two of them. Sea Dasher Octopus. Kogla, the Titan Ape. Lava Brink, Venturer. I already said that. Yadardo. Yeah, Yadaro. Again, another Hunted Nightmare. Ruinous Ultimatum. Companions, Obosh, the Primeancer. Or, how do I say Primeancer? Why do I do that? Obosh, the Pry Piercer. Kahira, the Orphan Guard. Lutri, the Spell Chaser. Pull 2 of those. Zirda, Dawnbreaker. Apex of Death. Garuda, another companion. Then we pulled Everquill Phoenix and another Everquill Phoenix. And we actually did pull another Everquill Phoenix. I just mistakenly put it in the uncommon pile. So we actually pulled 3 of these. We pulled two of the regular. Oops. We pulled 2 of the regular. And then 1 of the alternate art. And then, of course, 2 Gracious Sharks. Let's see if I can kind of pull that on that. Okay. So we pulled 2 Gracious Sharks. So, I don't know how you guys think we did. Again, I think we pulled a lot of triomes. That's the thing there. I think that that saved us. But yeah, so that's a booster box of Ikoria. It's got a lot of variety, in my opinion. We pulled a lot of foils. I didn't go over the foils that I pulled. But and actually maybe that's where one of the other phoenixes actually came from. Maybe we pulled a foil phoenix and I just put it in the foil section. But anyway, so that is it. So you can determine, is it worth it to you to buy a booster box of Ikoria? I'm not here to tell you to do that or not to do it. You can just soak in that information yourself. I'm not here to tell you otherwise, if it's worth it or not. But I would say, I mean, if you're into the lands, and you're willing to, I don't want to say gamble, but you're willing to, take a chance at pulling some other cards, I would say then, this is a pretty good box. I mean, we pulled a lot of the lands. I mean, that's the thing. The lands really were a big deal. Now, off the record, I'm just going to tell you straightforward, I don't know what the lands are going for right now. Actually, I can do that for you in a second. Let me punch that up and see what's going on. Let's do I can just try to see really quickly. Okay. Actually, let me see something for a second here. Be back really quick. I mean, what I'm seeing here is it's all over the place, but I'd probably say, just off the cuff here, is that the lands themselves are probably going anywhere from like $6 to like $8 a piece. So so with that being said, that's not including the alternate art or the foil either. So I can't do, let me see here if I can do find a foil. What foil did we pull here? We pulled a foil Ketria triome. We got an alternate art of a Ketria triome, and we got an Indatha alternate art triome. So that's kind of like what we got there. Right, Knight? Yeah, I think this set, if you're looking for the lands here, I think I've proven it that you can get them. So if you're in it for the lands, you're going to achieve that goal more than likely. I don't know if you'll be as lucky as I did. And where's our little ginger brute? He's so battered from being our control here. My gosh. Can the mentor do it? Can the mentor be our control? I can't. Okay, I kind of can temporarily. But yeah, so I don't know if you'll... This is foil. I can check real quick. It's... And it's going to be all over the place, probably, but let me just check. Okay, for some odd reason, my search they thought I was in Canada. Okay, I'm not in Canada. All right. So we'll just say for the... Okay, yeah. I mean, the lands are going anywhere just by themselves for what I just said. Now, the other, like, if you hit a foil, that's really dependent upon if you hit a showcase foil or not. So those are going to go up and down. So in this case, boohoo, we didn't. All night used to open the boxes during the Tekir set, the cons. Well, you would have done, yeah, flooded. So you would have had the, the fetch lands. All right. Mentor, you just don't do a good job. I dropped my, Mentor's just not, it can't do the job of Ginger Brute. Let me see here. Okay, we got Gingy back. Okay, so Ginger Brute's back. Okay, so, the fetch lands. Yeah, I have a modern deck. I run 8 fetches, so that wasn't cheap. The same deck that I have on MTG Online, not MTG Arena, but MTG Online, it's 4-color mill, right? It's 4-color mill. And people ask, like, why do you play with 4-color mill? Why in God's green earth would you do that? I say, well, Assassin's Trophy, Meddling Mage, my sideboard. Yeah. So, yeah, if anybody played against a 4-color mill deck and you quit, I'm sorry. Tron players, I'm sorry. I destroy your land. I ghost quarter your land, and I surgical extract main board, and I rip your land right out of your deck, and you're done. So that's what I do. So I'm sorry about that on MTG Online, and you probably, if you played on MTG Online and you played a modern deck that was 4-color mill, that was weird. It was me. So anyway, so these foils go anywhere from like $7-10. These ones can range up to like $10-12 a piece. And then your regular ones can, like this. Like, oh, just a regular one. Look at that peasant Indatha triome. Okay. Yeah, I mean, these range from like, $5 to $8. What day it is, what time. So, I mean, if you just look at this in a vacuum, it seems like the Jizaki and the Temur are the ones that are a little bit of hitting it. So what I would say is that if you're into the lands and you're into a little you gotta watch how I word stuff here, but if you're into the excitement of opening up packs so you can open something that you might have never been able to get a chance to buy, then I think, honestly, my opinion doesn't mean it's fact. What the heck's the mentor doing there? And where's my 7th triome? Anyway, yeah, so pulled 7 triomes. I mean, so pretty good. I mean, if you just look at that alone, I mean, 7 times 5, we'll just say, let's say 35. We'll say 7 times, we'll say 30, we'll say 30. I don't know. So we'll just say this. We'll just do it the easy way. I'm missing a triome, but we'll just say it this way. All right. We'll say, where's our Ginger Brute? Ginger Brute should be worth a lot of money right now because he's getting a lot of use. So we'll just say $6. This will be more popular, so $7. We'll say 13. We'll say for some odd reason Indatha's running that, so we'll say 20. And then we'll say 33, 46, 60. So, and then I'm missing it somewhere. So we'll say I'd say in a roundabout figure, let's say $65 just in the lands itself, right? And then, you tack on everything else. So if you're in the lands, I think it's a good set to go into. Ikoria. I think it's good. You're getting value on the booster box, especially I think people are devaluing the set right now. I mean, I think people are devaluing it to such a point that it's... But, again, I think it's going to be like Theros Beyond Death. I think it's going to just be overlooked. And because you have a bunch of crazy stuff going on in the world, it's going to be overlooked. And then there's M20, right? There's M21, I mean. So I truly think that Theros Beyond Death is going to be undervalued. We're going to look back and say that was a pretty good set. I don't know the value-wise, but come on, Gingy. Bring us back to life. Okay, Ginger Brute. But yeah, I think if you want lands, you're going to pull them. And then if you're looking for companions, you're definitely going to whip those out. But if you're in it for just a specific card, like I just want 4 of that, or I just want 3 of that, and that's it. That's all I want. I just want so let's say you just wanted Apex of Wishes, which is something that I wanted, right? I didn't get it. I got Apex of Death. But then I would probably say that I would stick to your pre-release kits. Your pre-release kits give you the most bang for buck. Honestly, you get for $20 to $25, you get 6 booster packs, and this is your display box, your 36 packs. But in your pre-release kits, you get 6 booster packs. You're guaranteed a foil, either rare or it can be mythic. I've seen people in the Aldrain pre-release. I was at the Aldrain pre-release, and somebody pulled a foil questing beast. I'm like, really? And he didn't pull a foil questing beast. The foil questing beast was his extra card. So you get 6 booster packs in a pre-release kit. And then you get a foil, you get a pre-release card. And it has to be a rare or mythic rare. So you get, on top of the 6 booster packs, you get a rare or mythic rare. Oh, we didn't open up our box topper. Just get me out of there. Okay. But yeah, so this came with a box topper. And also you have to understand, I got great value here because with this, and I think if you haven't joined, you forgot that I also got the promo, that Godzilla promo. So, I definitely pulled, I can just tell you straight off the bat, I definitely got what I was hunting for. But yeah. And so that's the thing. So I think your pre-release kits though are the best because your pre-release kits you get 6 booster packs, you get a 20-sided die, and you're guaranteed an outside rare. And one of the pre-release kits in Aldrain, somebody for their rare, like this box topper, they pulled a foil questing beast. Now you have to understand, this is when Aldrain just released. So back then, a foil questing beast was like a $40 card. So, in 6 booster packs for, you know, $20 to $25 plus a 20-sided die, things you can carry your card in. I'll say it doesn't matter what your experience is, what you are. Pre-release kits are the best bang for anything. So I tell you, buy a pre-release kit. So here is the box topper. And I know there's probably some people that are going to be watching the video like, you open your cards like you're trying to bend human tokens. Understand, I'm a player first. So a lot of my cards go into sleeves, and if you saw how I shuffled, it'd make you throw up. I shuffle my cards like a poker deck. Literally, Modern Horizons pre-release, I shuffled my cards exactly, and this is going to make you cringe right on camera. This is how I shuffled my cards. Just like that. All right. So, ready? And oh, by the way, this explains why when you get a Mox or when people get a beta Mox and like, oh, that is worth so much money. No. Yeah, cringe. But this explains to you, because this gets to a greater point. And maybe, you know, people, again, should go to Twitch and clip this part of the video to help explain to people, or maybe this would be more educated. Where's my ginger brute? How many times have I said, where's my ginger brute? Because I was trying to fix the camera. But here's the thing. So, you see how I just shuffled? Like a recluse. I shuffled like a recluse, right? Like a glowstone recluse. Well, here's the deal. That's how we shuffled with Mox rubies. Mox sapphires. So, you grab a card that's 25, 26 years old. That's going to wither away anyway because it's cardboard. And then you imagine how we shuffled. Right, well, that's a bad shuffle. But you imagine how we shuffled, right? It was just like this. You know? That's how we shuffled. And look, imagine that. It's a magic trick. We still had a recluse right there. And then people learned how to shuffle a particular way in which they could fix their hand. But anyway, it's another subject. But anyway, just like I did right there, right? I just did like a sleight of hand for you, just right on camera live. And so the thing about it is that we would shuffle like that, and that's why the cards are just banged up. So when somebody gets a graded, you know, PSA or, you know, BGS, 9.5 or 10, and they get excited like they're gonna wet their pants, the reason why is because not how just old the card is, but how we played with the cards. Are you feeling what I'm putting down? Am I dropping it like it's hot? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Snoop Dogg. Anyway, is that Snoop Dogg? Was that Snoop? Yeah, it's from my era. I mean, not the old Snoop Dogg. That was before my time. But like, I kind of caught Snoop in the middle. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're not talking about rap songs. Thanks for subscribing, by the way. So somebody just subscribed there. But that's the reason why the cards are worth a lot less. Because we shuffled the way that we did. Then, if you want to take this even further, look up a card called Dark Pact, right? And look, boom, the recluse is just there again. So not only did we learn how to shuffle, but we also learned how to shuffle to where we knew how to. You knew how to. That's not crazy that I just shuffled these 3 times and this happened to be the card. All right, look. It's like a magic trick. Ooh, oh, wait a minute. I shuffled a foil like that. Oops, my bad. I'm so sorry. May all the ginger brutes help you. But so, what I'm trying to show you Oh man, I need my ginger brute to get the thing back. Come on, Gingy. It's amazing what a ginger brute can do for a camera. But anyway, the best Eldraine card that wasn't banned, Ginger Brute. All right, but no. So the thing about it is, Eldraine's still a good set. And Wizards had to ban. They had to do what they had to do. So how we shuffled is the reason why those cards are worth so much. Not just because they're old, but because of how we shuffled. So now when you look at, like, and you see these, like, and I don't cover it on my Magic, I don't cover it on this channel too much, but again, you know, I'm sponsored by Wizards, you know, but the thing about it is is that we also had this other thing called ante. You know, ante worked. This is what you did. You grab this down, shuffle like that. Look, the recluse is still there. And then what you would do is your opponent would grab, say this was a deck, and you'd cut your deck in half, like that. Your opponent would grab a card, flick it on the table, like this. And if they won the match, they won the card. So on top of our shuffling, which is probably cringy to some, we also grabbed cards and threw them on tables. Tabletop magic, quote unquote. Right? So that's how we played. Now, to you guys, you're like, that's insane. Who on God's green earth would treat a card to look like a ginger brute? Well, so he got beat up because we kept on making him as our control. But the reason cards are worth so much, not just because they're older, it's because they're in great condition during the time they were played. That's the reason. Between the way that we shuffled, that's the thing. Let me cover another topic for you if you stayed this long. People looking at other people's decks and trying to emulate their ideas. Did you know that back in 1997, now I was a little kid when I played the game. Hi, Midas Nightmare. Yes, well, hopefully you'll start to use Twitch. There's somebody, so people that can't see it on YouTube, so basically, guys, I'm broadcasting on YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, Facebook. So I'm hitting your comments all at the same time. I'm a kind of crazy person. I did a live stream of boxing. I'm trying to do a lot, but yeah, so there's somebody on Twitch. Yeah, hopefully you'll use Twitch because you'll follow my channel. It's a great time. And also, to people that subscribe to the YouTube channel and follow on Twitch, I also, every week, I don't know if it'll be every Thursday or Friday. Obviously, it's not today. So, tomorrow, I give out arena codes, MTG arena codes that were never given out to subscribers and followers. So, all you have to do is kind of be active in the chat. And on Twitch, I can message directly. On YouTube, you can't do that. So, that's why I tell people to subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. But if you follow on Twitch, that's fine. We'll do a workaround. So yeah, so welcome. Thanks for commenting and watching, and feel free to follow. And again, I'll be giving away MTG arena codes. But here's the reason why. It'll be randomly. I give it out to followers on Twitch and subscribers on YouTube. So it's randomly. But Twitch, I can message. But so that's the reason why, guys, your cards, they value the cards. Is what specifically Ikoria? The cards that I'm holding in my hand, or or the arena codes. People with arena codes, it's been mostly Ikoria. People have opened mythics. And also people have opened up booster packs. But there's been more Ikoria than anything. Like Shark Typhoon, stuff like that. I mean, people have opened them up. And that's why I started doing things on Twitch a little bit. Because on YouTube, it's kind of a, it's, as soon as I put out a code on YouTube, it gets sucked up like in 10 minutes. You know what I mean? It's like sucked up in 10 minutes because of so many people use it. It's over. So that makes it, so YouTube, it's great. But I wanted to be a little slightly more balanced. So I'm going to divide it between YouTube and Twitch, if that makes sense. Because it like, honestly, like, the codes, they don't last that long. Like, on YouTube, I put out a video today about getting free gold on YouTube, or on MTG Arena, because MTG Arena, when they drop something, they only drop it for 8 hours or maybe 12 hours max. It's very short. So anyway, I put a code in a video, and that got sucked up like in 10 minutes. So on Twitch, I can do it a little bit more randomly, and I can actually message it to the people. So it'll be it's still random, but it can just be a little bit done better. But so getting back to that, so yeah, the way that we shuffled. So you start playing the game because of mutate. Great. So this is a good video, Miss, and or excuse me, I said your name wrong. I'll just say mid, right? If you want to rewatch this video, I go over cards in detail. So if you're just playing the game, I'd rewatch this video because it'll help you out with all the mutate stuff. I kind of go over it more in depthly. That's the reason why the video took forever to open up a box. But but what I'm trying to show people is oh gosh, I was shuffling all my uncommons like that. But I was showing people really quick, and then I'll get to my point. So the way that we shuffled with cards, right? The way that we shuffled was back in the day, was like that. So that's the reason why when you see a Mox that's graded PSA 10 or BGS 10 or 9 or whatever, and again, you notice the Recluse is still at the bottom, and I shuffled 4 times. All right, so that's the reason why they're worth a lot of money. Not just because of how old they are, like Mox Sapphire, Mox Emerald, Mox Pearl, and Black Lotus, but it's because the condition, because the way that we shuffled. And the ante roll. Look at Dark Pact. Type it in. DARK PACT. Dark Pact. It was an ante card. So again, just to recover ante for some people that just loaded up and joined, is that ante was like you shuffled your deck, you grabbed half your deck, they flipped out a card in the middle of your deck, and they would win that card. So if they won the match, they would win your card. Now, so let's say they got a Flourishing Fox, which is probably worth 50 cents or $1. We'll say $1. What you could do if you lost your match, so ante did 2 things. It took a card away from your deck, right? And they also won the card. Now, you could win the card back by trading cards. So, like, your dollar, like, say a bunch of bulk commons or a bunch of bulk rares that are worth like $1 a piece or 10 cents, you could trade to the equal value of the card to get your card back. So it's not like you lost your card. And sometimes there's also house rules. So we would say, hey, if any card that you pull is $10 or greater, that's not happening. You got to reshuffle and do it all over again. So there's that part of ante too. So ante was kind of like a fun way to get people engaged in Magic the Gathering, which wouldn't survive today, but did back then. Okay, so that's the reason why cards got banged up back then. So if you saw a Mox that was worth, that's a BGS 10 or whatever, or a PSA 10, that's the reason. It's the reason why it's worth a lot of money, not just because it's old, but because it's in really, really good condition for the way that we really mistreated the cards. Like I just did in this video, which I just realized I shuffled my uncommons, and I probably should have done that to all my commons. But anyway, so I'm a player, so when I play, I sleeve them up and I shuffle. Because in my mind, shuffling this way, the way that I just did, gives you the greatest opportunity for card reliability. Being, if you shuffle the way that I shuffled, it's very hard to get clumps of mana. It's very hard to get 3-4 mana in a row. Because you're shuffling cards like a poker deck. It's very hard. That's why in poker, you typically don't see, pocket aces or pocket jacks. Why? Well, they're shuffled really darn good. So you're not flooded with whatever of something. So anyway, that's one of the things that I wanted to show people. But anyway, that's the thing. So anyway, the box topper. Oh my gosh. So anyway, we're going to do the box topper. I opened it and I just kept on rambling. The box topper. So I opened up a box topper prior to all this, and I don't think I flipped it over. And there's the box topper. Dorette, the perfect pet. So it's an uncommon box topper, but pretty neat. And look at that animation. Look at that animation on that thing. It looks like this head is just coming at you like in 3D almost. But yeah, whenever you cast a non-creature a spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Sprite Dragon. So it's basically the Sprite Dragon, and that's our box topper. So overall, again, we opened up we opened up some triomes. A lot of them actually. Here's our box topper. So that's really the takeaway from the video. Just a lot of companions. Open the foil Oasis. Our planeswalker was Narset of the Ancient Way. You have the Sky Nomad, 2 classifications, and then we got a lot of alternate art cards as well. So, again, I'll just go over them really quick. This is our box topper, Dorat, the Priest pet. Now, I do treat my rares very well. We opened a foil, and this is my control. So if you see me in my video doing this, it just counteracts the camera from all the bright light. Ketria Triome, we opened the foil one of that. We opened up the alternate art of the Ketria Triome. Then we opened up an Indatha Triome, alternate art. We opened up another Indatha Triome. Kind of see the picture. Then we opened up a Raugrin Triome. Then we opened up a Savai Triome, so the Mardu. Then we actually opened up 3 of these. I'll get back to that. Ferocious Great Sharks. We opened up 2 of those. Oh yeah, this right here. So we opened up 3 of these, but I accidentally mistakenly put one of these in my uncommon pile, so I haven't retrieved it. But we opened up 3 of these, and then the alternate art of that card. So there's a card right there. We opened up Keruga, and my camera's getting out of whack again, isn't it? So we got to kind of do this as a control. It's hard to do everything live, really hard. So Keruga, then we have Apex of Death, which is some people might feel like 2020, but anyway. We have Zirda, the Dawnbreaker, 2 Lutries, and that was just a joke, guys. Kahira, the Orphan Guard, Obosh, the Prey Piercer. I'm always saying Primancer, and I don't know why. Ruinous Ultimatum. Probably going to be my day for staying up so late. Alright, Hunted Nightmare. I think I could make a joke with every one of these cards. Yadaro, Wandering Monster. We open up 2 Quartz Wood Crashers. That's that dude whenever you hit somebody with trample, the excess damage that you hit them with, if you get a trample creature. So if you attack and say this is a 6/6, right here is a 6/6, and you smack them, say they block with a 4/4, 2 goes over, you'll get a 2/2 trampler. We open up 2 of those. This is our first rare that we opened, Lava Brank Venturer. I think that was our first rare. The Titan Ape, again, we went Mythic. We're number 850 ranked on MTG Arena. Mythic 8, we're number 850. But I didn't play a match this today, so we dropped down to 99% Mythic. So that kind of stinks. But a lot of the top 100 decks are playing with this card in the mono green deck because of its second ability. Whenever it attacks, destroy target artifact or enchantment defending player controls. And then when it comes into play, it fights a creature. So it really destroys Mardu Knights. Mardu Knights, Radkos, it really tears them up. So we open that one up. We open up a Sea Dasher Octopus. Again, that's our second one. A Slither Wisp. We open that one up. We open up Bonder's Enclave. We opened up, again, Narset of the Ancient Way, our only planeswalker. But again, open up 7 triomes and 2 alternate art triomes and a foil triome. I think kind of makes up for that. We pulled a foil Death Oasis, Apex of Forever. Maybe how some people feel about this video. Offspring Revenge. Then we open up a Bane of Monsters. Emergent Ultimatum. Kinman, Bonder Prodigy. Yorion, Sky Nomad. And 2 classifications. Then our box topper, again, as I opened up. Right, meow. Is unfortunately an uncommon. This is, so that's our uncommon. This is really a Sprite Drake. So that's the uncommon that we opened. We opened several more foils, alternate art cards that are not rare, that are in the common and uncommon slots. So we can take a brief look at those. So honestly, a very good box. And plus then too, this was the promo box. So then we also had this right here. I don't think people see it and it's stuck. And I think also a couple points should be made is that right here is again I have to bring this in as my control. Poor little ginger brute. Straighten out the camera. I have so many lights on me. I feel like I'm getting a suntan right now. Like I can feel the heat coming off the light. But this is Godzilla King of Monsters. This is the one that people were talking about. But so it's a 2/3 and lethal damage dealt to creatures you control is determined by their power rather than their toughness. And it's a 7/3 5-dropper. So we got all that with the booster box. So I mean, that was a pretty good box. And then you look at some of the other things like, there's of course the foils that we opened from the uncommons. And again, I need to grab the ginger brute. Poor ginger brute's like what? But the one thing I do want to show you, so a lot of people wondering on MTG Arena, like, okay, we can do all this stuff on MTG Arena, but how are we going to be able to do that in real life? Like, when we're playing with real cards, how can we put a +1/+1 counter on something? Remember, it has first strike and all this other type of stuff. How do you do it? Well, we opened up a lot of these in our booster box as well. And I'm getting to that in a minute. And it's this. And again, we're going to bring Ginger Brute in for our control to balance the light out because I just have too much light. Okay, there you go. But look, you got a first strike counter that you can put on, a menace counter, a hexproof. So let's say, for a great example, here's a companion, a token for your companion card to be in your companion zone. So like say you can punch one of these out and put a first strike counter on your creature, a lifelink in real life. So this is how you'd probably keep track of it in real life. So yeah, you might want to show one of this to your like a favorite streamer that you have and say, hey, wait a minute, there is a way. It's that somebody is showing you there's a way. So yeah, there's a way. I mean, it's right here. We open many of these. So again, you know, pretty good. You just punch them out like literally they're more flimsy than a Magic the Gathering card by just touching them. They're like literally, you see how that one's already ready to poke out of itself already, like right there in that corner. Yeah, so it's very easy. It's just punch it, just do a poke, and then it'd probably come right out. So that's one way to keep track of it. So if you're doing something like, you know, target creature gets +2/+2 if you mutate it, well then you would, you know, obviously you would do that. That's one way. So again, those are all the rares that we pulled. But that doesn't count. We pulled many alternate art cards, many of them, many foils. You know, like many foils. Like this one, for a great example, is an uncommon foil. You know, we pulled so much. You know, do you need to buy a collector's box? Has this changed your mind? This is not a collector's box. This is a regular box. I mean, we got a lot of alternate art. We got a lot of foils. You know, so I don't know. You be the judge of that. I'm not here to tell you what's best for you. That's up to you. That's not up to me. I'm not going to, you know. So we pulled a lot of foils. Gosh, you know this card, right? The Radkos deck, Serrated Scorpion. Of course you do. Yeah. And so I'm trying to get some of the, the Almighty Bushwag. Only pulled 3 of him. He's a common. But I like him, so I kind of keep him aside. But yeah, so, like, just to give you a great example. Like, this is an alternate art card, right? I mean, it's not foil. It's not a foil alternate art, but, you know, this did come from the box that we opened. I mean, as I'm putting things back together, I mean, we've pulled a lot of foils, really. Here's another foil. I mean, as I'm putting things back together. But, I mean, as you can tell, you know, here's another alternate art card that we pulled through here. The Cloud Piercer. I mean, so I don't know. I really don't know if it's, you know, worth going out there and getting the collector's boosters when, honestly, here's, like, again, I mean, here's another alternate art card, you know, that we pulled. I mean, so I'd say, you know, it's a good set if you're a big fan of lands. We pulled 7 triomes. 1 was foil, 2 were alternate arts. I mean, if you're into the lands, I would probably say that it's a decent deal. You know, here's another. We pulled 2 of the same alternate arts. And we need our Ginger Brute back to get our control, right? Because we have so much light bearing down on us that we have to get Ginger Brute to get everything back in the frame. But yeah, I mean, and then here's a foil alternate art card that we pulled at the uncommon slot. So it's foil and it's also alternate art. I mean, you see how I can keep on going all day with this? Right? Here's another one. So I don't know. I have a collector's that I was going to open, but you know what? I think the standard box did pretty good. And there's many more. So again, I hope you enjoyed the video. Again, this will be uploaded. This will be kept on, so you can rewatch it on YouTube if you kind of caught here late. Again, this was one of the promo. Again, evidenced by this, one of the promo booster boxes, which brings me to a greater point for your M21. There may or may not be a box topper, and there may or may not be a buy a box promo. So if you're gonna buy M21, just a thought, you might want to get it on the first time it's printed. So like when your local game store starts to sell it right away, the first week that they do it, because that's what I did to get this. To get this box, and it came with this, and then it also came with a box topper. That I showed you. It came with this box topper, and unfortunately, it was an uncommon. But we did good on the lands. So if you're into the lands, I think this is a good box. As far as me telling you to buy it, that's up to you. I have no affiliation with. I'm sponsored by Wizards to play in their events and stuff like that, but I have no affiliation with any card company or anything like. What I mean by that is I'm not like by anybody that sells something. Oh, dice is also good for Yeah, so somebody mentioned, dice is best for 1-1. Yeah, they are. I'll admit, dice are best for 1-1 counters. But I just thought I'd throw that in the video on, because I know, here's another one that we open. Here's a couple of them. I know that a lot of people were kind of speculating, and I don't know specifically who was or who wasn't, but I know there's probably some questions on how are you going to play with all these abilities on in real life. I give my creature trample, and it's got flying, it's got death touch, it's got all these things. Well, they printed counters for that, and I don't think too many people are talking about that part. You know what I mean? Nobody's really talking about those things. So Wizards does a lot. And the reason, I'll tell you the real reason, for me, when I was invited to early access of Ikoria from Wizards, right now, my DCI card, let me tell you, tell you a little bit about me. I played since 1994 when I was a little kid. And I got my DCI Arena card in 1998. So I play the game in real life. I've seen every decade of it. My background is actually... I played sports. Dark. Yeah, they printed these. Yeah. So these print. So that's what I'm trying to tell people. Even after the video's over with, or kind of, I'm just trying to show people additional things, because people are just always wondering, well, what about mutate? What about if you give it trample? What about if you give it flying? What about if you give it, what if I have a flying, death touch, trample, apex of wishes, / apex of death, almighty bushwag, and I mutated it 3 times? That would be a very bad waste of apex of wishes and apex of death on a mighty bushwag. But if you did do that, then you can say, okay, well, it's apex of wishes, so it's going to have trample, it's going to have flying, it's going to have death touch, it's not going to have vigilance. Unless you have Cure the Orphan Guard as your companion. But it's just an easy way to do that, right? It's just an easy way to do it. So I think Wizards just gave the answers, but just not enough people are talking about it. That's the thing. I think you have more people complaining than looking. So on my channel, here's what I do. If you go to my channel, if you go to my YouTube and you type in the top 8, see how many videos come up. We take on the top 8. I grabbed Grohl just yesterday on Twitch. You can check out the full Twitch video. I grabbed Gruul and took it to Mythic rank to we were number 850 on MTG Arena. You know, now we're back down to 99% Mythic because I didn't play a match today. So we lost ranking for not playing, so I'm down to 99% Mythic rank. But I look for solutions instead of excuses, if that makes sense. I try to embrace the solutions instead of the excuses. Even when Fires of Intervention was in the format with Agent of Treachery, I have a whole series where I was literally, the title is Hunting for Fires of Intervention. So I don't shy away from the top decks. I don't shy away from it. When I played in the MTG Open, which is available on Twitch and also my YouTube. So feel free to subscribe on YouTube and also follow on Twitch. When I played in the MTG Open, I live streamed that for 8 hours. There's 8 hours of live stream footage. I didn't play with Fires. I didn't play with Winota. I could have. I have the cards, but I didn't. There's some crazy matches in there. What I would tell you to weed all the bullcrap away is when you look at that 6-hour video, it'll be 5 hours and like 50 minutes or something. A white deck we started 3-0 with. It's a white light deck. It's a theme. What's cool about that deck is it has a theme to it. And we went 3-0 out the gate at the MTG Open. And then we played Temur Clover. And we went on a 5-0 run. And we were 1 mana short. It's the craziest match you'll see. We were 1 mana short on the last hand to killing our opponent and punching our ticket into that $1,000, $2,000 win bracket. You know, at the MTG Open, we were 1 mana short from sliding into day 2. At the last match, it's just like you don't see that every day, you know? So I left those videos up. I was scared to live stream the MTG Open because one time I was live streaming and I literally thankfully, I had an opponent message me and they said, hey, I can see what you're doing. They're like, I can see what you're doing. I'm like, well, how can you tell what I'm doing? They're like, so I watch YouTube and Twitch, and I can literally see a match of me and you in the game. I was like, oh. Well, thank you for the message, though. This was during a live stream. It wasn't during after the fact. It was during a live stream, and so that was, at least they were honest and nice about it. But, yeah, so, but yeah, you can see I streamed the live MTG Open. You can go ahead and see that. We play with different decks, but the matches I tell you to look at are Game 4 of the white deck. That was a crazy match. And then the last match that we played with Temur Clover. If you just want to see a match, just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like, those are the 2 matches out of that 6 hours. And of course, if you want to see decks that aren't Fires or Winota or Temur Reclamation and see how they performed at the MTG Open, you can go ahead and do that as well. So 6 hours of footage on Twitch and on YouTube. So, but yeah, so these counters, pretty good. Yeah, that was bad luck though. Somebody commented, yeah, it was bad luck. The that last match, it was bad luck. I was 1 mana short. It was a fling. I had a fling in my hand. I had a 13/13 creature on the battlefield. They were exactly at 13 life. They had 13 life. We have a 13/13 on the battlefield, and we could fling it. And I was 1 mana short. I was like, what are the odds? Like, you're never going to see that ever happen again. They're exactly at 13 life. We can exactly do 13 damage, and we're 1 mana short. Like, and that stops us from going to day 2. That sucked. It was, you know what, though? I don't regret it. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, when I first played the match, or when I first did I said, man, I should have played a Winota or Fires or Temur Reclamation deck. I'm so disappointed because I easily could have won. But I said, you know what? You're not going to see the footage that I did. If I played with those decks, you would not see what happened. And that footage to me is worth more than $1,000 prize or whatever. Well, I don't know who that is. Somebody commented on Twitch about another Twitch streamer. He's smarter than I. For what he did. Yeah. It happens. People don't believe it happens. You're like, oh, you know, how no, it does. It happens. It's the only one time it happened. But it wasn't at the Open. It wasn't at the Open. I was doing a match, like doing like a series, like going from Diamond to Mythic or whatever. Or I forget what it was, and the person literally like found me on. They found me and they slid up, you know, in my messages and said, "Hey, I see what you got." Oh, he got it with Gruul? That's cool. Yeah, big fan of Gruul. Yeah, I've been all over Gruul the past. On YouTube, you have to check it out, but I've been on Gruul for a long time. For a while now. But yeah. So, if you're into the lands, they're cool. Like I said, we end up pulling 7 of them. And again, as I said, I think Theros Beyond Death and Ikoria will go down as underrated sets just because people don't realize when Theros Beyond Death came out, they didn't do a tournament until a month later. They played the M2020 championship on for the year 2020. And so Theros Beyond Death didn't get a tournament right when it released. And then, of course, you have everything that's happening in the world today. So I think Theros Beyond Death will be a forgotten set that we're going to look back on and say, that was a pretty good set. But I think we're just because of everything happening in the world, and what it is and what's happening, and those two variables, I think it's going to be a set that's undervalued now, but we'll look back later and say, wow, that was a really good set. I mean, it gave us Thassa, it gave us Elder Giants, gave us Euro Titan of Nature's Wrath. You know, it gave us some pretty good cards there, in my opinion. I've never... no, I never tried Yu-Gi-Oh! Nope. No, I never got into that. Again, there's a companion. I don't think most people know about this either. Yeah, there's a companion token. I'm going to need this as my control. Okay, my control is gone. That should show up better. My camera doesn't like companion. It's like, you know what, companion? Come on, Ginger. Do your thing. Okay. Nope, it doesn't like the card. All right, but if you can make this out, it says, as each game begins, you place one card with companion here if your starting deck meets its condition. So what that's going to tell somebody is, does that card meet their condition? It's going to make them check that person's companion. And it says you may cast once from here. It says once. So I think that's going to help out a lot of players. So somebody asked me a question, why out of all the TCG, why MTG? Well, like I said, I played since 1994. My DCI arena goes back to 1998, where I played in tournaments. And then, again, I was a little kid, but, and then I just liked the game. You know, like I said, my background is in, weight training, bodybuilding. I have my degree. I've taken occupational therapy and pharmacology. So, so I guess in a weird way, I don't fit your prototypical player. But it's no different. I mean, it's I think a lot of people, like how a lot of people go into bodybuilding. To answer your question, they go into bodybuilding. Do you think a lot of people go into weight training because they're secure about themselves, or they're insecure? It's because they're insecure. They're trying to go into the gym to lose weight or to put on muscle. Maybe they got bullied on or picked on, or maybe they just don't feel sociologically adequate enough and for the looks. And so they go into the gym and try. You can't manipulate the color of your eyes. You can't change the color of your hair. Well, I guess you can wear hair. You can highlight your hair, wear hair dye. But, people would try to transform their bodies. And, well, not everybody handles stress like that. Some people handle stress by playing Magic the Gathering. Now, that's not how I handle the stress. I went to the gym. I weight trained. I studied my butt off. And the same mentality that I brought to the, so I break down, just not to make this long, I'd break down my calories and say, okay, 45% of my calories need to come from carbohydrates, 25% protein, 30% fat. So I'm going off a 2,500 calorie diet. So that means this is how many grams of protein that I need, because there's 9 grams of calories. So for every gram of fat, there's 9 calories. For every gram of protein, there's 4 calories. For every gram of carbs, there's 4 calories. So you can grab that diet, break it down to grams, then break it down to calories per whatever carbohydrate you're trying to do, and then you can break diets down. Studying, I had to learn things pretty quick. I had to learn how to learn how to read an EKG, that little monitor that goes, boop, 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 like that. I had to do that in a day. I had to learn how to read that and know how to do that in one day. So I went to a research university. Where I studied at was a research university. We had to learn things really quick, really fast. And so I guess the same mindset that I do when you watch my gameplay, and I'm like, okay, guys, all right, we start off with 2 land. We have this amount of land on our deck, so that means by turn 3, there's a 120% chance that we're going to get a land. The odds of our opponent having a mystical dispute, they run 3 in the main board, so the odds of this, that's happening. And you'll see that happen in my gameplay. And it's not because I'm trying to be like, it's just, some people thought I can read hands. There was a game where I was like, they're going to mystical dispute that. And that happened. Then I said something else, and that happened. And I said, I'm not psychic. There's nothing to that. It's just I seen so many hands from so many different types of players, and you just do analytics, and that's just really just how I approach things. The same way that I approach weight training, studying, it's the same thing. It's the same mindset. And not everybody has that mindset. And so Magic the Gathering, to answer your question, not everybody wants to study their butt off. Not everybody wants to go into the weight room. Not everybody wants to do that type of stuff. Yeah, Elspeth Conquers Death, Shatter than Elspeth. Yeah. That was horrible. But yeah, that not everyone wants to do that. And so I think people will play Magic the Gathering to get away from anxiety or stress. And if my videos do that, and I have these like corny little sayings, but then I've done part of my job, right? And so I don't fit the average guest player from that perspective, but from, bodybuilding and studying science, and I guess I don't fit that, but I don't know. Well, if you tried Yu-Gi-Oh! Uno, or did I call it Yu-Gi Uno? What is it called? Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. Yu-Gi Uno. Yeah, if you did I just did it again. Yu-Gi-Oh! I think MTG has a nice place. Don't get lost. If you're a new player, you said you started because of Mutate and Ikoria. Don't get lost in all I don't do it. I don't pay attention to other YouTubers too much. I really don't. But don't get too much caught up into all the the negativity towards it, if that makes sense. There's anything that you do And for the people that are just like, dude, I just joined, will you just shut up and show me the cards? Okay. So, they're like, I have no idea what I walked upon, but these are the uncommons. I'll show the rares again that we pulled from the booster box. Again, you could start the video over. Let me try to find the rares. Okay, there's the rares. But so here's some of the cards that we pulled. Okay, right there. Oh, okay. Yeah, so the codes you mean. Oh, I think you're talking about the codes. Yeah, so like I said, to followers and subscribers, or excuse me, on YouTube, like I said, it'll be every Thursday or Friday. I'll be giving away codes, MTG Arena codes, to help people build their collection. It'll be random, of course, but I'll give away a certain number of codes, and on Twitch it's a little easier because I can. This is our box topper, by the way. You can message people the codes. But anyway, I'm just going over this really quick. This is our box topper that we got. So that's the box topper. We actually pulled 3 of these, but again, I put 1 in the uncommon pile. So we drew the alternate art, Keruga. We got Apex of Death, Zirda the Dawnbreaker, 2 Lutries, Kahira the Orphan Guard, Obosh the Primeancer, Ruinous Ultimatum, Hunted Nightmare, Idaro. We pulled 2 of these, Quartzwood Crasher, a Lava Brink, Voracious Great Shark, 2 of those, and then we pulled this Savai Triome, basically the Mardu Triome. Then we pulled the Jizakai Triome. Then we did the Indatha Triome, the alternate art Indatha Triome, the alternate art Ketria Triome, the foil Ketria Triome. So basically, yeah. Then we pulled the Titan Ape, Sea Octopus. Again, I already said that. 200 Nightmares, Slither Wisp, Bonder's Enclave. Only planeswalker we opened is Narset of the Ancient Way. Pulled a foil Death Oasis, Apex of Forever. And when this mutates, you can cast it from your graveyard for its mutate ability. Offspring's Revenge, Bane of Monsters, Emergent Ultimatum, Bonder Prodigy, Yorion Sky Nomad, probably the most known companion, and then 2 classifications. And then again, we pulled a lot more rares and stuff like that. And then our box topper again was an uncommon, unfortunately. But let me bring out the control here because we have a lot of light beaming down on me, and this will probably help you guys out just a little bit. There you go. Dorat, the perfect pet. Basically, it's Spirit Drake. And that's what we pulled. On top of that, we pulled many alternate art cards and foils from the uncommon and common spots. I was also showing some people, like this would be an example of a foil Prophecy right here. Again, oops, we're going to have to get the this right here. Ultimatum is an archetype or it's just a card. Ultimatum, I don't think they're going to do anything more with ultimatums, but I don't know for sure. Here's Fire Prophecy. But I mean, but what I was showing people is that people were always wondering, how are you going to grab MTG Arena play and put it into real life? Because that's maybe been a question. And then what you see is there's these counters right here. Flying, Trample, Death Touch, Flying. And so these are counters that you can put on your creature. Let's say if you, I think I did an example earlier in my video. I just gave an example of what you could do, but let's just say if you were to give a creature flying, and it gets +1/+1, right? And I'm gonna have to bring our Ginger Brute back out. And it's not working as our control. Okay. So yeah, you just put the counters on it, and it'd be much easier to track as opposed to just thinking about it. So I think that's something that isn't talked about, and that's something that Wizards have done. So I think that's good. I think they did good right there. And again, of course, the buy a box promo, or the promo card for this, is the Godzilla King of Monsters. He's a 7/3. Trample, 5. Lethal damage dealt to creatures you control is determined by their power rather than their toughness. So that's about it in a nutshell. Somebody asked a question. Okay, so also if you could help me, my biggest issue right now with your mutate deck is you don't have low casting cards that have hexproof. Yeah, I mean, there's not too many of them in the game. I mean, like I said, one of the top decks that's being ran is they're running that Serpent, where it has protection from multicolor. It's got trample, it's got reach, and they're basically mutating that card and stacking it. And it's really good versus Rakdos and Mardu Knights, because Stonecoil Serpent, because it's Rakdos and Mardu Knights, they use like dire tactics and Dispark to try to get rid of things, and they just can't get rid of the Serpent. So it literally gets trample, and then it just their creatures are just too small, and it just kind of it's a very bad matchup. I mean, it's a fair matchup, but it takes Mardu Knights pretty hard, strong, and they'll start to mutate with even this card right here. They run these in their deck. Just a simple common, the Great Horn right here. And whenever it's a 3/4, whenever the creature mutates, search your library for a basic land card, put on the battlefield tapped. So that's something that they do. Yeah, but I mean, outside of what you're saying is like, the little troll, the Paradise Druid. I mean, there's not much. There's a card that can give a creature protection, hexproof, until end of turn, but it's an enchantment with flash on it for blue. But yeah, there's not a lot of hexproof things on there. So that is basically that. That's the box. So again, that's what we pulled. We pulled 7 Triome lands. So that'll be up to you to decide if it's worth it or not. I'm not going to tell you if it is or isn't. That's up to you. So okay, so you pulled some decent cards from some packs. Yeah, Luna. Yeah, I like Luna. Luna Apex of Wishes is a really good card. So yeah, I mean, I think you did. That's a pretty good card. I mean, on its mutate cost alone, and just even hard casting it, you get a 6/6 flying trample. I mean, it's a pretty good card. So those were all of our rares that we pulled, and all of that. But yeah, so That's really it. And those are also the counters that we were able to pull, so you could better resource your mutate abilities. Again, I forget where I put those cards at, but you know, their tokens basically were right there. Or they get first strike. There's some new people coming in there, so I just figured I'd get you at the tail end. But there's flying, there's death touch, trample, all that type of stuff. So when you mutate a creature, boom. Yeah, I agree. Auspicious Hysterics is a really good card. I like a Luna a little bit better just because you're guaranteed to get a permanent with Auspicious Hysterics. When you mutate, you can get a land, or you can get a lot of things with Auspicious. But Auspicious is still a good card. But yeah, so here's the counters, guys, that you can put on. +1/+1, flying. That you get. There's our box topper. So I do recommend for the M20, and we've been using Ginger Brute as our control because there's been so much light coming down on us that it kind of corrects the light. But here's the box topper. So what I'd recommend, if you are going to buy a booster box of M21, if they're going to do the same thing like they did in Ikoria, then I would probably buy it during its first print run. Ginger Brute is the MVP. Yeah. You know, like, you'll realize, like, because the camera that I'm using, a lot of YouTubers do use this camera, right? But they use it when they edit, right? Like, that's what they do. So, it's one thing just to have your face on a camera, but because when the box is like teeny tiny, just sitting in the corner, you can barely see somebody's face. Like, you can't see all the little idiosyncrasies. You can't see all the bad adjusting. You don't know it. But when you're doing something like this, you see it. So it's like I had to come up with a cheap solution, and it's like, okay, Ginger Brute. Like, I had to tweak the camera a little bit in its settings and play with it, but I was like, okay, Ginger Brute. He'll be my control. He'll set it. But he's got beaten up tonight. Look at that. He got put through a war. At Revenger, have I decided which day to do some of the codes? Like I said, it'll be either on Thursdays or Fridays. I haven't really decided. I'll probably do it tomorrow, which is for everybody. It's 1:10. Well, it's 1:10 Pacific Standard Time. It's 4:10 Eastern Standard Time. Which means it's 3:10 Eastern Standard or Central Standard Time. If you're in the UK, then that means it's 9:10 in the morning. So I'll be doing that later, like today, like as in tonight, as in tomorrow night-ish. Okay, so if it's 4:10 for you, then you're on the East Coast. 2:10. I don't know. That wouldn't be Central, right? Central would be 3:10, right? Alberta, Canada. Okay. Yeah. You know what's funny, Dark? When I was trying to tell people like the value, I looked up the triome lands, because we pulled 7 of them, and I was like, okay, you know, I was like, well, this is like worth right around like 5 or 7, you know, 5 like, you know, the like 6, like 5 to 7, depending upon, like, you know, Jizaki gets more, obviously the Temur gets more, for some odd reason, Indatha, gets a little bit more value. But when I was going through it, what was weird, on my browser, it had me as Canada. I'm like, I'm not from, like, my browser picked me up as from Canada? Really? But yeah, so it's funny that you say Canada, but yeah, 210 in Canada. So yeah, it'll be tonight. Yeah, it is weird. It was weird. It was like, I think everything about this unboxing was just weird. I mean, just the I just think the whole thing's weird. I guess when you go live and you're live streaming to 4 different platforms and then you're just doing this live, just winging everything, I think everything's just meant to be weird. I don't think there's anything that's meant to be. Yeah, my human tokens. Every human token that I opened was bent. But all the trample, dinosaur tokens, if you guys rewatch this video after it's over with, they were all fine. So I was opening up, I'm like, is there anti-humans in here? Like, is there is anti-humans? Yeah. But I'm just showing some of the people that just came in, like kind of the cards that we pulled here. That's our box topper. And again, so what I would probably tell you is that if you're into M21, knowing that the first wave, I have to grab Ginger Brute yet again because the light's just going crazy here. Well, it bounced back. But so if you rewatch this video, guys, and you see me keep on doing Ginger Brute, it's not that I have an obsession with Ginger Brute. It's just he's the control. There's so much light on me, I can feel the heat right now on my face from the light. That's how much light's on me. Like, if you think about how much light is in here, like, look at all the shadows in the background. Well, in order to get shadow, you have to have a lot of light. So when things go out of focus, I just use that as my control. So somebody asked me, is Winota good? Yeah. It's a 4-dropper that allows you to search your library. Yeah, Winota's good. But yeah. So again, this came with a box topper, this booster box, and then it also came with the promo of the Godzilla, which is right here. So if they're going to do the same thing for M21, I don't know. I would probably jump on the first wave of M21s. I would probably do that. Because that way you're going to... If they do a box topper, then you're going to get... then you'll maybe get something like this and then a box topper. Unfortunately, our box topper was a uncommon. So the box topper wasn't... But I can't complain. Like again, for people that are... we pulled 3 of these. I just put one of these in the uncommon pile by accident. We pulled 3 of those. We pulled alternate art of that. And look, this is not the collector's pack. And we're going to need Ginger Brute yet again. But, yeah, so I was able to pull, these are what we pulled. Apex, Dawnbringer, Lutri, Kihira, Obosh, Ruinous Ultimatum, 200 Nightmares, Yadaro. We pulled 2 of these, 2 Crashers. Lava Brink. The Great Sharks, whatever. We pulled 2 of those, but we pulled this Triome, basically the Mardu Triome. Then we pulled the Jizaki Triome. Then we pulled Indatha Triome. Then we pulled the Indatha Alternate Art. Then we pulled the Ketria, I'm butchering names now. Ketria Triome. The Temur one. Then we pulled the foil Ketria Triome. Then we pulled the Titan Ape, Sea-Octopus, and this is getting out of hand here. I can tell it's already... Alright, so then we grab the Octopus. That's the other 100 Nightmare. Slither Wisp. Bonder's Enclave. I use this in the Gruul deck. You can go ahead and check that out on the Twitch and follow me on Twitch and or YouTube. Narset of the Ancient Ways, the only planeswalker that we got. But I can't complain. Foil Death Oasis, Apex of Forever, Offspring Revenge, Bane of Monsters, Emergent Ultimatum, Bonder Prodigy, Yorion, everybody's favorite, or maybe non-favorite, and 2 classifications. So, And then what I was telling people in the chat, so those are all the cards I pulled in the box topper. Mail me your mutate cards. And then these also, I don't think people are talking about these ones. Again, gosh, Ginger Brute my control. So guys, if you're rewatching this video after I'm done going live and you see me doing Ginger Brute, again, he's taking a beating tonight. Because he's my control. I have a lot of light coming down on me, so he's my control. Anyway, and you can see that light just glaring off, just really bad. It's just really... These lights, the more you leave them on, the hotter they get, and the more bright they get, and it's just like one of those things. I meant for this to be 1 hour, and it turned into... I gave a Magic the History lesson, I gave a lot of type of stuff. But anyway, these are tokens that people can use, and I'm sorry for people that have been in here if this is a repeat of me, but these are tokens that people can use on... like if you mutate something. So people have always wondered, MTG Arena, how are you going to do this in real life? You know? Well, I don't think this is being talked about enough. I think maybe the drama part has been talked about, but not the solution part. And here's a solution. You get a flying... Oh gosh, my light is not liking this, is it? You get a flying Ginger Brute is what you get. Ginger, balance the light out. Okay. And it's just not going to. So you get a flying trample token, death touch. You get vigilance, +1/+1. So if you mutate something and you're playing in real life and you're trying to track everything, you're like, how... Like, if you Apex of Wishes a creature, how do you keep track of all that? Right? And let me try to come up with an easy scenario for you. So I did it earlier... And I'm sorry if I'm on repeat. Let me find... it's a Volakut. Let me just try to just give an example. So let's say you have a bristling boar. And let's say you have a... where's the Volakut at? So guys, I'm looking through the comments. Sorry, it'll take a second. Just take a minute. Sit right there, and it's the Prince of Bel-Air. All right, it's a 90s show, Prince of Bel-Air. Anyway, I don't know why that went through my head, but it did, so it happens. All right, for the love of... Okay, so let's say you have that, and how is it that I'm going through everything and I have failed to find a mutate card? To give an example. Okay, so... Okay, here we go. Screw it. I like Bushwagger. I like the almighty Bushwag. We don't need a bristling boar. Bye. Alright, so let's say you're doing this. Let's just say you just needed a Ginger Brute to balance out the light. Okay. Alright, now let's just say you had a Volpikit, and this has, whenever this creature mutates, put a +1/+1 counter on creature. Okay? Now here's a poor little Bushwagger, or Brushwagger. Keep on calling him Bush. Okay, Brushwag. He's a 1/1, and let's just say you wanted to do this in real life. Now you're saying is, okay, how the heck can I keep track of all that? Because the thing's got trample, right? Now, when you mutate it, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Now the creature has flying because this creature innately has flying, and now we're putting it over the Bushwag. So now the Bushwag, the almighty Brushwag, has a Volpikit. I never thought I'd ever say these words in Magic the Gathering since I played in 1994. An almighty Brushwag with a Volpikit over top of it. But if that was your scenario, you would say, on MTG Arena, it's done for you, right? Like that. So in real life, people are saying is, that's impossible. How in real life, in Ginger Brute's gosh name... Okay. So how in real life would you do that? Well, you got counters. So you give it flying, punch out the flying one. And guys, these cards are more flimsier than MTG cards. So like literally, the punch these out takes like nothing. In fact, you can even see this starting to come out just by me showing it to people, right? So you would put the flying counter on this. So you see how you can put the counter, start putting the counters on it, and then identify what's going on, right? So you'd grab the flying counter, the trample counter, and I guess you could put a dice or the +1/+1 counter on top of that, and then that's what you would do, right? And that would take care of that. So I think the solution was always there. Just I think it's not discussed that much. So yeah. So that's that whole dealio. So that's what we pulled. But again, so if you're gonna buy M21, my recommendation is to get off your local game store, and buy yourself a ginger brute. I'm just joking. Go to your local game store and buy the first print run of M21 if you're gonna buy it. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying is this came off the first print run of Ikoria, and again, I was able to get a box topper, and it came with that Godzilla card that has been maybe talked about or not. I don't know, but that you know what I mean. So if they're gonna do the same thing for M21, I would jump on it at your local game store or wherever that would be for you, and I would jump into it. On top of the rares that I showed you briefly, we'll just fly through them for people that are just new, and I'll keep on talking about different things for people that have been here. But what you can do, and this is not me showing off, guys. This is just me showing some new people that have jumped in from different platforms that I can see. Like I said, I mean, I think if lands is your you can do what you want. I'm not here to tell you to do what you want, but if lands is your thing, like these lands, I mean, my gosh. I mean, 7 of them, 2 alternate arts and 1 foil. I mean, then yeah, I mean, I'd probably say in my opinion, then it's definitely worth it if you're into the lands. If you're not, and you're just after specific cards like 3 of something or something like that, or you're just like, hey, I just want 3 of, Narset of the Ancient Way, or I just want 3 of the New Vivian or something like that. I mean, I'd probably just buy the cards directly at that point. But we definitely got so many companions. We did get doubles though. We got doubles of Rash's Shark. We got doubles of that. And we got doubles of the Hunted Nightmare. Which might feel like your 2020, right? The year 2020, Hunted Nightmare, right? All right. It's just a joke. But, hey, classification gives you +20, +20. All right. And on top of it, we didn't open a collector's box. We got plenty of alternate art cards. Without doing a collector's box, we got alternate arts of like this, alternate art foil of this, and you're like, I can't see it. I can, but I can't. And it's like, I know, because our poor little ginger brute. He's my control versus all this light. Okay. There we go. That's crazy. Ginger, yeah. While you're at it, buy a ginger brute. Yeah, but so we got, okay, my camera doesn't like this. But anyway, we got a foil alternate art of a card. It's Regal Leosaur. So that's what we got. We also got, alternate arts of those. And then, I just kind of threw all these in there. That's my favorite common in the set, besides the Almighty Bushwag. And we got foil. So, I mean, it's you got a lot of stuff. So, it might be worth it. That's up to you. You can rewatch the video. It's for you to decide. Like I said, I start off the video with this. I'm like, we need some luck. We need some prize inside. The Cracker Jack. So, I say overall, with this Ikoria box, you can put a smile on that face. It's just the Joker. Seriously, it's just the Joker. Right? If the video was going to turn out sick and just wasn't going to turn out that well, then we had a couple of those. Like the Ferocious Sharks. Yeah, it was like Doc Holiday. But yeah, the human token thing. Yeah, our first, like, a bunch of packs, every single human token. So, when you open up a booster pack, at the end you get, like, tokens. So, like our tokens were mint condition, and then all of our human tokens were, like, bent. It was like, okay, so either like something's going on with the humans, and I have no idea what it is. But we had a few humans side up in there. To answer your question, yeah, just come on. I live stream, like I said. It'll be, Thursday. I'll be doing a code giveaway on Thursdays and Fridays again to people that follow, and also people that subscribe on YouTube, and yeah, and it'll just be at random, and I'll be doing it, mainly during a stream, so it'll just be random. So to answer your question, when you come on, for streams like that, it's either gonna be on a Thursday or Friday. I mean, I'd hate to tell you 6, and then it's 8, so that's why I just keep on insisting people to follow on Twitch, and then subscribe on YouTube, because I just insist on this. I think it's better for that way. I just think it's a fair opportunity, but yeah. So we had a couple guys show up, like Doctor Strange, the strange human pulls. But no, I mean, all honesty, I think it was a good box. All things considered. So, I'll probably, like I said, I'll live stream probably tonight, which will be some people's tomorrow night or tonight, later tonight, and we'll be probably running out the Grohl deck, where again we hit number 850 in Mythic rank, but that ranking has now fallen from 850 down to or 840. We hit 840, and we've fallen down to 99% Mythic, because I didn't play a match today. So I assume I'll probably wake up and be 98% Mythic. So that's what we'll be doing there. So again, blank. So again, yeah, just follow, and if you haven't followed, well, I guess my keyboard's out of range. But yeah, so I would just follow in here, and then if you want to, subscribe onto YouTube, subscribe and follow over here, and yeah, if you enjoy gameplay and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd like to thank a couple of new people that jumped in today. People that participated in the chat. You know, I'll just say mid. Dark, of course. I'm not going to give out your full names. Revenger, Raphael, and all the rest. So thanks for coming out and watching. Again, we'll do probably a live stream tomorrow or tonight, and we'll run out the Gruul deck and see what we can do from there. Again, this is a booster box opening. Hopefully this helped you decide. Yeah, so I just tell you to just subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. It's 2 clicks, and that way, boom, you get it from both sides. So that's why I just kind of tell people, that's kind of like what to do. Just blink. And so, yeah, Dark. Yeah, I can see your messages from. I can see. I can see them from YouTube, and also I can see them on YouTube and Twitch. I was able to see some of them. So, but yeah, so we'll run that Gruul deck, see what we can do with it, see if there's some answers. Dark, were you the one that asked me a question about the Gruul deck today, or is that somebody else? I think it was you, but it might have been somebody else. They asked me about a card that gives +1/+1 indestructible. Yeah, with the Assure on the sideboard. Yeah, so I think that was you, right? Yeah. So yeah, I replied to you, but I try to reply to everybody within about 48 hours, 72 hours. Yeah, I think I replied, but the thing with the that guy with the when you're putting a +1/+1 indestructible on a creature, you're basically playing I think you're trying to play, and correct me if I'm wrong because I could be wrong. You're trying to play around Shadow to the Sky, right? I saved your butt a couple times. I mean, it's good if it works. It's like the thing about the curve is that when you're playing against like decks that are like Bant rampant and they get a turn 3 Shadow to the Sky, I know, or destroy some target creature card. A lot of times with Gruul, we typically tap out our hand pretty. Because Gruul kind of falls in that category of it's not aggro, but it's not mid-range either. It kind of slithers, like right between like this token card, that it just kind of like slithers between aggro and mid-range, and so it's kind of as you're probably playing the deck as well, you're probably realizing that it's not the deck itself is not just like a red deck wins deck where you just drop down creatures and you just attack and that's the only thing that you do, which makes it very good for beginners, and it's a very simple deck, right? With Fervent Champions and Cavalcaded Calamity or however you're running it, it's a very simple deck to run. But Gruul, although on the surface appears like that, just bigger creatures. It's a little different because there's a lot more strategy, I think, with the Gruul deck than the red deck wins decks. So I'd even go further and say there's way more strategy than the Radko Sacrifice. So you have to look at it. It just depends on the meta that you're running into. Obviously when we hit the mythic level, and we unfortunately, I think you were there, but. So you're using it to play around removal / counters. Yeah, I mean, like versus like Sultai, Heartless Act, they run that main board. Sultai is a concern. I mean, Bant. the only card that's going to stop is Shatter the Sky, right? Because Elspeth can still exile indestructible. Teferi can still bounce back indestructible. So it just depends on what your meta is. Now, here's the thing. If your meta is a Radkos, sacrifice, but then again, they're still going to be able to steal your creature. And they're still going to be able... Never mind. They're still going to be able to steal it and sacrifice it. So that's not even going to work. Because you don't have hexproof. It just depends on your meta. For me, I think the 2 mana is better for like Domri's Ambush. Because you're just much more aggressive that way. And you can kill other people's planeswalkers. I think Grol's a type of deck where you just have to sell out to it and just say, okay, well, you have to trust the sideboard, like what we have on the sideboard, and then just say, okay, I trust it, you know, and I just run my deck the way it's going to be played. Because when you start to get cards and then main board cards for a sideboard effect, you start to take away from the deck, and then you start to... And I say that's probably a lot of the faults in a lot of the matches that we won. When you watched live stream, was that you could tell they were taking a long time to sideboard, and they were sideboarding a lot, and it takes away from their deck. So inadvertently, you know, you don't want to take away too much from the deck. So I'd say if you feel comfortable playing with them, I'd play with them, but it depends on the meta. Like if you're playing red deck wins with lava coils, you know, which is like a death wish to questing beast. If you're playing that, then I think it's worthy. But overall, no. If that's not the meta. But your meta and my meta can be completely different. And again, I always tell you, trust what you're doing. So you played, okay, during the Tarkir set, yeah. Yeah, Tarn's a Kirkir, that was a good set. I mean, right? You get all those, as we discussed earlier, you get all those lands to reprint, so that's pretty cool. I mean, a lot of those lands have gone down in value, though. Like Flooded Strain has gone down, Polluted Delta has gone down. From the con, no, Polluted Delta was a con, but some of those lands have dropped in value. Some of them went up though, like Misty Rainforest, and Verdant Catacombs. Verdant Catacombs has gone up, and so is I can't remember if Verdant and Misty were reprinted in cons though or not. I can't remember if they were. But yeah, I definitely cannot remember. Yeah, it's been a while. And with all the reprints of the Master Series, I can't remember what's been reprinted from what. Like, I have a pretty good memory. But, like, I can tell you, like, for example, Ensnaring Bridge was reprinted in 7th edition. But that's because Ensnaring Bridge wasn't reprinted, then reprinted, then reprinted, and then not reprinted for a while, then reprinted again. So that's how I can remember that, because that's pretty easy. But when a card's been, like, reprinted in a master set, then cons, and then another master set, and then it's like, okay, well, I know it's been reprinted 3 times, I just can't remember specifically what. I don't think Misty was reprinted in cons, though. Because it seems like the ones that were reprinted in cons are cheaper. They're the cheaper lands. Maybe Scalding Tarn. I don't know, was Scalding Tarn in cons? Because right now, Verdant, Scalding, and Misty are the other ones. But Polluted Delta, Flooded Strain, those are... I've seen them for 16, 17, 18 bucks a piece. I've even seen Flooded Strain down to 12 bucks. Yeah. Most definitely. And also understand, too, it's modern season. So modern cards are always going to go up in value during the summer because it's modern season. It's kind of where they print out a core set. It might be different this year, though, because that core set, I'm telling you, I don't know if you saw my video earlier on YouTube. I did the whole, like, it was just like a free gold thing for people, and I put in, like, I slipped in a code. But that Elder spell with that Teferi, where they're just going to blow up their own planeswalkers and they can just ultimate their Teferi. Because we saw that with Nicol Bolas. If they can do that with Nicol Bolas, they can definitely do that with Teferi, the new Teferi. I can see somebody just playing an all planeswalker deck and just doing something like that. And that's nasty. Because that's... Yeah, I'm glad you saw that. And I was like, you know what? As I was making that video, I honestly thought to my head, maybe I shouldn't publish this video because I might give people ideas that didn't have that idea. But I'm assuming that Planeswalkers, and again, guys, these are also the other, alternate art cards that were, as I'm putting things together, putting things away. So, in my opinion, I think the Ikoria box is really good. Again, whether it's up to you to buy, whatever you value, but a collector's box... Personally, I'd rather pay half the price, or in some cases, only 40% of the price, and buy a regular booster box of Ikoria than the collectors. Honestly, maybe the collector for value, long-term value, if you don't open it and you just put it away in your closet and pretend like it's not there for 5 years. But I've done that with Modern Horizons. I remember when I bought Modern Horizons, it was like, it devalued. It fell off. I bought Modern Horizons and it dropped by the expected value dropped by $40. And everybody's like, oh, don't keep your Modern Horizons. Don't do it. Sell it off. I just put it back in my closet and didn't care. I'm like, okay, whatever happens, happens. And now Modern Horizons, I'm glad I didn't open it. And I'm glad it's sitting in the back of my closet. But yeah, I think that new Planeswalker with Teferi, and to some of the new people, what we're talking about is the Planeswalker, the new Teferi, where it's -10 from M21, is you gain 2 turns. So, there's a card called Elder Spell that says destroy any. It doesn't say destroy one. It says destroy any, Planeswalker. And as I'm talking, I'll just show some of the cards that we pulled. These are actually these are all the uncommons. But yeah, there's a card, Elder Spell, that says destroy any number of Planeswalkers. Yeah, I tell anything the same thing, Dark. Yeah. So what somebody's saying is that keep your cards, don't sell them. Yeah, I saw. So I don't know if I should tell the story or not. There was somebody who sold off a Black Lotus, a Mox, all from beta, to a local game store. I know they got ripped off. It's sad. It was a 70-year-old man. He played when he was in his 40s and 50s. So he played in his 40s and 50s. Probably played with his kids or something like that, I would imagine. He's older. During the crisis of everybody buying toilet paper and everything. So he goes to the local game store, sells off his Black Lotus and everything, and suddenly that local game store is buying all these collector's edition boxes and buying collections. I'm like, where did they get that money from? Yeah, where did they get that money from? Where do you think they got it from? They suddenly bought a collection off an old guy, and all of a sudden then they're turning around and buying collections of Magic the Gathering cards, and during the crisis too, while all the stores are closed. When every local game store is trying to survive, they're buying. How did that happen? You can put 2 and 2 together. I'm not saying that that's what absolutely happened, but I said, how did you guys get all these cards? He's like, oh, somebody came in and we bought them. Like, well, duh, but how did you get them? Like, nobody walks in with a Black Lotus that's autographed, that's authentic, and it's beta. It's not just any Black Lotus, it's beta, it's autographed, it's real. Like, nobody just walks in with a beta Mox. In that entire collection, they had all these dual lands and everything. It wasn't just it was Jizam Djinns. It was like, Island of Whack Whack. It was just like, I said, where'd you get them? Like, how'd you get that? And he's like, well, some older guy. That's all I needed to hear. I didn't need to hear the rest. Even if they paid that guy 60% of what they're worth, what local game stores got 20, 30 grand just laying around during the crisis? So that guy probably sold them for a fraction of what they're worth. But yeah, that brings me back to that. Keep your yeah. Before you decide to sell your MTG cards, nobody ever said this phrase ever in life. Boy, I am glad I sold off my old Magic the Gathering cards and came back to the game. Nobody ever said that phrase. You typically hear, man, I cannot believe I sold my Magic the Gathering cards and I'm back. That's the phrase you typically hear. Yeah. So I would definitely tell people before you sell your collection. Now, if you have to do what you have to do. But if you're in a situation where you don't have to sell your cards and it's just more of a luxury to sell them, I would keep them because you never know. Like, I'll give you an example. And I'll show some of the rares that we pulled because there's some probably new people in here that's like, this guy isn't talking about anything about his title. I did 5 hours ago. But yeah, there's a card called Lotus Petal. And it was yeah, you got to do what you got to do. And that's what I like doing. Like, and I was telling one person, somebody asked me a question, Dark. They asked me, why did I choose out of all TCGs, Magic the Gathering? Why did I choose it? And I think I rambled and I didn't give a direct answer. My answer was simply this. Like, I was in a bodybuilding and I'm going to get back into bodybuilding. And I was telling them how I broke down diets, right? Well, and again, guys like Dark, if you're wondering why I'm showing these cards, it's just showing it to the new people popping in on different platforms that you may not be able to see, but I can see it. But so for you guys that just came in, I'll just show you what we pulled as I'm talking. But so these are all the cards that we pulled from the booster box. You can go. I'd encourage you to rewatch the video after it's uploaded. But yeah, so there's a card called Lion's Eye Diamond. It was a $3.25 rare from Mirage. And if you look at the card on the surface, it looks like a bad rare. Right? It looks like a really bad rare. Because there's this thing called mana burn. So if you used mana during any phase and you didn't tap all that, you didn't use that mana, you took damage for each mana unspent. So if you had 2 floating mana during your upkeep and you went to the next phase, you took 2 damage. And then on your next main, if you had 3 floating mana, you took 3 damage. So you had to use up all your mana if you tap for something. You just couldn't just tap, just like tap these, like for example, like tap these triomes and be like, oh, okay, well, I got a blue floating, whatever. So that card, you had to dump your entire hand to produce mana. So back then it was considered a pretty bad rare, like how I considered Ferocious Great Shark. But with the rule change on mana burn, that card became a $250 card. Because now you can dump your hand into a graveyard, take no mana burn, add mana to your mana pool, and then just draw a reanimate card, bring something back from your graveyard onto the battlefield, and just bring like an Ulamog, excuse me, an Ulamog Seethless Hunger from your graveyard onto just pop it. So just one little rule change in Magic the Gathering can make a card go from $4 to $100. I can't believe Narset was our only planeswalker that we got, though. But yeah, I tell people to hold on to your cards as long as you can. Oh, there's... Well, guys, we didn't pull Ginger Brute, so I'm sorry. But yeah, so... and then what I showed people earlier is the tokens that you get. So... But the reason why I play Magic the Gathering, to answer one question... yeah, Ginger belongs in those rares. They do. Yeah, the next time you watch a YouTube video and they tell you how to live stream, it's like, no, you just need Ginger Brute. Seriously, you just need it. They'll be like, what? What are you talking? Is that a camera? What type of camera is that? Is that a DSLR camera? Is that a digital camera? Is that a mirrorless camera? Is that a GoPro type camera? Is that like a new Go? No, it's just a Ginger Brute, man. It costs 1 mana. It's just a food golem. So. But these are also some of the uncommons, guys, that, well, there's really no strategy to what I was doing today. But yeah, the reason why I got into Magic the Gathering, like I was telling somebody else, people get into Magic the Gathering for different reasons. Anxiety, some people have social anxiety, some people do. Okay, so that's not the reason why I joined. The reason why I played was just because I thought it was a fun thing. But how I relieved my stress was through bodybuilding and nutrition and studying, disease process and occupational therapy and stuff like that. Now, not everybody handles that way. So I think Magic the Gathering gives people a way that have anxiety and stuff like that to get away from things. Those are called distractors. It helps you get away from things in life. And I think Magic the Gathering can serve that purpose. And see, looking back at this Dire Tactics card, that's the reason why they can't kill that serpent. That's why Mardu Knight struggles versus the serpent, the recoil serpent. Because all of their removal is multicolored. And that serpent has protection from multicolored. That's the reason why they just get bulldozed. Mardu Knights, they just get bulldozed because they can't get rid of it. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing in their deck that gets rid of it. At all. Nothing. So that's their weakness. But no, to answer the one person's question, the reason why I wanted to do what I do, and the reason why I accepted and the reason why I accepted invites by Wizards, and I was invited by Wizards I was actually invited to early access to Ikoria, and I didn't live stream it because I had a different computer. It's a long story. It's going to take too long. But the reason why I agreed with Wizards is because I wanted to bring objective, positive feedback for the community. And I'm looking for my Ginger Brute. Can't find him. But these are tokens. Let's see if I can do it. Maybe I can get away with this one because it's on a black border. It's not going to do a good a job. But I wanted to bring back experience or bring back feedback, positive feedback. And when I mean positive feedback, I don't mean saying, "Oh, hi, how's everything going?" I mean constructive but good positive feedback. An argument isn't screaming or cursing in my book. It's not screaming or cursing. That's just called screaming and cursing. To me, an argument is I have a fact supported by, or excuse me, I have an opinion supported by facts and or really good experience. Here it is. Then typically you hear the other person back, and that's an argument. That's an argument. It's not screaming. It's not cursing. It's not who can make fun of who faster or better. That's an argument to me. At least when you're in college at the collegiate ranks, that's how you argue. And so I just wanted to provide good feedback for the community that maybe I could present to Wizards and also work with Wizards as well. Not work for them, work with them. So I don't want the two to be confused. And just help out the MTG community as a whole. Because I've always said this. When I was growing up, I grew up with like a dumbbell in one hand, for weight training, and a book in another. So I always kind of had these two sides to my life. And it was very strange. True story. I remember going to a weight training and I had a bunch of friends in my car, and all you heard was clink, cling, click, cling, click, cling. And everybody looked and said, "What is that?" Those were Magic the Gathering cards in the back of my trunk, bouncing up and down. Click, cling, click, cling, click, cling. It's very hard. See, what I tell people nowadays, cosplay, stuff like that, it wasn't so popular. Right? Nowadays, you guys can do that. Wear makeup and a guy wearing makeup back then and dressing up as a character with a bunch of guys that weight train, bench 300 pounds, and we're going to do deadlifts and squats and, then later that week, we're going to play a football game and cram our heads together. That didn't fly too well. It wasn't like, "Hi, by the way, would you like to go out on a date? I play Magic the Gathering." No, it didn't work out too well. So I always had this dual side to me, and that's a true story. But now MTG Arena, it allows access for people of all people to play the game, right? I'm a 90s kid, but it allows people to play the game. And how I started playing was my mother and all the neighbors' kids would lug us in our car, lug them in their car and drop us off at a local game store. And so our local game store was our parents' babysitter. They'd hand us a $10 bill, $10 or whatever, and we would stay there for the entire day. So our LGS was our babysitter. Now that I look at it, that was really smart. Hey, we don't have to pay for daycare. Just send them to a local game store with $10 in their hand. But yeah, and then there was somebody that was at the time, a respected Magic player actually right now, very well respected in the physical ranks, and he was 16 years old. So all of us kids would jump in his car. I don't advocate you doing that. Obviously, know the person that you're jumping in the car with if you're a kid, but we would hop in his car and we would all drive to the local game store. And there was a book called Scry Magazine, right? Scry Magazine. So Scry Magazine, it told you the price of cards. And that brings me to another point, this thing called, people grab ideas off each other, grab ideas off of decks, and it's created this bad environment for Magic the Gathering. Well, so if you just probably go to YouTube and type in 1997, Pro Tour, or 1997, I think in 1999, somebody was playing a Necropotence deck. It was 99... Go to YouTube and type in 1999 Chicago or 1999 Pittsburgh. This this guy on camera made so many mistakes. He was playing with a really good deck, but he made so many. Guys, these are the polls that we got, by the way, for the new ones. He made so many mistakes. It was one after another, and it was caught on camera. The whole point is, since the 1990s, Magic tournaments were on camera. So all you had to do back then was watch the TV and write down the stuff. So this idea of decks being leaked just recently, that's false. Deck availability and idea availability has been around in Magic since 1997 when they started recording on television. And if you look at those announcements, even back then, the announcers would talk much more candidly of the player. So the people watching the tournament could hear it. And people would start to laugh. Because, like, you know how I made like a little joke? I'm like, hey guys, yeah, Apex of Death, that's like our 2020, right? I'm just joking, right? Because there's a dawnwaker right behind it. Anyway, how I just made that like little subtle, like little silly joke. The announcers would make jokes that were like 10 times worse than what I just did. And so people would laugh like crazy. And so in that tournament, it's either going to be 1997 or 1999, like Pro Tour Chicago or Pro Tour Pittsburgh. It was Necropotence versus a 4-color kind of like a 4-color, like we're going to counter your deck, we're going to draw cards, we're just going to... It was like an opposite matchup. And so, anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the guy kept on making a bunch of mistakes and the crowd started laughing. The whole crowd starts to laugh. And the opposing player said 2 things happened. He goes, you either drew a really good card or you made a mistake. Because the players can hear the crowd laughing. And so the player that was playing opposite of him said that. He goes, listen, you either drew a really good card or you made a big mistake. And it was just like, you know what? I don't remember who it was. I don't remember. The guy was playing Necropotence, and I don't want to call him a guy. He looked older for his age. He must have been, I mean, he looks like at the time, he looks like he was like 22 or 23, but I think he was like, God, he was probably like 16 years old, maybe 16 or 17. He you know what I mean? He was, he just looked older for his age. You know, but he was it was just, you could tell he was a good player, but he was just, he was just, you know, when you have the cameras on you, like even doing this live stream, you know, I make mistakes doing a live stream, right? I mean, it's not everything's going to be perfect, and I know that. So when you have those cameras on you and you're live, man, that just adds another dimension. So the guy was a good Magic player, really good. He just I think the pressure just got to him, and he just made one mistake after another. It's just like, it was getting to the point. The announcers were kind of, I think, probably out of line a little bit. But it was kind of funny if you have a sense of humor. It was a little funny of a match. It was a good match, though, nonetheless. It turned out still to be an incredible match. But that's what people would just... yeah, there's our human soldier token. But yeah, so that's the thing with Magic the Gathering. So that's the reason why that I played, and but just because I just thought it was fun. That's it. But for the far as the reason why I'm doing this online as opposed to other things is I do realize that not everybody wants to go into bodybuilding like I did, or they don't want to. They don't want to go. You know, and study about human diseases, disease process and all that type of stuff. Nobody wants to do that, and I completely understand that. So some people just will play Magic the Gathering to get away from social anxiety, just like somebody that weight trains. I mean, somebody that weight trains, do you think they're the most confident when they first start? Absolutely not. No. Why do they go to the gym in the first place? Probably because they're insecure. They're insecure of how they look sociologically. Right? So then that propels them psychologically to think and go, oh, I need to lose 10, 15 pounds. I need to do this. Okay, there you go. It's a good relaxer. Yeah. And so if my videos can do that, then I've done part of my job. And that's the thing. So, that's one of the reasons why I do it. It sounds like there should be more to the answer than that. But now that you know my background a little bit more, it kind of makes a little bit more sense. So it's it starts to make a little bit of sense. Every single time I see this card, I think about Radkos. Every single time. And nobody can see it because I don't have a ginger brute. There. Oh, wow. Okay. But yeah. But that's the thing. With people. My one buddy suffered from social anxiety disorder. I didn't realize it. But I'd go out, on a Saturday with friends and stuff like that, and he'd always ask me what I'm wearing, how am I dressed, because I would dress sometimes with like a vest and a long sleeve collar shirt or a hoodie. I just kind of like how I do these videos, to just like out of nowhere, just like, oh, whatever. But so one night he stops me and he asks me, he keeps on asking me a series of questions, and I'm like, well, why are you asking me all these questions? And he goes, I suffer from social anxiety disorder. And he goes, the reason why I call you is because you never shut up. He goes, you never shut up. He goes, you introduce yourself to people and I just hide behind you, and then I just tell them that I'm your friend. And he goes, and then that strikes up a conversation. He goes, you just never shut up. He goes, like literally, he goes, we go rent a movie. He goes, you make friends with the cashier. He goes, it's ridiculous. He's like, it's just, he goes, so, he goes, that's the reason why I call you. Because I suffer from social anxiety disorder. Well, what I didn't realize, I need this night horn. Oh, he doesn't do ginger brute stuff. What I didn't realize is that I needed a ginger brute really bad. And it got lost in all the cards. And here's our beat up human soldier token. Okay, the Great Horn. Does that actually double work as a white and a green background? That might actually be my new... I have to hold on to those two cards. But yeah, so here's some of the foils that we opened. But yeah, so he suffered from social anxiety disorder, and I didn't realize it. Like I said, he's like, you can just never shut up. Because you make, like I said, you make friends with cashiers ordering, renting movies. And so he goes, I didn't realize how bad it was with him, but he couldn't, it affected him going to college. Like he would have to drop out in the middle of the semester and take an F, literally just, he'd go from a B to an F because he just couldn't show up to class anymore. And I just didn't realize he had it that bad. And so, Magic the Gathering can be a way for people to handle some of that stuff. Because not everybody, like I said, like me, is going to jump into bodybuilding or go study human disease process and study pathophysiology and occupational therapy and pharmacology. They're not going to do that. So, but I would tell you, most people that enter the gym, that bodybuild, they didn't start off really secure with themselves, right? Because why are you trying to manipulate your body to get bigger if you already felt comfortable with where you're at? So, and sometimes what happens to a couple of those individuals is, and for people newly joining, so my conversation, so you want to watch at the beginning of the video, we open up our card packs. I'll just briefly show you the cards that we opened, the rares, but again, we got this promo card right here. And you'll see throughout the video after I'm done going live, I have to put a control in there, so there's so much light glaring down, but you'll see some of the cards that we opened. But and these are some counters in Magic that I missed my ginger brood. I was using ginger brood as my control to stop the light from hitting so hard. But here's some tokens that can deal with arena. So like in real life, you're asking yourself, how can you play arena in real life, right? With all these like mutate, this creature gets menace, first strike. Well, there's counters there for you. You just literally punch them out. Here's our box topper that we opened, and then here's what we opened as far as our rares. But I encourage you to really watch the video. Some funny stuff happened. Some great openings happened. But yeah, getting to my point, Dark. So a lot of times people will go to the gym and they'll find confidence by going to the gym. But the problem is that when your confidence is just rooted in how much muscle or how much fat you lost, the moment you stop losing that fat or gaining that muscle, what happens? If all of your confidence becomes the muscle that you gained or the weight that you lost, what happens? They start doing other stuff to lose weight even further or to gain muscle even faster. And that goes into a whole nother area. But yeah, we opened up 7 of these suckers. Pretty good box, guys. I think the regular box, I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think the regular box, I mean, maybe it's just this box, but I mean, alternate arts, foils, regulars of the lands, alternate arts and foils of the uncommons. I think the regular box, I'd rather spend $90 on this than, whatever, $200 and whatever on a collector's box. But different strokes for different folks. And there's a companion card that I don't think people have seen before. A companion lair right here. I think this will help out with a lot of new players too. I'm going to have to do a control because there's so much light down on me that I have to do a control to get it into focus. And Ginger Brute is the best focuser. But it says, so the companion card says, as each game begins, you can place one card with companion here. If your starting deck meets its condition, you may cast it once from here. So it's telling you can only do it once, and it's telling you. So I think it helps people to cut down the cheating in real life, so that a new player can go, hey, wait a minute, you can only do that one time. And you can only use one companion. So I think this is good that what Wizards did. And so I think Wizards is heading in a great direction for the times. It's 2020. It's not, and as much as I talked about nostalgia throughout the video, I talked about shuffling cards, like the way we shuffled them and why moxes are worth what they're worth. But it's 2020. It's not 1997 anymore. It's not 1998 anymore. And I think just like we see major retailer, just major things happening, I think they're doing the best that they can. And some people might argue that, but they're doing, put it this way, they're doing a decent job, a good job with what they're trying to do. I won't say the best, because I can't define what best is for everybody, but they're doing, I think, a decent job at inviting people like me. Thank you, Wizards. But no, seriously, I mean, and I do that. I did thank them for that. But I think they're doing a good job at providing MTG Arena that is highly accessible for people across the country and just general populations. I played somebody that I took 3 years of German, for a great example. I took 3 years of German. And there's a German player. And we got to talk a little bit. Obviously, he can speak German 10 times better than I ever could because he's from Germany. But it's great to connect with those types of players. And so there's a great connectivity that allows people to watch videos like this. And also other people that you might like. And also for you to play yourself. So I think it's a great opportunity. I think it's a great time to play Magic the Gathering because it's more accessible than it's ever been. But understand, we're not in the 1990s anymore. You know, as much in the 1990s, it was great. It had Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. What was it? Saved by the Bell. Magic the Gathering. It had a lot of good things. But just like you have to adapt or else it ends. You have to adapt or else the show's over. And I think Magic, Wizards, their department, they're doing things to adapt the game. And I understand if people don't agree, and I also understand if people do agree. As somebody that's played since '94, played real life, online, different formats, modern, standard, primarily. I understand that. So hopefully, like I said, my whole thing with Wizards is to provide constructive, nice, positive feedback and hopefully give a different spin to everything. Yeah, so that's the thing. So Arena was the reason why you got back to MTG. Yeah, I'll tell you, that's not the first time, Dark. I think a lot of people share your thing. Plus Llanowar Elf. Llanowar Elf is a good card. I think Llanowar Elf is almost like a card that, like, Birds of Paradise, I think, is a card that you always have to reprint. But, yeah, I was playing somebody at Friday Night Magic, and they sat down next to me, of course, and we're playing against each other, and he forgot his draw step. And I'm like, are you forgetting something? Similar to Elvish Mystic. Yeah, I know what Llanowar Elf is. Yeah, plus a 1-drop mana dork, Llanowar Elf. Yeah, like, but the guy was sitting next to me, he missed his draw step 3 times. And I said, well, I told him 3 times that he was missing something, and he was like, oh, I forgot to draw. And he told me something, and I won't forget it. He goes, I'm so used to playing on MTG Arena. It does everything for me. I forgot to draw in real life. Because I'm just so used to it, just putting it in my hand, and just on Arena. He goes, I'm not, when I play in real life, he goes, I forget. And I'm like, well, that's an adjustment that you're just going to have to make. I said, because not every single time you play an opponent, they're going to remind you to draw your card. I said, in fact, they're probably just going to sit there and let you untap, and then you're going to run out of cards in your hand, and then they're going to win. So I was like, but the whole point of my story is that he would not even have been to the local game store had it not been for MTG Arena. See, MTG Arena got him to play. Now, it was just the playing part, how he played was the other issue, but you start everywhere. Everybody starts from somewhere. Whether in the weight room or playing cards, it doesn't matter. Everybody starts from a certain point. Not every deck beats every deck. In Modern, you'll hear that a lot. Modern players will tell you this all the time. If anybody tells you their deck beats every deck, it's the best deck ever, don't listen to the person, because that's not true. It's factually not true. It's never been factually true. Even Fires of Intervention with Lukka and all that crazy crap, it didn't win every game. It's impossible. It doesn't. It will not. It will never happen. I proved that even when we were hunting for Fires. It doesn't work that way. It's nice to think that your deck will do that, but it's another thing for it to actually do that. So everybody starts from somewhere, and, you know, that's just the way it works. So, you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And sometimes, you know, when I'm doing live stream or something like that, when I'm live in, I'll say something. But anyway, guys, so just really quick, just to recant, feel free to watch the entire video. I'm going to have to cut this off here. But, yeah, so you can check out all the cards that we open. Okay, that's our uncommons. That's not Dire Tactics. So there's these new tokens that you can get for Magic the Gathering to help you out with your real play. And then here, really quick, we open up 7 triomes. And here's our box topper. We also have this as our promo card right here, Godzilla. And then, yeah, we opened up 7 triomes. A lot of alternate art cards. I think Ikoria is a great set. It's a great product if you want to buy it. Alternate arts and stuff like that. But please watch the beginning of the video. Beginning of the video will cover things more in depthly, cover each card if you're new to the game. Middle part, I still open packs, but I talk about other things, Magic the Gathering history. And then at the end of the video, we just kind of chill and just talk about things and stuff like that. But anyway, I'm going to have to get going. So I appreciate everybody that showed up. Again, everybody that did. There were so many people. I just, on different platforms, I'm not going to be able to say everybody's name. But thank you for showing up and watching. Tomorrow I'll be doing a live stream, or tonight, playing at Mythic Rank. So anyway, with that being said, thank you. I hope you have a good day, and thank you for watching and following. And I recommend that you follow on here and also subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's just 2 simple clicks. I do give MTG Arena code giveaways. Probably be doing that about every week on a Thursday or a Friday. And again, have a good night. You too, Dark. Have a good one. All right, with that being said, have a good day, and also have a good night. Thank you for watching, and have a good one. And really quick, before I go, I do want to say something. I want to appreciate all the STNAs, all the nurses, but also the respiratory therapists, the cashiers, the drivers, those that don't have protective equipment during these times. We know what's going on. I'm not going to say it, but I just want to give them a special thanks and a shout out to them as well. And again, that'll be it. So thank you for watching, and have a good day and night, whatever time it is for you.